Time's up, the dream's over, the door closed, it's disclosure, the fire out, the pace slowed, nothing left on the desk now in caseloads. I miss my opportunity, there goes the opening, arms reach and slip to loss of dopamine. I lose hope more than any other focus grip this old road. I'm at liberty to trudge, so it's the same old souls, same old goals. Just stick to the script, but sick of what's been written and sold. This isn't it, I can't let this empty sink, but oh, the code's corrected, no momentum to stop it. I swear my prayers on repeat, all I need is one, is a solid. I'm on my knees as I plead, screaming my speech and a promise. One more chance, like who's gonna really take it from me? I get my hands up to any challenge, to stand up in front of convincing myself before I sit on the shelf. It's in my destiny, the best of me, to reach for this belt. I swear they're testing me, but they don't want the rest, ring the bell. There's only one thing left, light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. No more doubts, it's over for 'em. I'm promoting it with no more routes. We're all in, debt collector about to snatch it out the hands. This been written like the past, but somehow still about the now future. I'm indebted to my roots, made me shook for more. Well conditioned, I've been leveled to the floor and bounced back. So it's breaking off, shackles off before Mother Nature is at work, and we cooking up a storm. I'm coming, my feet gon' take me there. Ain't no feet to get the victory, the vision's clear. I'm skipping the days I let myself get riddled up with fears. Winding back the clock, I guess we button in the years. Now we light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up.
You knock me out cold. What's that perfume that you're wearing? Girl, you smell like home. Can I take you home? All the way home. We can sing our favorite song, but on radio. So many lights sunrise. And you make me feel like howling out my window. Said everybody but my baby. I think you're quite alright. I don't go a night, don't go a day without thinking about my baby. You knock me out cold, and I'll get right back up just like I left the radio on. You turn me on. You really turn me on. And you make me feel like jumping out my window. And I ain't got my baby right there by my side. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. And I'll get right back up just like I did the radio on. You turn me on. You really turn me on. And you make me feel like jumping out my window. And I ain't got my baby right there by my side. perfume that you're wearing, girl, you smell like home. Can I take you home, all the way home? We can sing your favorite song about Romeo. Do we like the sunrise? 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 Do we like the sunrise?
Great white sharks just out there swimming. Been a bad man since when? Since the beginning. Got a whole bag of monsters with me. Lord knows they did the illest. And if you come through with the crew, Lord knows we say, kill it. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole kid dripping in labels. Stacking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngs. Wow. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole kid dripping in labels. Stacking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngs. Why you people think that you're bigger? One word from us, you get pulled like a trigger. Looking at you like a big plate of dinner. Man like you don't eat your way thinner. And how they gonna call me lazy? Power man style, yo, certified wavy. Certified snakes in the grass, all slithering. Pleading, begging, but nowadays you gotta pay me that feature. Man, a different breed, a creature. Straight out the gates of hell with a legion. Looking for a whole bunch of souls to feed on. Devil in my eye when I come for the heathens. Babylon burning, all good reason. Quick that kill turning. Add a little season, and that's what them sheep are good for. Them good for the eating. Better step out the way when we're coming through. We the kind of people you gon' listen to. And I can't guarantee that you won't go missing, dude. And I don't wanna tell your mama you went fishing, dude. And be another piece of drama on the evening news. But that's just the way it goes when you gotta go harder. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole kid dripping in labels. Stacking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngs. Wow. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole kid dripping in labels. Stacking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow. I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow. Better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngs.
You got a pretty disguise, but you're still ugly inside. I see right through all your lies. I'm not like one of your kind. I'm a misfit, I'm a rebel, don't fit your description. I never settle, fight back with resistance. Pedal to the metal, we're setting fire to the system, yeah. With my hands tied. Start up the riot. Start a riot. Start a riot. La la la, feel it, ignite it. Light it up, light it up. Light it up, it's going down. We gonna burn it to the ground. So start up the riot. It's about to get
your ting now. What you saying, cuz? Play the track, play the track, play the track. Fuck the neighbours, blood, turn it up. What you saying, cuz? Turn it up, you get me? It's a coup d'etat. Better put 'em up if your motives corrupt. Is that you? Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. Cause I eat it up. Don't get caught with your hand in the jar. Had your run, so don't come to my yard. Shut your mouth when I spit bars. I'm ready for the battle when I enter. Okay. Faced with it, I ain't never seen a wall, can't tear down. Now watch them all scatter, because they're scared now. You're done, just get your white flag out, surrender, render. If you're on my list and you're finished, if I'm on my vibe, can't kill it. Your cook got you sizzling in a skillet. At the end of the road, got you swinging. I'm concerned that thing like you bring it. Like a virus that needs clinic. It's time to repent for your sinning. Got blood on your hands like you're spilling. I'm ready for the fight. I'm coming like a thief in the night. Just empty the clip and when you're done, what doesn't kill me better run. 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 If you know me, then you know I'm on crud. Sharks in the water and they all smell blood. If you test my team, then I'll drag you to the mud. Better build a boat, cause you ain't ready for the flood. I got a theory, bury bodies in your bed, then now you gotta lie. Bring it down to my level and a key like Lord of the Flies. Through stones at a glass house, no I can't play nice. Equip up the blaster, man, why you surprised? Empty the clip and when you're done, what doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run, yeah. What doesn't kill me better run. Move, what doesn't kill me better run. Okay. What doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run. Swear down. It's a coup d'etat. Better put 'em up if your motives corrupt. Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. From the ocean to the river, getting senile. Emergency siren say Nino. I'm the new monarchy, running knee now. Night, knock 'em out like sleep well. Run. What doesn't kill me better 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 run.
Woke up early, start my day with daily grace. Pray for mercy on my enemies and snakes, yeah. Lord, forgive me for these choices that I make. I got murder on my mind, I got bodies in the grave, yeah. Reach a block, lit, pull up with the chopsticks. Ain't no apologies for nothing. We get to crowd split. Reach, pop, hit, pull up with the drop tip, yeah. Jump in the stakes, whatever it takes to level the pot, quick. You better look over your shoulder and be on. You wanna set shots, you better be God. You know tough guy for real, you better be honest. Yeah, you could run, but we gon' find out. Half a ticket on your head, don't be surprised. Shooters itching, they gon' come collect the prize. Book the mission, we gon' take them for a ride. DOA, we gon' bring them back dead or alive. Plagued by the worst one. Voice in my head get me undone. Eyes in the sky can't be outrun. Wolves waiting on the midnight sun, yeah. Half a ticket on your head, don't be surprised. Shooters itching, they gon' come collect the prize. Book the mission, we gon' take them for a ride. DOA, we gon' bring them back dead or alive.
now. All of the villains, woo, stand down. Pardon the many, many men down. You better run now. I got the cloud. I'm in the clouds too. Ain't no coming down. You better run. Don't mean to be blunt. I'm already a weapon. I don't need a gun. And you don't want none. See, the new #1 is up for the hunt. I'm annihilating any violators. Man, I see so many I can buy a hater. Man, I'm in my prime. I retire later. Do it now before I'm dying later. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide. No, it's do or die. I don't run. I don't hide. No, I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Do or die. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Go, 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 go. I don't really know how to go slow. Oh no, oh no. I don't really vibe with the bozos. I don't need a ride to chauffeur. Couple hundred miles and I'm over. I got a bucket list with a quarter. I'ma live a million lives till it's over. I'ma live it to the fullest, even when I'm dodging bullets. Especially when I got a grenade in my hand and I got the pin and you know I'ma pull it. Boom! All of my foes are goons. I put them on notice too. And now they know they through. They do. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide. No, it's do or die. I don't run. I don't hide. No, I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Do or die. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Whole nother universe. Whole nother. Do or die. Yeah, whole nother universe. Yeah, there we go. Run for your life. Do or die. You better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Do or die. Let's go.
Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate.
Let's go.
Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Quick kick, ponder
Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, yeah. I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been a since the cradle. Build different, homie. You could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. I'm related, I'm the greatest. I'm the hero and the villain. You could pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody said he couldn't make it. Now I'm on a mission. I'ma try to win my enemies, and they gon' hate. Hate is just the love when it's intensive. Dark is just the light without the sense. And loneliness is you without the friends. Click, giving up for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. You better run. Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day, you don't wanna test me, this ain't no play. I could be the warm breeze on a cold day, or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky, or you gon' turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah. You better run. Renegade. Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, Evo. I'm on the move, I'm on the move. I'm putting in work, I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power, I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, I'm saving the day, no one ahead of me. I'm on the right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me your fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known. Yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me your faster, faster. Zoom, the engine room, bet you feel the boom. Gone in the wind, when you see me better move. Jetpack kid, reloaded the jet fuel. High speed cruise, too fast, you can't move. Zoom, through. No, I don't mean to be rude. It's just the beginning, beginning, beginning. Do I have your attention, attention, attention? Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster, faster, faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster, faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Faster, faster. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, pick up the paces. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, they say we dangerous. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, buckle up for safety. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, it's yours if you take it. It's yours if you want it, go and get it, go and get it. Be sure that you want it, cause you gotta be committed. In order to run it, you gon' have to get the sprint. First come, first serve, now listen. Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster, faster, faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster, faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Faster, faster.
You need an upgrade. You ready for an update? It's time for you to level up. Listen, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep. Most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. When I put my pen to the page, it's like I just entered the game. So first I'm head to the range, then do some work on perfecting my aim. I'm spending hours to develop and train. You don't get a medal for setting the pace unless you're ahead at the end of the race. I wanna get better by stepping my level. Attackers up until I'm dead in a grave, yeah. I never said I was brave, nah, but these other men are afraid. And they're only here for the rep and the fame. So don't be thinking me and them are the same. I step on a stage where legends are made. Forget that your claim is weapons ablaze. I'm ready to spray and let out my pain. Tell everybody not to game away. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep. Most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. To be a master of anything, you've got to put masses of effort in. So if your mentality's negative, then you might never be classed as a veteran. But don't turn your back on your enemy, cause they wanna capture your territory. You can't let them damage your health. If your energy's loading, you have to replenish it. You might need to balance your regimen. Well, life's like a battle, you never win. So what really matters is legacy, passing knowing that you had your integrity. Cause your credit's in a negative, developing a deficit. But when you're dead and buried, every penny is irrelevant. Instead of getting treasure, and it's better to be generous. And then when you're in heaven, you'll be ready for the benefits. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up.
walking out the country club, yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting the bands. Like, do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer, yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club, yeah, no one pouring out and give the boy a hug. Three blonde beauties walking out the country club, yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting the bands. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer, yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club, yeah, never doing bands, never riding on the bus, never looking at your man, so he wishes he was us, and my lady has no trust, so let me tell you that's the crux, they all looking at solutions in the bottom of a cup, she on track, she spent a couple racks, some tats and a fifth, make it rain, let's smash, I'm on her ass, I love her ass, let me see a little sass before I give you the pass, let me see a little sass before I give you the pass, or while you rolling the back, or while you rolling the joint, I think I'm missing your back, I think you're missing the point, I haven't seen you in a minute, let me see you in a minute, I mean. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting the bands. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer, yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club, yeah, no one pouring out and give the boy a hug. Three blonde beauties walking out the country club, yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting the bands. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer, yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club, yeah, no one pouring out and give the boy a hug. Three blonde beauties walking out the country club, yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting the bands. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance, I'm a sad shit cancer, yeah, do your dance, got some bands, I'm never going to the country club, right? I'm never going to the country club, right? I'm never going to the country club, like. And your man's, yeah, he wishes he was us, I'm never going to the country club, yeah.
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb that's ticking. Hit explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it coming, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it around, then better start here running. I'll bite like a spider, and I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Rosy cheeks on a pretty face. Promise I'm nice, but that goes two ways. I can scream, I can howl, it's performing. Don't wanna let it out, just take this as a warning. Me and my sharp tooth digging in honey. I'm all self-made, not just lucky. Cool girl with a temper. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. This has been a long time coming, building up my courage slowly. Ready if I have to fight, got no doubt.
Life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated. Write these poems and pages. Phases, stages. Backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot, I'm blessed and I'm all with ease. All these men when they talk that breeze. Did that big chat, did that scene, but I won't go back. Now I switch that theme. Let's get that P. Now I got that T. Now I hit that pump, that get that clean. No rest in peace till I set my P's. Now we gotta run with a different league. Changes, phases. Life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated. Write these poems and pages. Phases, stages. Backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot. Been through phases, hit them with a flow and it's so contagious. Bet I'm a vet and I roll with the greatest. Shoulda, woulda, coulda got me running my paces. Getting my space and you're gonna feel mad cause I can't sit still like I'm running around tracks. And I ain't gonna stop till I go to the max. I can't stop, don't stop, won't stop. Fat big moves, take notes. Could have been huge but I say no. Me and you ain't in the same boat. Been around and about but I lay low. Stay so good I break ground when it ain't seen. Not the best, no stress cause I'm better than I been. One shot, level up to the top, no cheat. Putting in work, this life ain't free, no. That's changes, life in the blink of an eye through phases. Been around the world, big tours, big stages. Hidden with a source and I don't stop pacing. Don't stop making, won't stop chasing. Got a big dream, won't stop till I make it. Take it, this one here's for the haters. Face it, can't stop, won't stop blazing. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot.
I ain't got the phone, just say sicko. I spent your rent up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty throwing spits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. I ain't gon' front, she can throw it back, yeah. I like the stunt, oh you notice that. Count up the bands, hold up, run it back, yeah. Okay, that was fun, but now I'm done with that, yeah. Getting dicey, I'm in psycho mode. They like the ice, cause the ice so cold. Wrap up the bands, cause they tight, won't fold. Taking every shot like I might grow old. Going under every single night though, yeah. Had to get it in before the flight though, Hope I don't get blinded by the lights though, Hope nobody tryna read my rights though. Hope I got somebody in my corner. Hope she realized that this ain't for her. Going overseas and over borders. Going in and tell I'm out of order. I ain't got the phone, just say sicko. I spent your rent up on my fit though, yeah. I got lil' shawty throwing spits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. And that's not like every single thing I know. She said she my boo, but I'm single though. I can't have just one like a Pringle though. I'm antisocial, but let's mingle though, yeah. Call up the Uber, yeah, let's go for a ride. Too drunk to drive, but I'm parked outside. Two up the fall, yeah, I like this height. If I'm going out right, yeah. And it's 5-star, but let me fitting kinda cozy on a dime. Yeah, I just need my racks and then I'm gone. Yeah, you can go and do whatever you want. I'ma go infinity and beyond. Doing the Birdman finger rub, cause they itch. And I've been kinda distracted, but now it's back to the mission. Hey, I ain't got the phone, just say sicko. I spent your rent up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty throwing spits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary.
Been a racket for your station. I've been a quiet storm in the terror zone. I've been a big show worth taping. I keep it 100 and I take a lump sum and I keep chillin'. Watching y'all shaking and quake like a dog to a mailman. Damn man, y'all got an ailment. Ew, call the doc with the deal, fam. Still me, still at the top, I'm a star, that's the real me. Big D, big on the bag and the brain and the buzz, that's the real T. It goes on and on and on. Ain't falling off, I don't campaign for a damn thing. Bitch, I'm a dawn. It's done. I won.
for the whole thing. Instead of stepping, we like big brains. Rose gold for the whole team. Top flight, we do that. It's a mismatch, they running up. Get back, you ain't tough. One punch, they fold enough. Life hard, I'll show you some more than just a one and done. Front line till the war's won. Also bad tendencies, tend to get their heads spun. I done make the move. Real world problems, they didn't teach in school. Now we playing catch up, gotta keep up. It's celebrated courses when you in the field. Mental trauma that we got, I can't wait to heal. I can't wait to seal. I can't wait to do. Winning hit different, we don't got a choice. Negotiation for a better life. It's more than what you bargained for. Trust and believe in the process, hard work, and forcing what you doing it for. You see the needle, keep pushing it forward. A lot more that you gotta endure. A lot more that you gotta endure. A lot more that you gotta endure. We got a lot more in store. Set the record straight. Something to say it to my face. In the 90s we sketch your face. Everybody got a stick, now they wanna spray. Say it with your chest, it's how we was raised. These kids don't know how to pray. These kids don't believe in faith. These kids don't know how to pave. Suffocating now and I can't breathe. Say the grass is greener on the other side. We're coming back to clarify as soon as I arrive.
From the jump, I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop, till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gon' probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action to get stagnant, and they stopping it. Too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers, I move backwards, and they honest. Ain't gonna right back, and to make profit, and accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything I'm mounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting.
You wish.
In the dojo.
You want to head high?
In the dojo. In the dojo.
Red Bull gives you wings.
One knock at the door and then we both know how the story ends. You can't win if your white flag's out when the war begins. Aiming so high but swinging so low, trying to catch fire but feeling so cold. Hold it inside and hope it won't show. I'm saying it's not, but inside I know
Today's gonna be the day you notice, 'cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
turn to run, now look what it's become. I
1 to 1. Back then, should've bit your tongue, cause there's no turning back. This path once it's begun. You're already on that list. Say you don't want what you can't resist. Waving that sword when the pen won't miss. Watch it all falling apart like this.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Today's gonna be the day you notice. Cause I'm tired of explaining what the truth is.
This is what you asked for. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Heavy is the crowd. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
And welcome back to the 4th day of Worlds 2024 play-ins here in the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. 2 teams yesterday got their tickets for the Swiss stage, and today the stakes are higher than ever because 2 teams will get to continue their hope in joining the next stage, and sadly the other 2 will fly back home. It's Elimination Day at Worlds 2024 today here in Berlin. The fans are ready. GB, Jat, are you ready?
Yes, I'm completely ready for this.
Was there a slight hesitation there? Was it?
Yeah. But we are ready.
Normal.
It's Elimination Day. 100 Thieves is playing on Elimination Day, which was not in the plan, but it will be part of the history.
But any heist movie, there's always one thing that goes wrong. You know, one guy's an imposter.
True.
You got
need to know how to entertain the
Yeah,
audience.
it's part of the plot. It's the second movie before they come back in the end. That's the hope, of course, here. As I said, 2 teams advanced to Swiss stage yesterday. MDK make it in play-in despite general expectations when it comes to Mad Lions and
happen
Gam.
eventually.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten a very new, meaning to MDK at Worlds Aware all of a sudden, because
We like
it's
it
suddenly
this time.
we've suddenly given it a positive spin. And I mean, the man in your screen just earlier, Alvaro, he's had a fantastic play-ins. Like, we thought that his highlight reel was only ever going to be for the first game series they had against Vikings, and then he, blew everyone away once again with his performance against PSG.
Every time they needed to play, Alvaro was there, especially the Alistair flash Q on LeBlanc W was just chef's kiss into Maple.
W indeed.
But interestingly enough, Gam was the most dominant team so far in play-ins. They didn't drop a single game. They also subverted the expectations that we all had with how measured and controlled they were in that game. They were less than half a combined kill per minute in their final game, which is really, really slow for them.
Yeah, that's what Kiaya was saying yesterday in the interview. Still the fire, the craziness about Gam, but more polished gameplay. We'll see them advances to the Swiss stage later on, but let's take a look at the brackets to see what we have on our hands today, because as I said, no more mistakes allowed. If you lose today, you go home. So what do you want to focus on? What is your approach here for this?
So you can see the top of that bracket. They call that the upper bracket. Some people call that the winners bracket. Some people call this lower thing a bracket for losers, the losers bracket. But let me tell you, 2 winners will get out of here, and people will forget that they were losers previous days. So literally, win 2 series, go to Swiss. That's all any of these teams need to think about. The past doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is going to be what's before them.
Yeah, and I also think it's really interesting because normally we still have these high names that you expect to go through, but even on one side of the bracket, there's still PSG, there's still 100 Thieves, and on the other one with R7, PNG, and Vikings, like, it's really up in the air for which of these minor regions going to make it.
Yeah, it's going to depend on how they readjust their homework and basically coming up with the clean slate today. The past doesn't matter. You just have to show up and show big today. And I think it's time for us to check how our pick'ems are doing because lanes have been
one of us is doing a lot better than the other.
I've been a big advocate for the Rel Death Fund. And look at that! Most deaths! 31.
This one,
Rel's got a 7 lead. Stop the count.
We knew it was going to be a support, but I don't think we had Rel here. Skarner, most banned. I had this one as well. I think most of people did as well. Most picked Rel, though. Yeah, this one I did not anticipate.
I definitely all-in Rel, and I'm feeling pretty good about it right now, unless it starts getting banned, because it is winning a lot, too.
I mean, I think you can be sad about some of these champions. If you don't have them, don't worry. You can be happy as long as you know an Ocean Drake and Joya. If you're one of them, then you are truly screwed, because, I mean, 4 Ocean Drakes so far. The next one...
I have this one. I feel so bad. It's such a flip. It's such a flip. I was like, you know, I like it because I like the ocean map. I'm going to pick the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, and when it spawns, it starts raining, much like the tears of people who picked that. But yeah, it's not looking good for Ocean Drake and Joyous.
But we've got like, what, 15 games so far?
It's fine.
We have another 5 weeks of Worlds.
This is fine.
Yes,
this
but then
it's going to grow.
You haven't taken into consideration that soon Atlas is going to arrive, and then all we will see is Cloud Drakes again.
And you guys at home, you can reset your pick'ems and adapt them for the Swiss stage, of course. Let us know in chat what you guys have picked. I like this pose. It's
I mean, then they can see the graphic more.
Oh my God,
I don't care what I'm
saying.
Before we jump on to the next series, we have a lot of new players here at Worlds this year. So let's hear from Carioca about what playing at Worlds means to him for the first time.
A sensação de jogar meu primeiro World está sendo incrível. É uma oportunidade que acho que todo player sonha em ter. Poder enfrentar os melhores times do mundo. Claro que a gente não passou do play ainda, mas ainda assim é desafiador para mim. Daria significado à minha carreira também, ser o primeiro time a fazer uma caminhada mais longa no Mundial. Com certeza me motivaria a continuar tentando e inspiraria outros a saber que é possível. Então, eu sei que significa muito a gente conseguir prosperar no campeonato. Eu queria agradecer a todos os fãs que estão torcendo pela gente, apoiando a gente. Saibam que a gente vai dar o nosso máximo, a gente quer muito conseguir passar de fase, a gente quer muito conseguir mostrar uma boa campanha e a gente vai jogar agora, então espero que vocês gostem do game e a gente vai dar o nosso melhor sempre, então não deixem de acreditar. Obrigado.
Yeah, and I mean, it's obviously difficult being a rookie at Worlds, but also it just means so much more to a guy like Carioca because he's come second so many times in the CB LoL as well. He's always been short of his dream of playing here, and with the showing he's had so far, that dream, you have a real possibility of taking it even further in the main stage.
And it's always complicated because you're a new player on the world stage. What are going to be your goals? What do you want to focus on? What do you want to show the world? And also, how are you going to handle this new pressure, new stage, new audience, and basically the biggest event of the year? And for some players, you've been dreaming about this your whole life.
Exactly. I think that's one of the hardest things about analyzing players and teams at the World Championship is because the number of external factors that can change the way you look in game are bigger at Worlds than they are at any other point in your career. So sometimes you'll have these players that are super hyped, they come into Worlds, fall flat on their face, and some people say, oh yeah, that player is just bad. But actually it was all that external new things that they were not good at adapting to in the first place. So it's just I mean, that's why it's so entertaining to watch, right?
And in that joy, it's been amazing watching Pain Gaming because we're going to talk about this, of course, for the next minutes that we have, but their showing against PSG in the first series they had was amazing. I'm really interested in seeing what they're going to be able to do today. So let's focus on the other side of the map this time. Shogun versus Titan is our Mercedes featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, CB LoL's Pain Gaming are up against the VCS's Viking Esports. Titan proved in his last series that he is a force to be reckoned with, and although Pain felt the sting of loss, they look to regain their momentum towards the Swiss stage.
Brazil does better than engage, coming in, Jitano going to get over the wall, keep your eyes on the bear, getting lower, doesn't matter, Benny, take it out! PNG has the objective, Chaos, no! The smite! Just in time! A comedy there, but Titan is clutch!
Shogun is looking to harness his hard carrying talent, and with the rest of the Viking Viking squad behind him, he is hoping to make a stand against Brazil's storied powerhouse.
Shogun, clean flash out to safety, will at least survive for now. Mirwan gonna immediately cancel the all-out to get those resistances back. Elyoya caught, good upfront damage. Mirwan gonna try to body block and evolve. The shockwave there, Elyoya taken down. VKE, good heads up play. The rocket not gonna hit either. Mirwan now gonna be in trouble as well. One last shot for Shogun, but he reloads. Now gonna find the captive audience as well. Good punish coming through from VKE on the bottom side.
Which team will be able to secure their first win on the world stage and make the first step towards Swiss?
A lot of interesting profile stories here at Worlds, but I feel like, I mean, when you look at Titan especially, he's familiar with the international stage. A lot to prove here today because playing is all he knows. Never made it to the main stage, so it's going to be interesting seeing what approach he's going to have and how much pressure he's going to have on his shoulders.
No, absolutely. He's been here at an international so many times. It's his 5th international, and despite all of that, he's never actually managed to make it to the main stage. They've come close before, like they've won games. It's not like it's a region that just come around and don't win. But with a performance like he's had this time around, like the Lucian Nami lane is usually not something we see go too well. And they managed to just completely shine on it. I think Kura has looked amazing down as well in that bot lane as well. And I'm really looking at these two people to bring Pain Gaming to finally elevate that performance we see from CBLOL to the main stage.
And on the side of Shogun, we're no strangers to this player. Yeah. He left a mark every time he was on the international stage, and he knows how it feels to be on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely does. I think we can expect him to put up a good showing and hopefully not be too affected by the nerves today. And I just feel like it's so interesting the way that we end up remembering play-ins in any MSI or Worlds tournament, because it's so binary in did you advance, did you not advance, and you'll often forget what happens in the individual moments. So like as you were mentioning, the CBLOL taking a game off of PSG, that's impressive. That's actually some level of success, but ultimately they lost the series, so it doesn't matter. And we were talking actually before the show. Is it actually a little bit lucky that both of these teams lost in the first round? We need to pull up the bracket to explain this.
Let's take a look at the brackets, because I want to look at the scenarios that they would have been facing. They need more stage time. I feel like when it comes to these teams, the more stage time they have, the better. But I feel like it's also a matter of opponents here. Okay,
so basically, right, so we're on the PNG side right now in the beginning. So basically, Jat had the argument to me. Jat, you can go ahead.
I mean, the only thing that matters is that you get here, right? So if Pain beats PSG, they would then have to beat Mad to advance, or they'd lose, which actually throws them over here, and then having to play PSG. But like the quality of opponent that they have to ultimately beat to advance is now lower because they lost this first round. That's got to be that's like a gold lining instead of a silver lining.
Note to self, lose my placement match so
I mean,
that I can do better
but PSG
later.
would have been over there, so they would have been Pain Gaming against either 100 Thieves or Soft Banks, right? So it's like, it's still easier potentially over
for
here.
the other guys. I mean, yeah,
that's true, but that would have thrown it into even more
But the way
chaos.
that it ended up happening, these guys got to be thrilled. This whole group, even R7, and they earned it because they beat 100 Thieves to get here. But
I love the theory, but all of this is going to come in factor with pressure today, knowing that if they lose, they're going to go home. So, yeah, again, I don't know what to expect actually from these teams, because when you look at Pain, we said it, they were so close from defeating PSG. The first game they won it, but even from the last game, could have been a flipped either way.
Yeah, but honestly, I just want to see more out of Shogun as well, because we've seen it in the past where he was able to be a hyper carry, but I think he's been put too much in a facilitating role as well. I want to see them actually go down here and give him the carry potential. We saw Nanawi be the strong side with his Camille in the first series, but I don't want to see all this Jin and, you know, just stay in the back line. I want to see a guy that they can play through.
On the other side, with Gam being so dominant from the VCS yesterday, do you think something else can be expected from Viking today? Is that a region trend or is it just a Gam trend?
Well, one interesting thing about that is that Viking played some Shyvana in their regional finals as well. It was a contested pick.
Yeah, that was more takeaway for Levi, though.
I love that pick from Levi, and it's something that no other region has any reps on. I'd love to see that being pulled out today.
All right, Jad, I think you prepped something for us. I think you did some homework, some research about
I mean,
the forces in balance here. Oh my God,
I was reading the thread yesterday, even though 100 Thieves didn't play, and people
Jad, what is that?
So hold on, people kept bringing up Cloud9 yesterday, but the origin of this is I'm trying to see what we've learned to see who can win between Vikings and Pain Gaming, because they're the ones who played today. So we need to learn from what's happened. So Vikings got 2-0'd by the Mad Lions.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Pain lost 1-2 to PSG.
Got it.
And then because Mad 2-1 PSG, I feel like it kind of canceled out, like the sweep into the 2-1. They could still be pretty close. So to figure out who's actually further ahead, we need to go to the VCS. So Vikings is the 2 seed in the VCS. That's not the same, but it's kind of similar to GAM being the #1 seed. And we know what GAM did. They actually 2-0'd Rainbow 7 yesterday. And we know what they did. They 2-1 100 Thieves to be in that spot.
Got it.
But everyone wants to keep reminding you that Cloud9 lost to this. Cloud9 lost to this.
And by that,
3-1.
they also lost Class 7 and then VCS.
However, Cloud9 in Worlds last year beat Mad, who's at the top of the pyramid right now. So what does this really say?
You tell me.
You tell me. You ask me.
It says it's going to be really close today.
Right.
Because if we look at all the available data, it doesn't point us in a direction. It just is a complete
if I can
circle.
chime in, if anything, CP LoL, they got 1 game of PSG, right? And PSG got 1 game of Mad Lions, but that means that they kind of got 1 game of a team that has same strength as these
That's
two.
what I'm saying. It
But
cancels
Vikings,
out.
Yeah, but Vikings didn't get a single game.
Yeah, but that was because Mad was better at the time.
I think we didn't have the right understanding of them
this.
facing off against Mad, and they're actually stronger than they seem, because that's amazing glasses, Chad, by the way. Thank you for this. Thank you for this amazing presentation.
They look great on you.
Yeah. Either way, as memey as this is, a lot of times we know how much importance is. Again,
No, you can't see
As memey as this is, let me get serious with the glasses.
And to get a little more serious, it actually is an elimination game. And as we saw the bracket earlier, the opportunity that is before these teams, Vikings and Pain, is so enormous. So being able to win today and then face off against Rainbow 7 tomorrow is one of the best opportunities any of these 3 teams will ever have of moving past a play-in stage at Worlds.
I want to have your quick prediction here.
Well, I am actually going with Pain, and I think it's because that I just feel like their bot lane got more aggression through it. I think they're more proactive with their plays, where Vikings, they kind of sat a bit stale back, and if they don't improve that, I think they're going to fall behind.
I'm thinking Vikings 2-1, but I don't know.
Could go either way. Hopefully, teams can prepare today in this elimination match, so let's get straight into it.
They are taking it to North America.
그래서 이제 첫 경기 때 너무 이제 말도 없고 실수가 너무 많았어가지고.
Normally after a loss, I beat myself down. I need to make sure that I'm focusing on the things I need to get better on. That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
분한 마음도 있지만 다음 경기가 아직 남아있기 때문에 그 경기 생각하면서 이제 다시 리마인드 이제 지나간 거에 아쉬워하지 않고 이제 아직 경기가 또 남아있기 때문에 그 경기 생각하면서 이제
이게 저희 마지막 경기가 아니니까 걱정 안 하셔도 될 것 같습니다.
I want to make the people around me proud, and I will do that against SHG.
리버 선수, 퀴드 선수 저희 모두 먼 길 왔는데 재미있게 경기하고 갑시다.
É sempre muito ruim perder, né? Acho que na carreira de competidor isso é a parte mais difícil e é algo que a gente tem que conviver. A maioria dos competidores mais perdem do que ganham, mas a gente sempre tenta tirar algum aprendizado. Sabe que quando a gente ganha tudo vale a pena, então eu tento sempre pensar que eu posso aprender algo mesmo com as derrotas e isso me ajudar a ganhar o próximo jogo, o próximo campeonato. Então essa é a minha mentalidade.
Đây là trận đấu sinh tử của tụi em, nên là tụi em sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành chiến thắng. Hai team tụi em thì đều có một mạng, nhưng mà có lẽ tụi em sẽ giữ được mạng này để đi tiếp vào vòng sau.
Com certeza a gente passou por muita coisa, então a gente criou um laço muito forte. Acho que vai além de ser só um time, acho que a gente vai levar essa amizade para a vida toda. E com certeza o apoio um dos outros foi o que manteve a gente de pé.
Mình sẽ làm tất cả mọi thứ để mang vinh quang về đến cho Sept.
Para os nossos fãs do Brasil, a gente sabe que a gente não está carregando só o nosso sonho, mas o sonho de vocês também. E a gente vai dar o nosso sangue, vai fazer o nosso melhor para a gente conseguir realizar isso.
Day, a day that has led to a tournament life end for one of these teams. VKE versus Pain Gaming and CBLOL versus the VCS second seed. My name's Sept, I'm joined by Dagda to take you through today, which is a sad day for many, but a day of enthusiasm for others.
Yeah, a day of trepidation. An opportunity to put yourself up against R7 here with a win for either of these squads.
That's right.
Or a road back to the airport and a trip home. Both these squads wanting desperately to show up. Vikings trying to prove that they can join their brethren in that main stage event, whereas Pain Gaming wanting to show that forever the CBLOL must be respected on an international stage.
I mean, again, they did some damage against PSG. They were talking about it on the desk. That game one was electric. There was a lot of blood. There was a lot of speed into the play of this CBLOL team, which I know from historics, a lot of people didn't expect them to be running out the gate in some of those games. But they did, and they caught PSG by surprise. And a lot of people are saying, hey, maybe PNG are a lot better than what we gave them credit for.
But in the same vein, Vikings kind of got caught off guard by MDK in those lane swaps, right? Point. So it felt like we didn't really get to see the full wrath of the Vikings. Yeah. And especially when this was the squad that was favored coming into their finals.
Some people said they were better than GAN, exactly. Even coming into Worlds, even after the finals.
I want to see them now play their game. I want to see them, like, screw lane swaps, screw all this malarkey. Let's just get into some classic League of Legends. You can see SOFM there standing behind his team. He would love for this squad to be able to make
He knows weird League of Legends.
Exactly,
SOFM is the king of dynamic jungling, and hopefully he can impact that and send that over to, again, Guri, who we want to see a lot more from. As you said, caught off guard. I love it, Dagda. Coming into this day 3 when there's so much on the line. We have to see how they prep for PNG as we go into game 1. Pick ban PNG on the blue, VKE on red, Ash, Syndra, both in respect taken away.
Yeah, I think Vi, another pick that we oftentimes see banned away on that red side, but I will be curious to see how the adaptations have come through for both these squads as we start to continue forward throughout this. Maokai banned every game against Pain Gaming. You see that Jax was banned consistently away from Nanoe as well, one of his big picks. Will that be respected as we come into game number 1?
I just love that the second ban is towards Cutty as well. You know, coming into this tournament, I thought Cutty has a really good meta. Syndra, Ori, Ryze, those are his historics most played. And 2 have already been taken off, opening up this draft as the first 2 bans.
Yeah, Syndra, Ori, I mean, strong, staple, easy mid laners.
Also true.
Also one that potentially sets up for Tinkato to go back towards something like the Yone that we saw him play previously. But in my eyes are fully on Cheaton on that bottom side. He looked insane over the course of several of his games. Really is a force to be reckoned with, even when he came into the roster. This was the guy adding with Curry that they expected to push this team forward as the MSI representative for the CBLOL. Weren't quite able to make it happen at that stage, but now representing the CBLOL on this world stage, he would love to be able to step up for his region once more.
There's so many fun stories. We're going to yap your ears off at home and let you know. I mean, again, the history's there. Now, Jax, Yone, both again, strong solo lane bans. Skarner left open for once and straight away slammed by PNG.
Yeah, Skarner is incredibly strong at the moment. He's very good as a front line. He's able to set up a lot of plays. Great if you try and have these dive compositions as well, because he can buy so much space for your backline. So I think he's just by far and away the strongest jungler, at least that we're seeing in play-ins. We'll have to see if that continues towards the main stage. This is interesting though, because we did see R7 kind of falling back towards this with Oddie going towards the brand. Did not work out for them game number 1. So I'm kind of surprised that we're getting both these picks this early, because this is not the priority that I would have put into this.
Remember, Oddie picked this up, or Odie, excuse me, Odie picked this up before, and we were like, well, Brand doesn't feel as quick as clearing. I know it's something you raised, Dagda, on broadcast, but with the misfortune as well, 2 champions that have been gutted a little bit, but still see their passage of play. Now for the other side, PNG, a strong 2v2 lane. When you brought in Chetan and Curry for this year, Maybe they look to dominate bot here and put their stars back up.
Do you end up just immediately taking the rel now for Curry to say, hey, we want this incredibly strong bot lane that we can look to play around, set up, and then try and push something like an Alistair pick on the other side, or something that at least try and play into that rel? Or what is going to be the pickup here for Curry? I think if you're going to pick Kalista, you need to have a strong engaged support beside her, but we'll have to see. Like, there are still options available. You just be worried about, you know, twice the bans going in on the opposite side and then them taking one. But Nico for Dinkedo.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, first time we've seen this in the tournament, I'm just glancing my eyes.
Yeah, first time.
And this is still technically a triple flex because it can go top into things like Renekton. It's been seen mid. It can also go support and sync up with the Kalista. While Leona comes on the other side, we've got a big question to raise that PNG can play around with this third pick on blue side and keep VKE, excuse me, guessing a little bit.
Yeah, I know, but the reason we saw Nico kind of drift away from that mid lane champion pool was just because she wasn't the strongest when it came to getting pushed and then being able to set up in that regard. Maybe with the changes we see coming in, she started to come back in a little bit stronger, but this to me could also be the triple flex, but into Leona, I also don't think it's amazing.
Good point.
Unless Curry's cooking something.
Well, I like the word cooking, Dagda, and again, if you take the eye away from Pain, you get Pan, and Pans are good for cooking with. Now, Aurora, taken away. No, I'm not letting you respond to that. Renekton's the ban on the other side, so maybe it's not going to be into top after all.
So I'm just having a quick look at Dinkedo's match history. He has not been playing the Nico, so I'd be very surprised if it's going towards him. Could end up being in that support role, as we're saying, but we'll have to figure it out. As I say, Renekton, Aurora, going to be taken off the board as well. This is basically saying to me that Nico is going bot side because Nico's actually a pretty good matchup into the Renekton.
Oh, yeah. Dude, it's so annoying.
So I think what we're looking at is a potential Cassante coming through for one of these squads, especially with the Gnar and the Renekton coming through. Could be going towards Nanoe in that top side if they really want to, but I think basically that's what we're trying to set up here is some sort of blind in that regard.
I mean, Weiser so far, it's been the Jax, the Rumble, the Gnar so far in this tournament, but you just can't go past the Cassante. Another nice hover. They ban it instead. So variables thrown up into the top lane as Nanoe doesn't have that soft top lane to rest on here. We have seen this from the PCS region, but the Udi are getting locked in here again.
Yeah, it looks like the preference is on getting Cassie a guaranteed good matchup in the mid lane. They're unsure exactly as to where that Nico is in the same vein we are. So just saying, look, we don't want to full commit to a Nico counter until we figure out exactly where this pick is going. Udyr, just strong blind, you're not really going to have too many issues with it. So regardless of what ends up happening, you should be okay. And even the fact that you have the reduction on the the reduction on the CC from the E could work out, but Rumble going to be the case. So looks like it may be just an all-out party on the Wombo combo here for Pain Gaming.
Nice pun. Cassante's not in the game. Otherwise, Dagda, that would have been a 10 out of 10 for me. At the very least, you're right. It's the all-in committal. We see the Tristana locked in again. The Nico, as you confirmed earlier on, Dags, is going to be down on the bottom side in the 2v2. Again, seeing Tristana in this tournament, a little bit surprising. No way. After everything, are we just going to get Tristana, Corky? We've done a full circle, and you'd hope that Cartier has a little bit more. Now, the Smolder hasn't been seen as much in this tournament so far, but it is still something people say is strong.
Yeah, I think it's something because it didn't really get hit by a lot of the system changes that we saw for other champions, right? So it will be the Smolder, and I do like this. Tristana got hit by the fleet footwork, so she isn't as controlling in that mid lane. Whereas for Smolder, he's kind of just fine to farm it on out. He's going to end up going for Triforce. A lot of his, like, Blade of the Rune King didn't get hit, which did for Tristana. Like, these items that the Tristana build aren't the same for Smolder. So in this position, I think you're in a relatively good spot. The only thing that does concern me is, you know, lack of control with the MF, Brand not looking as strong as he is, and the pure wombo that is on Pain Gaming side. If Viking Esports mess up even a little bit, it's lights out for them.
It's the thing that Rumble's always good at punishing, isn't it? He can still snowball, he can still skirmish so early on with that equalizer. I'm getting excited, Dagda, because we have a change about the bot side as well. Remembering how Chitan and Curry, you were mentioning the story coming in. This was not I would say a risk when he has so much tenure behind him, but again, a change of style here for Pain to try and make this moment, and made it they have now. They have to put up or shut up, as this is their last chance.
Yeah, Chitan and Curry were the pickup, like the best bot lane in the CB LoL, and two guys that could pop the hell off. So adding them to this lineup kind of felt like the last missing piece, but didn't come together for MSI. But now on the world stage, with a bot lane that is very, very volatile, I'm expecting a huge amount of pressure to come down from Karaoke just to try and get this Kalista ahead and let Karaoke then help out in carrying this game. Even when you look at the combo between like Nico getting tossed in with a Kalista, or even Pop Blossom into getting pulled to safety, this is where a lot of this Pain Gaming game plan is coming from.
Well, we're here. It's elimination day. One best of 3 left in one of these teams for VKE. Remember, a lot of people said they've got 3 of the best players in the VCS right now. Kati, Shogun, Bier. They've been players you've seen on the stage before, but the fact they're on a new roster, people thought, okay, the dynamic is going to be enough to get them as first seed, but GAM held merit. They smashed them in finals. They beat them only just 3-2 in the upper brackets as well. VKE had to claw tooth and nail to get here. As you can see, global power rankings powered by AWS. I'm sure VKE would have been much higher on the scale, but they're close to PNG, Pain Gaming, who haven't been to an international in so long, since 2021 MSI Dagda. They haven't been at Worlds for 9 years. 2015 Worlds was the last time we saw Pain on the big stage.
Yeah, and I think a huge amount of that was the tossing and turving, as we talked about with the roster, the fact that you had like even Dinkato swapping out for Tin Owns and then trying to find his success on this roster as Tin Owns left him. They basically swapped between Loud and Pain Gaming as well, so getting Dinkato in here, beating Tin Owns finally to get his first one, but Shogun and Bie trying to get in onto Wiser here.
If you can't beat him, join him, Dagda. Okay, let's go for a lane swap and see how we can run it here with Shogun and Bie. As this star 80 carry on the top side of the map looks to force out, get a bit of information on blue buff. On response, you see Curry just runs into blue, but Curry has himself a smite, gets it, and Nanoe is just going to try and help him push through this. As again, our star 80 carries in our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup. Running into this game 1.
Feels a little bit sad that our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup are now on opposite sides of the rift.
Yeah.
But this is definitely the 2 to watch. I think when we look towards Cheeton, he was fantastic on things like the Lucian in his series. It was just unfortunate that they weren't quite able to get themselves up and running in some of these early skirmishes, but he was a force to be reckoned with Curry. And on the upside, Shogun and Bie had a phenomenal time, even getting some 2v2 kills in that bottom lane.
Yep.
So I was hoping we'd get these two matching up against each other, but not going to be the case thus far.
And I know a lot of lane swaps these days are about more than just avoiding the 2v2, right? About influencing mid, impacting what happens in top lane in the 1v1. This one feels like a bit more old school, where for Pain Gaming, they're not only happy to get plates here, but VKE are like, we don't want to touch this Kalista Nico, considering how potent this 2v2 is in its inherent form.
I think the only sad part is that for Guri, because you end up clearing from your bot up to top to then meet with the split map, you don't actually get your Gromp on the bottom side, whereas when you look at Karaoke now, he gets to clear his entire bot side, can even move in onto the opposite, steal away that Gromp as well, and just end up with a camp advantage if he's able to spot it out. At the moment, several members going up towards this top side, just trying to see if they can get a plate, but that was kind of the nerf that came through. You will just continuously take very quick plates on this bottom side. And now we're starting to see Bie moving down here, trying to defend a potential jungle invade, but I think he just got spotted by one of the Kalista ghosts there as well.
And Guri's going to get spotted again as Wiser moves up. Remember, he got level 2 off the mid wave, so even though the combo comes through, you can see that Wiser doesn't really care too much. Guri moves back here with double buffs and gets forced away while the support roam from Bie might find Guri, but he doesn't care either. Tangle Barbs, max range, Dinkato will just continue farming away.
Yeah, you just got to be careful where Guri is, because see, he's about to finish up here, so Bie going to try and wrap through onto this mid lane, catch people out, but I think the respect is coming through from Pain Gaming on the mid wave.
Well, as Wiser moves up, CS going to start brewing for top lane. As you look at bot and you see that only 1 plate for all that trading as well. I'm just trying to look towards top. Still 5 there as Shogun versus Cheeton. Pops off a little bit. Cheeton has a level lead thanks to the fact he has now been solo farming for a little bit.
Yeah, can also chase them down. Look at where Pain Gaming are.
The boys, there's a flash, you're right, Dagger. It's matched by Shogun, but in for a penny, in for a pound. Shogun close to dropping to the ground. The rock out of range. A Zenith Blade is good as well as Guri looks for the passive. Set ablaze is the jungler of PNG, but in pain, no. Running away, yes. Guri Tangle Barb. Guri almost in. Close. A Blossom down as well as he escapes. That was so close, but no one dies.
I thought BA was going to go in and just get a triple kill. Everyone is so low on Pain Gaming, but my word, that was close. The barrier clutch from Shogun, even a potential double up here, could take down someone here on this health, even Curry, but not going to be able to connect. Pain Gaming want to try and clear it this wave. You could even look at where Dinkato was. He was considering a roam down to this bottom side.
Now, Dagger, what I've learned is Guri versus Guri is going to be a lot harder than I initially thought. But the second part is that all the flashes were burnt in that trade too. The only one left up is Guri on that brand jungle. So small advantage there, if you want to call it that, as PNG still haven't backed away in this bottom side, all things considered, while Shogun has done exactly that.
I think that makes things significantly more interesting now for a potential group fight, because not having those summoner spells available, Guri at least still has his, but if you're looking at Karaoke potentially coming in from the flank, Weiser hitting that level 6, if you're Shogun, you are now the target, and there's a lot that could be coming your direction as well. So I think in this case, the Vikings maybe want to take their foot off the gas pedal a little bit and try and play for a dragon trade on those grubs instead.
Well, the slower the game goes, the more the Smolder will be happy, I guess, as well. As you said, grub's a priority, 15 seconds until they spawn. Weiser's got teleport, so he might be teleporting up here to react to this bounce wave. Remember that Anue has his available while Guri starts roaming top himself.
Guri is a minion, though. Is Nanoe spotting this? He doesn't spot us.
Not. Tangled Barbs and Karaoke is here. What do you say in response? Nanoe's running for his life. Ghost is there, and the power of Udyr as a spear is not mortal enough on the damage.
Still, though, you've got Guri, and yeah, start trying to get one of these grubs just as a sneak away, but Ben Gaming starting to come across now. This is going to be careful. Dinkedo's about to clear out the Maven Mid, or the Maven Mid, and he's level 6, but you got one Guri. Just be happy that you got that.
Yep. He's going to run out of rage anyway, rather from the minions to temper down, and as it resets, PNG standing their ground. We're looking for those rotations now. Shogun's moving on up, and that misfortune is going to bring a small dragon with him as well. So Guri's like, I can start this again. Wow. And Brand is just so good at clearing this. Quick smart.
Yeah, the TP from Nanoe back up into that top lane, and then the roam from Shogun made that a little bit dicey, but you can still see the damage is done right when you look at the CS. Weiser, 34. When you look across the Vikings, not looking so hot for Nanoe. So that's kind of the trade-off that you get in this situation where you're trying to move him around as much as possible to keep the Void Grubs there. It's only a 2-for-1 at the end of the day, so both squads can still get that buff.
Dragon's still sitting there and waiting up, and our Ocean fans that were watching our Analyst Death segment probably upset it's not going to be a solve, but at least they get one for the board. But for now, a ward is dropped by Guri. They know what's going on here, so Dragon sits there and waits.
And that's where I think the focus is. Because you only have the MF down here, Weiser gets to create this slow push in the bottom side. He's going to be fine. He resets, he moves back up top. You've got Cheaton and Curry who are now able to move into that bot side and should be able to get push as well. And you've still got that teleport available for Weiser, but they look like they want to try and cheat this. Just try and look for the play off the back of it. But yeah, I think Weiser just going to use that teleport advantage now to help Pain Gaming set up this dragon, then reset himself and catch that wave in top.
Also with the fact that Dinkedo goes back and gets Retrix, maybe a bit more damage as well than they bargained for. So PNG start, take successfully, and all that's going to cost is a plate in the top side. Well, Guri is on a ward.
Yeah, I think Weiser on a ward as well is the issue, because it means that you're able to keep pushing in top.
Oh, he tried to predict that he's walking down. Guri, yeah, a mode on him. Fair call.
It's crazy. I didn't know Weiser was a C.S. Lewis fan.
I laughed at it, but I'm not sure I get it. I know the line, The Witch of the Wardrobe. What else?
Yeah, it's fine.
You just laugh and you smile and wave. Okay.
But yeah, I think the big one here is the fact that you now invested that TP late to get to the play, and you lost the plates on top. I actually kind of like half favor Vikings in the trade. And one Ocean Dragon not going to be the end of the day, but some extra gold onto the Udyr, the quicker setup for things like this Negatron Cloak now, make this lane matchup incredibly easy for Nanoe, where he gets to keep pushing the wave. And this is why we originally saw this Udyr come out as a big...
Mom?
He's fine.
To the side, yep. Magician's nephew is question mark I have for you there. No, not hitting it. I'll try again a little bit later.
It was just Narnia, mate.
Okay, the basic one. I tried to read into it too much.
But yeah, I think the fact that now... So Rumble always struggled into the Udyr matchup, is why we saw him come out. The Negatron Cloak was kind of the key break point for a lot of that matchup. It's why we'd even look at like an early no magic, where you try and push and crash third wave into cheat fourth and then get your no magic on the reset. But Nanoe sets up fine now, so Weiser not going to push in top side. Dinkedo struggling a little bit against the Smolder in the mid now, and we've seen that bot side is very vulnerable. So I think now Vikings should be able to play off these top wave scenarios and make the game a little bit easier for themselves.
Especially since, as you mentioned, Dinkedo, I mean, a minute till those grubs actually spawn, and with that reset cancel, he's got to sit here for the wave. We'll have to back away, and we look at top again onto the Udyr. Will he be able to run for his life? No Ghost available, but an Impale this time says you're going nowhere. First blood over to Pain is great for Weiser.
Nice, the job. As you just said, the struggle in this matchup was real for Rumble. Getting something back from him is going to be great. Might even be able to play it for himself, because look where Shogun is. They're reset, and moving him up towards this top half of the map as well. But I think...
Center plate. Oh, no. Tangle Bubs. He's out. Buffett.
But yeah, I think at this position, Vikings are actually in a better spot now to look for a potential 5-grub take. You see Guri even stealing away at camp. Shogun now going to push out this wave. Doesn't have the ult available. Looks like he used that on the bot wave. So maybe Vikings are a little nervous just with the lack of ultimates.
Maybe. It's good ward there, spotting that everyone from Pain are moving into position now. I feel like the Pain fans are out in force here today as well. Support could not be louder as they move into position. Now the Rumble moving up. Dagda already mentioned to you all at home that Nanoe is bot committing for the plate here while VKE are getting threatened off a bit. What do we have down?
Vikings are just trying to buy time here. Not only are you getting that plate on the bottom side, but you're buying time for Shogun's ultimate to come back up.
True.
Level 6 just hit for BA off the back of that mid wave as well. So if they can take this slow, they are winning out on the map state right now. And Dinkedo has the TP available, so not quite available anyway. So taking this slow for Vikings works out in their favor.
I want to raise, yeah, again, not only just the TP, but waiting for the mum ult that has now come up as well. And there's small things that for VKE, Dagda hit the nail when slow pace is there. It works out well. Now, Karaoke's going to start this, and he's got good AoE, but you can see movement is coming in from VKE. I don't think it's going to be as easy as we think.
Now, ultimate is now up and available for Shogun. No TP for Nanoe, though, so it's going to be at least a 4v4 potential for Dinkedo to come through as well, but I think they're gone. They're a little bit slow. Maybe trying to catch Wiser as they move across, but Guri's now spotted.
We just highlighted the pace being good, but too slow is definitely real as 3 grubs matched out. Excuse me, 4 for Pain in the end, because remember they got 1 before, so that's a big take right under the nose of VKE, who we thought, yeah, playing this so well.
I think it was just trying to buy time for a lot of these summoner spells and ults to come back off cooldown, but unfortunately they were just that little bit too late and weren't in a position to really contest. So I think there was a world where we could have saw Guri try and potentially move down to make a play on towards Dinkedo, who's left on the bot side, but they end up trying to match and it just doesn't work out in their favor.
20 CS lead for top, you take stock. For Pain getting that relatively moderate-sized win. They're also on the verge of getting their first items, maybe before the dragon spawns. Dagda also keeping those TPs for people like Dinkedo, who just picked up himself a Kraken Slayer. It's very good news if this fight takes hold.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Cheetan talked to Sheep Esports, and he was saying, look, one of the big things that Pain Gaming wanted to focus on was this objective control, and you can see it now, right? The early Void Grubs takes, the Dragon takes, and now the nice reset into the potential Dragon. Pain Gaming definitely learning from what happened against PSG Talon and trying to now fight back against Vikings.
Even the small trades brew attention. I love it. It's great to see, you know, people from all cultures coming to the Berlin studio, and it's been exciting, especially when you hear the might of the Brazil fans, especially watching back finals as well. Now, into the moment itself, Cheetan is going to get this wave pushed. You look towards Dragon. Second Dragon it would be for Pain as well, as VK moved into position, and now these supports have their ultimates, where in previous fights they were so far behind in experience, they couldn't contribute theirs.
Pain Gaming don't really have control of the map right now, though. Push on boss coming through for Vikings, which is why they're operating in River with such confidence. Cheetan forced to back away. Keep your eyes on Karaoke. What can he do here if Guri steps forward?
All it takes is a pop blossom to disguise yourself as a minion, a ward even. And Curry has many different angles of attack. The pings are going down, bot is just being matched for now, and mid continuously is Cheetan just pulling it up as top laners fight it out, or rather solo laners do for the time being. Jinkiero has that TP to move down, but Nanoe does now too.
A lot of still control here for Vikings, though. Why is there not really able to push in against Shogun? Nanoe.
Good damage.
Oof, taking a lot of damage, and now you're in a difficult spot here, because what do you do as Nanoe? Do you TP back top to try and protect your top lane turret against this Tristana, or do you have to try and TP into the fight? So I think this is why, again, Pain Gaming taking a second to get waves in order. Yeah, Nanoe, you can't stick around it. This tower's going to fall. He needs some sort of help. You look at where BA is. He's late on the map. So Vikings are going to give Dragon and potentially a ton of damage on this top tower.
I mean, look at this. Jinkiero gets 2 on the turret. Then he Kraken Slayers the Udyr as well, getting extra damage. Nanoe, as you said, has to be so damn careful. Next wave coming through, and it might spawns, of course, because they've got 4.
And this is one of the big struggles we saw from Vikings, both against MDK and also the reason that they end up falling down to GAM Esports. Just the missed macro, the opportunities to contest at objectives. True. And Pain Gaming are doing a great job of pulling them around the map, stretching them thin, and just finding those little bits of armor that they can poke themselves through.
I love the mention again, yeah. You kind of spread thin and you're like, what do we do? Do we answer this? Do we commit to the play? Like, that kind of decision making is what makes a next level team. I think GAM are very good at that actually as well. Yeah. Where they'll just sometimes overcommit, but you're like, hey, at least they're picking one side. But for now, as you see the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, I mean, top lane is a big issue here. Why is it level 11 with an equalizer? And Karaoke is nearby.
Nanaway, how are you going to get out of this one? Karaoke could slam against the wall. That's the TP.
They're all full committing, aren't they? But the wall slam ain't there. The Impaler there. Carry is going to have to make it a little bit better as a full commit at least. Cleans up the play. There's faith in Dinquieto, at least, to make that trade.
Look, Nanaway may have died, but he made Pain Gaming look like fools before he went down. That was some very fancy footwork, but a nice call here from Pain Gaming. They're like, look, Rift Herald's up, but we can get bot tower here. Let's just try and get as fed as all hell Dinquieto, and then try and play through him on side lanes, because it's working out so well at the moment. But, I mean, look again. We're not even getting any sort of pressure on the cross map from Vikings. Yes, they got top tower, but no fallback to Rift Herald. Instead, they're so worried about a potential tier 2 take on the bottom half of the map with all those Pain Gaming members that they're now left. And Pain had a ward in the pit, so they know Rift Herald isn't taken, and they're just streamlining towards it.
So now my wonder is, do VKE go reset, we get the wave push out, and then head towards it themselves? They've got all ultis available. Dagda says, nah.
It's no push in mid. Look at where Guri is as well. Like, they can try and contest this, but they're going to be very late. And even with the push on top, like, that could even just be another terror take. Yeah, they're sending Dinquieto up there. The map play is far superior from Pain Gaming right now.
Nanaway is not going to get the push in bot. Instead, after the wave, he's looking for a TP angle, it seems, as he backs off. And Dagda mentioned it perfectly. Top turret's going to be taken down. Again, the map play for Pain Gaming works out well, as forcing VKE away from this Herald ever so slowly gives them time to bring in this Tristana into the fray.
And Curry has that flash available, so could always look for some sort of play or even be sent in here with Cheaton. So he's now playing, pretending to be the Rumble, seeing if he can put pressure onto folks.
And Dagda, it's also given time for Karaoke to get his ult back up and available too. Impale is there. Herald's going to drop one down. Nanua is going to trade this for the bottom side turret, but when mid feels so important in opening up this game, Herald in the back pocket seems like a good task.
Plus, they've just traded top tower as well, so it's a tower for tower in the extended play, but you get that Rift Herald and the opportunity now to maybe pick Kati as well.
Not seen yet, not seen. Here comes the Skarner, but flash away, okay. Dinquieto just jumps on in and Impale on the response. He wasn't expecting that one as the Dragon calls in Mum. There's minor healing, but is it enough? Dinquieto's damage, huge! Karaoke sacrifices his own life, but it's a shutdown onto Kati, which I didn't even know existed at those numbers. Big for the mid laner of Pain.
Yeah, the fact that Dinquieto is as large as he is right now is going to be a bit of an issue, but I mean, you look at the farming numbers there for Kati as well. He's no shrug, so you can see the turnaround play. Like, he has a 300 gold lead over Dinquieto, just the fact that he's been able to pick up a ton of these waves. And this Smolder, sitting on 160 stacks, starting to get places.
He is indeed. We'll look at the replay here after the trade, because this took a lot of commitment here from Pain Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, good flash from Kati, and then Karaoke just able to turn around with the flash Impale. I thought Dinquieto might jump forward into the buster shot to try and get Kati even further away from the tower, but didn't want to end up underneath tower range, especially as you see they don't know where BA is or where the Udyr is either, so they're just going to wait. But it does mean that then Karaoke takes that step too far. Kati happy that he gets that turnaround kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Trinity Force was picked up before, but now with the full stacks here, I think from recent plays and also heading towards that second item himself. The Smolder, as you said, is going to be an issue. I will say Dinquieto, he has now just picked up the Navori Quickblade, so 2 item on Tristana, a lot of attack speed and a lot of good trading in this build, despite the fact he was 700 gold behind after the early laning phase.
Yeah, I think, though, this is where we need to see something get unleashed for VKE, because when you're looking at the map state, you've actually already got Weiser, who's pushing in on the bottom side of the map. Dinquieto has a ton of control here, and you're looking at the Dragon that's about to come up in just a minute's time as well. So when you've already got mid-push too, it becomes an easy manner for you to just take over. You just use the Rift Herald as you get Nanue and Kati trying to catch these side waves, crack up mid-turret, put more pressure on towards Vikings, and you can always fall back to Dragon as an afterthought.
Again, as Weiser already looks for that angle nice and early. Electro Harpoon just lets VKE know he's there. Chitana's going to look for this mid-push once again. And as they look for the push is set in the pudding, as PNG for the third Dragon will be huge for the game. 3 seconds it spawns, and here we go as PNG hold control of River again.
Yeah, Dinquieto gone for the reset. To just be able to pick up his boots and maybe a BF sword off the back of where he's been playing. So, I know, just a long sword. So, he's going to be trying to TP back out onto the map, I believe, now for this. But you've got numbers advantage here. Nanue still pushing in the top side. He'll have to TP into this.
Kati has picked up the mirror mana from the last back. VKE start this Dragon off. And Guri's going to burn this down quite literally as Nanoe is making the TP play. He comes from mid to look to run down as the Herald is there. The Pop Blossom from Kuri layers them down. It's a bullet time to end Worlds, though, as Nanoe comes from the backside, cleans up one, now another. The damage was done by the VKE backline, but the Udi is ready to spike it down. Dinkiero gets spaced out, but 4 kills, and what looked beautiful from Kuri was set on its head thanks to Shogun.
Yesterday was GAM time. Today is bullet time for Viking time. An incredible turnaround from Shogun. Sets up beautifully for the Dragon take and so much more for Vikings.
Even after getting nerfed, even after BT got nerfed and people like Misfortune's out, it amazes me some of the plays we've seen so far, this being the biggest one as we watch this set up again.
But it's Pain Gaming have given so much space over to Vikings, right? They're the ones that are actually able to control where they go. Curry gets a great ultimate, but watch Shogun's flash into them positioning for a perfect bullet time. The lockdown onto Weiser and also Curry. And Nanoe just runs past Dinkiero to set up one as Cheaton's caught in the pit with nowhere to go.
Dinkiero, the only one to survive after that. Dragon stacking has been denied. There was no steal even to speak of. A 3K gold lead all of a sudden blooms out of thin air. And that is almost 4.5K damage worth of bullet time. Yeah.
That's a lot.
That explains the fight.
And this is why you can never count Vikings out. Just one team fight can always bring them back in. And this is the second Pain Gaming slip up just a little bit on the macro. Vikings just come so quickly back in, but we'll have to wait and see how they want to try and play this one out. Push at the moment still for Kati. Just desperately trying to get this motor up onto that 225 stacks.
Yep.
But Nanoe has kind of forgone the bot lane, trying to see if he can sneak in for whoever's going to catch that mid wave that Shogun's pushing in.
For a pick, Solar Flare stops it though. Kuri was slowed down. There's Blaze again. A light is impaled, doesn't connect. The second time we've seen in this game. Yeah, in the backline, set up for the ball time. Kuri's caught. He has to flash away. That's Karaoke, who's now between a rock, a wall, and some kind of scorpion tail. Where can he go? Nowhere. Against the wall apparently is enough, but Kati flies over, takes a free stack, and VKE finds it again.
It's a disaster for Pain Gaming. They get caught in their own jungle. Weiser tried to reset in time to pick up his Riftmaker before TPing in, but he TP'd so far away that it's still just a 4 versus 5 into a 3 versus 5, and now a potential Baron for Vikings.
Vikings Esports now set up in front of the Baron. The equalizer, a good turnabout, maybe stops it. Weiser's looking to keep it going as Dinkiero gets one. Okay, that's enough. PNG can't take this for themselves, though. No jungler, no smite.
There's a wave in mid lane for Pain Gaming as well, so that force off of Baron might turn into a pretty nice takeaway from them as well. Vikings just didn't want to commit to the turnaround and Pain Gaming punish.
It feels like it's Dinkiero versus VKE right now. This Kalista from Chitan, we've seen some moments, but like, Dagda, let's be real, there hasn't been this pop-off performance that we were hoping. We watched this again. This was pop-off from BKE to punish hard.
But again, like, look, there's the TP on the top side of the map here, just on to the back line to try and spot out. So this is not an even fight at all. Immediately, the Nico gets picked off. Karaoke is in complete, like, no man's land. And then the Rumble isn't involved in the fight either. So you burnt a lot to try and get that play. But at least you still get, you know, it was a 2 kills in the end of the day.
Yep.
You get 1 kill back, you deny Baron, and you get mid-tower. So it's not the worst for Pain Gaming. It's just the fact that that went so awry from the get-go.
And again, I still feel like there's a big fight coming too, because 2-item Kalista there, I talked about it before the replay. Chichan hasn't really popped up in this game much, right? It's been Dinkiero who has been the 4-0 Tristana, the almost 3-item Tristana that has been cleaning up the back of these fights, trying to get some of these trades.
Yeah, I mean, this game is always difficult for a Kalista against the bullet time, the ultimate from the brand as well. And now Main a lot more difficulty with backs away.
Good timing, Dagda. Very good timing. Clean's going to be burned from Chitan, and VKE are positioning to threaten this Baron again. But remember, Dragon is up in 50 seconds. That would be the third for Pain Gaming. So when we started this game, we're talking about the stacking, how they're playing the map. If they can move themselves closer to Soul Point, then there is also playing on their terms of the game that you have to consider.
Yeah, but the momentum shift in Hysterics. This is Vikings starting to take control of this game.
Yeah, right.
Yes, they are trying to get Dinkiero into a side lane to answer for it, but he's still behind in goal to Kati. Like, Kati's been doing a great job of catching waves, getting the farm when he needs to, and then transitioning that into kills in these fights. And when you've already just hit the 225 immediately for Kati, and you're about to finish off the rapid fire cannon, he's going to be firing on all cylinders. I imagine I thought they would try and give this wave to Cat Team. May still do, so he can pick up rapid fire on the way back, but he has to be so close to that item now.
I hate this champion. Oh man, that clear. Yeah, it's showing you. I mean, with the rapid fire cannon and TP, you're right. He can just pop on in whenever he wants as Cutty for now sits on the edge, because you can see Pain Gaming start this off first. Nanoe is walking in, but it's already gone. Nice movement from Pain. They find it as BF flashes in, though. There's a bullet time, but it's not as good as the last ones. Karaoke gets Nanoe as the Pop Blossom finds the other two. VKE is separated. It doesn't matter if the Smolder has an execute. He's dead. On the back end, Guri sent away. Wiser flashes into play, and now Shogun can't stay. VKE were torn apart limb from limb from limb, and Pain Gaming just said, yep, we'll take that.
The Vikings went in on two different ships, one blue west, one blue east, and one blue completely out of this world. It was just not the way it was supposed to go. Pain Gaming immediately catch Catty, turn that around. They got the dragon to boot, and now Guri hoping he can get to the pit, but it's going to be gone before he gets there. It's going to have to be a
miracle. You're right. Put some faster boots on. There's no way. Baron over to Pain Gaming. Doesn't that just sell you, Dagda? VKE, they had tempo. They had everything going for them. All of a sudden it flips. The game ain't over till it's over.
They had too much confidence. Kati going in with the flap, hoping that he'd be able to turn this fight around, but instead, look how quickly they get caught. Like, BA immediately goes onto Cheetan, but the flash away the last second means that you don't get the lockdown. Kati's now in a horrible position, and the Curry with a great flash onto him.
Wow.
Everyone on Pain Gaming turn onto him. And watch Wiser on the top of your screen. He's buying so much space from Shogun and Guri. He doesn't have to get the damage down, just needs to keep them out of the fight, and eventually they're able to flash forward as reinforcements come through, and they'll get Nanoe off the back of us.
Because Wiser was the person earlier on as, yeah, the audience back home absolutely loving it. And PNG, let's come back to it. Mid lane was already ahead, 3 items Tristana, but they've got Baron now as well. They're on Soul Point. The game swings a second time. And what a story for the CB LoL. As VKE now trying to defend their inner turret as Karaoke looks for an angle to see if he catches anyone off guard.
Dinkieto's still pushing in that mid lane, trying to set up a 1-4 here, but Vikings, they've got a lot of wave clear on this bottom side, so Shogun now going to get the reinforcements from BA, but still have to be careful as Dinkieto. You don't want to take a step too far forward. I think it's just trying to see if they can buy a window of opportunity to collapse onto the spot side.
All members congressing. The next wave, Curry's trying to fake it out. Do they know it's him? No, Pop Blossom in, it's good enough, and he gets drawn back. Beautiful engage and an Impale to follow through, but they need the damage. VK are buying time, and the bullet time will stop them off the inner, but when that dies, there's no defense. VK pulled back. They've gotten some kind of a trade here, but PNG still open up the turret and give their Baron, their Red Bull Baron, in fact, new meaning.
And that's what I was going to say, like, it's 2 for 2, but the size of that Red Bull Baron power play is growing and growing every step of the way, and Pain, with only 55 seconds left, aren't really going to be able to set up on the map to get more. But this early worked out fantastically for them. Vikings, very lucky that this didn't go a different direction. See Curry again, using that Nico, the Hextech Protobate, to buy space onto Vikings. Karaoke coming over the wall, but a great mom coming through as well. Just
she was a good mom. Yeah.
She raised her son well, all right. Smolder did a great job there. And it means that Pain Gaming end up trading even when it goes
much
to the
like your mother, absolute legend.
She'll appreciate
Is she watching
that.
this?
Probably is, yeah.
I'm sorry I called you Diane. I was watching a TV show, and Denise, I'm sorry. But to the power at hand, you know, again, you talked about it like we're mentioning mums, because for Kati, he had such a good game set up in front of him, but it's drawn back. Dinkieto has been putting in a performance of a lifetime, and now Chitana's come to show up as well. Curry on this Nico has had some great engages. It's been nice to watch. I mean, look, I could go on forever here about the return of this game. It is only a 2K gold lead. I have to temper my expectations because Dragon's up in 50. And as we've seen around this objective, anything can happen as Equalizer slows down Shogun, but he's out of range.
Yeah, a bit of a wish and pray there as they sent that one out, but doesn't quite work out. I think the big one that they're really hoping for is for Guri to complete this Sonya's Hourglass before they have to try and fight this, but I think he's just going to be a little bit off. Would be nice to have some sort of invulnerability, especially if you end up like Karaoke trying to come through, but with no flash on this Skarner, it becomes way less threatening So I think it's on Curry with his flash to get it, but they're picking him.
Explained, and he's in. Again, the burst. Cutty gets a kill. Curry caught out, and his flash was available, but now as the defense comes through, because Dinkieto's trying to pop down the bottom inhibitor turret, he finds his mark, he gets it down, and Cutty's now out. Cutty's out. PNG want to take the rest of the fight. BS slowed down. We get a picture because Cutty and Dinkieto fight it out. He goes in instead, into the smolder. He wants to take the fight. Cutty can't get out of range and gets destroyed. And he hops over again. Dinkieto! Absolute hands of steel as he heals up. Shogun's here as well. Looks for more, but will be shut down. The fact he took that 1v1 was psychotic.
Weiser though, trying to get onto Guri. Good equalizer.
Impale starts us off on the left. You see the equalizer. I see an attempted steal, but it's gone. Infernal Soul, Nanue locked up against the wall. And Pain Gaming are fighting fire with their own flame.
Vikings didn't know whether to look left or right. They were trying to decide how many members needed to deal with Dinkieto, and they got the math wrong. Pain Gaming, they get the win in the fight. A Dragon Soul, and now the base for Vikings as well.
When death is knocking, I mean, Pain weren't just going to say hello. They told it to get lost, and as they open up yet another inhibitor turret this time, an inhibitor will follow. VKA respawning. It ain't game one yet, but Infernal Soul, that sits with you for a lifetime.
And Baron in 40 seconds as well. They just reset, come back out onto the map. They're going to be in such a dominant position. I mean, the Maw Mormortius just finished for Dinkieto off the back. Thanks to that gold he just picked up. You're going to pick up a 4th item here for Cheetan off as the back of this as well. Crypt Bloom finished for Weiser. You're in such a good spot.
So I'm just still remarking at that play bot. Like everyone else would try and run. He's like, nah, it went full in. Got the kill, almost got out. But, you know, VKE committing so much to him, Dagda. Hurt the rest of the play, hurt their positioning. As you were saying, VKE, like, what do we do? Where do we go? Running them through a muck here as Baron is spawning in 5 seconds. Now this is the next play.
And a lot of the tools that were missing for Pain Gaming are now just up. Flash for Karaoke. Curry didn't have to burn his flash in that last engagement. Whereas we look at Catty now, very vulnerable. So you have to make sure you are coming in very carefully to the spaces Vikings. This choke point could spell their death, or it could be great for them if Pain Gaming overextend.
Pierre has been the one engaging. He's looking for an angle. Nanue the same as well, but impaled in. Weiser's going to crisp him down and engages all he's got left, but a pop blaster sends him down! VKE don't know what just hit them as Pain Gaming, from the brink of despair, have brought their frown upside down.
It was a strong early game from Pain Gaming, but Vikings bid their time, waiting for items, but it does not matter. The team fighting for Pain is bringing the pain to the VCS.
Big step-ups. Weiser, you'll get a mention in the after game anyway, but at 33 minutes in an elimination best of 3, there's no minions here to debuff for the time being, but there soon will be. Pain Dagda inflicting the sword on VKE. The next Nexus turret to follow, and Brazil is not out of this world yet.
Pain Gaming showing up clutch here. They looked good against PSG Talent, but just couldn't quite get the win. But now, a domination in the team fights is massive success for the CB LoL.
That man right there, a huge performance on the Tristana. And we had so many highlight points for VKE, but then it was just one moment, one snap, and the CB LoL struck. Game 1 over to Pain Gaming. We have to see if VKE can stay alive because they're against match point. They're on elimination point here at Worlds 2024.
Red Bull gives you wings.
在抵达那一刻之前，
你能做的只有等待。
如果故事再重来一次，我想这批烂物还会做出相同的选择。
等待比分失衡，企图从中看清胜负的端倪。
等待一切安静，好听清自己脑海里的声音，直到抓住那一刻。
他们可能会因为激进而失误，但是不会因为胆怯而畏惧。
Have to back away, and we look at top again onto the Udi. Will he be able to run for his life? No ghost available, but an Impale this time says you're going nowhere. Flash away, okay. Dinkiero just jumps on in, and Impale on the response. He wasn't expecting that one as the Dragon calls in Mum. That's minor healing, but is it enough? Dinkiero's damage, huge! BS slowed down, we get a picture-in-picture because Cutty and Dinkiero fight it out. He goes in instead, into the smolder. He wants to take the fight. Cardi can't get out of range. He gets destroyed, and he hops over again. Dinkiero! Absolute hands of steel.
Hello everyone, I have SOFM on standby with me for an interview. Thank you so much for joining us.
First off, we're seeing a lot of interesting picks right now in the series from both teams. So I want to ask you, what was the most important kind of factor preparing for this matchup? Did you focus on what happened in the last MDK series or just your strength in general?
Before this match, we did a bit of research for our opponents, and we actually looked into their pocket picks, their favorable champs, and we also came up with our picks, our pocket picks, and the champions that our players are comfortable with.
And adding on to that, one of the most noticeable kind of part of the opponent's roster is obviously Teton on the bottom lane, and we are having a clash of star AD carry players on that bottom lane as well. So what was the kind of main focus heading on to the series with the clash of the star AD carries, especially considering that their opponent AD carry can pop up and carry the late game so hard?
Titan là một người chơi nói chung là kiểu mình cũng để mắt. So Titan is a very like leader-ish kind of AD carry, and we actually looked into him a little bit, and we're trying our best to like negate that. Mà biết cũng có gọi là ngăn chặn những việc đó.
Amazing. Thank you so much, SOFM. I wish you the best of luck in the rest of the series, and back to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Jisan, for an amazing interview here, giving you a bit more on the side of Viking, because the prep was right. It's not a matter of prep, it's a matter of what happens when the players are into the game, actually.
Absolutely, and this was an interesting game because I'd say right at about the 20-minute mark, we were thinking that it was actually going to be a Viking win until Pain pulled it back.
Yeah, I gotta say that, but even despite small early game leads going over to Vikings as well, as you see it, they really weren't active enough on the early objectives. There was too many times where Pain, as you currently see in this post-game breakdown, they've got a lot of objectives, right? But the problem was Vikings wasn't contesting the objective, and normally when you don't do that, you're then looking to trade on the other side of the map. They weren't doing that either. They're just looking to maybe get some tempo on the camp resets where Guru was clearing his own jungle, but they weren't stopping anyone from having side lane pressure. They weren't trying to make sure that you got a turret first down in the bot side when second Gross was there. They were just late on resets, and that was kind of the story for, I would say, the failings of Vikings in this game.
But one might think that you have a special dragon on your side, and you're expecting this dragon to pop off, and thanks to the reliable Sysconnect, VKE actually was able to secure the Infernal Dragon and pull the game back in their favor, and we know that Smolder is scaling.
And this was the first dragon fight where Viking was actually in a decent position. You can see they have a line in the river where when Curry tries to bypass it, they're able to fight and turn back right away, get a huge bullet time. They basically one-shot the Rumble, you can see, with the Leona and the Misfortune before finishing off the fight. And this was actually before Smolder got the 225 stack upgrade. So it's absolutely where it looked like the game was going to turn until it did.
And at this point, this is where I started asking the question, can Smolder fix bad macro? And that was really the question for me, because it is possible in play-ins with how messy some of the games get that if you just have the better team fighting factor, Smolder in this case scenario, you can win these games, you can give up objectives, you can maybe not cross-map, but just find the favorable fight. As soon as I saw this fight, I thought to myself, okay, yeah, it probably can, but the problem was their failings once again came back to bite them because they're late on a Drake again, and they're not set up for success. Misfortune Ultimate has already been wasted, and there's so much space for Pain Gaming, especially with Courier on Disney Ultimate.
Look at that level 15 Smolder that just died. I think that was the thing that has actually been an issue for Vikings this entire play-in stage. If we even think back a couple days to their series against Mad Lions, it was Alvaro consistently catching Kati when he had a lead in a game. So that's been a few crucial moments in both of their series where they're not executing in the team fights, and to me, Pain was just a lot more decisive in those team fight moments, and I think playing a lot more free.
And moving into the next game, VKE is going to play blue side, but I'm wondering, do you want to change the approach you have in draft, or rather having a better and refined gameplay afterwards?
I'm not sure what Vikings is going to do, because Gam played yesterday saying that they were focusing more on macro, and I feel like that's what Vikings was trying to do here. So I wouldn't, if I was them, I wouldn't take as much scaling, and I'd take more things to contest early.
Yeah, you need more things where you can hand stiff him. Even when Vikings was successful, it wasn't because of brains, it was because of hands. So we need more of that.
We need more of that. Let's see if they bring it to the table. Back to casters for game 2.
Well, an emotional game number 1. Pain bringing it back from that team fight that they were looking at around the Dragon that felt really good for VKE. This is Dagda, I'm Asterix.
Hi.
We are matching today because today is a very serious day. I don't know what that means.
We match on serious days.
We match on serious days, only on serious days. But of course, it's elimination. Now VKE have to find themselves a reverse sweep in this best of 3. Otherwise, their year is done. A year that was built up from really these high expectations, getting people like Kati, Shogun, Bier, you know, players that in the past have been on top teams, you know, been on GAM, of course. And now we're at this point where it's like VKE, can they find a win even at Worlds is the next big expectation for this game too.
Yeah, and it's going to be very disappointing for Viking, right? They came into their domestic finals, everyone's like, this is the team. This is finally the team that's going to take down GAM, get a new king on the throne. They end up losing to GAM, and not only that, now GAM advanced. So they're going to also then lose to GAM a second time here if they can't pick up this win against Pain Gaming.
As you said, Pain versus Rainbow 7 on the line, right? VKE, if they can do the reverse sweep in this champ select, powered by Omen, HyperX. Okay, now we've got Rumble. That's the first takeaway. Wise had a really good game 1 on it. Syndra, again, these response bans against Kati have been on point too. And Dagda, I'm kind of expecting this Orianna to come next like we saw last game, worked wonders. Kati was okay on the Smolder, but getting him off those serious comfort meta picks right now seem to be what Pain's homework leads us to.
Yeah, I'm curious if we just get the Orianna ban here again from Pain Gaming. We're basically going to just kick back and have a very similar story, but I think the Skarner, we saw moments where it looked good, but I don't think you're as worried as Pain Gaming about giving that over. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Guri try and take that into his own wheelhouse and then just fall back into what's a bit more of the meta style rather than going for like the MF and the brand like the last game.
Okay, well, Aurora taken away at the very least. As you said, the brand last game wasn't able to do too much outside of some of those fights as well, facilitated by the misfortune, by some of the setup from VKE. Now we just have to round out. Zig's taken away, okay. Ash is available, Dagda. You mentioned the Skarner didn't do much, you know, or at least for PNG, it wasn't the defining factor, but that's also up as a first pick option here. I'm trying to think what else, you know, Rel, if it's advanced that far, but of course you can't go past the Ash. So much setup, so much playmaking here for Shogun in game 2.
Yeah, and it just works out very well. It kind of slots into a lot of different styles and can be a damage dealer, but mostly looking for those picks. So I think trying to log in towards things that can play towards that style, even like a potential Ari in the mid lane, a Lee Sin for Guri, these kind of more pick-oriented champions where you can very quickly finish someone off is going to work out well for you. But I wonder if Pain Gaming going to spawn Vi, I think could also be a good option for Guri, so maybe Carioca wants to take that away, but Ash going to go for the Sejuani in response instead.
No Yone to pair up with it, but do we get an early thing like the Renekton? Again, also Brom available. There's a lot of options for partnership deals here with the Sedge. Jax is something that was taken away last game, and we know that Wise has already pulled it out of the World Championship.
And it's a big pick for Nanoe as well. This was kind of his comfort pick, so just trying to take that away from him is going to work out really well, but are they going to lock it in blind? There's definitely answers you can go towards. Like, Nanoe's already brought out the Camille. Bit of a skill matchup there that you can try and play around, but may just be... Oh, okay.
Oh, that hurts.
So going to just... It's a counter pick. So, sorry, Nanoe counter picking himself. The Jax does end up outscaling in this matchup and have a great time eventually where you can just ignore the K'Sante and rip through turrets. So I think this is where you're going to be looking for Pain Gaming to find that success. But Cheetan also talked about this in his interview with Sheep Esports, that they didn't really want to play side lanes. They are not a team that plays 1-3-1, or they want to play for team fights. So it's curious to see them trying to opt into this style again after they kind of looked at that against PSG and said, this isn't our thing.
Yeah. So maybe an adaptation. I mean, Akali says adaptation, right? Jinkiero pulling this out in match point already. Dagda, I'm seeing some dive build up here for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, and again, a lot of 1-3-1 as well, a lot of early skirmish power as well. Like if you can get an early kill for a Jax or an Akali, that is massive. And you've also got double melee now to support that Sejuani. So this is definitely a composition that can do very well towards those topside Void Grubs, 3v3s. We'll have to see if that is going to be the game plan here. But it is something that is definitely going to lose out for Jinkiero against the Tristana. So push more than likely on bot with the Ashe, push more than likely for the Tristana in mid. Does Guri want to go for something that's a bit more counter jungle heavy and just really put the pressure onto Carioca?
Again, with Lily already taken out of the way, maybe some of those AP threats that are definitely needed in this comp start getting thinner and thinner. The brand as well follows suit. And Dagda, I'm thinking if they need AP damage, the direction starts getting more and more questionable. Again, where could we go? We know things like the Jarvan have been good, but there's no AP in that.
Yeah, the Zyra could also be an option if you're still looking at those AP options, but I do think, again, it's kind of fallen away. But when you're looking at Sej, Jax, Akali, probably something like a Leona, a Rel, or something like the last one, if you just kind of have that big ultimate from the Zyra, you can get a lot of value out of it and buy a lot of space for your backline. So in this specific instance, may not be the worst case, but we'll have to see what the answer is. I wouldn't fully be surprised if Viking even go towards something like a Braum, and maybe Guri just goes towards Maokai if you do want some of that AP damage, but still have that tankier counter engage, which could also work.
You've raised very good options here. Let's see. They have to show all their cards. The Jhin on the other side for the setup. Shyvana would be filling that Spirit Shojin into AP build, and Guri's going to try. With the Poppy as well, stopping a lot of that engage against this comp. Not a bad option.
It does leave only Ash Arrow as your engage tool, though, which is also a little bit ropey.
Great point raised.
BA didn't have a great game in the Poppy in the last one. Like, he kind of didn't know where he's supposed to be positioned. Spent a lot of time running around. It does do very well with how much jump in there is on Pain Gaming, but it does leave you a little bit vulnerable. So if you end up in a 1-3-1 scenario, how easy is it for you to find picks? Whereas Curry now going to bring out the Bard, knowing he's under very little threat in the laning phase. They can play for push, actually have a winning lane state for themselves, and then open up for the Bard to roam, trying to alleviate some of that pressure that Caddy's going to be putting down in the mid lane.
And good for dive comp Stagger as well, good for setup too. Pain Gaming have changed around their comp, and this draft adaptation is really exciting. I mean, this draft for game number 2 fills me with a lot of joy, because seeing another player on the Shyvana, you know, after Levi absolutely clawed his hands through it, we have to see what Guri can do, what damage he can do. I know you're concerned about some of the engage tools. I know we can talk about that going into game number 2. What else fills you with joy in this game?
So I think my main concern for Viking, not so much joy for them, is they were so consistently late to objectives.
True.
And this is a composition that requires you to be in an objective and very quick and very decisively find a pick with that Ashe ult. Like, start things off on your own terms. Otherwise, you just don't get the value anymore. So I am a little nervous about the chances that you show play to an objective, you have a Jax flank, you have an Akali flank, you have great setup coming through from Pain Gaming, and you just never really get to find the fight that you're looking for. If you end up in a position where maybe Catty can just scale to all hell and you're in a spot where you can try and play through that, sure. But this is a little bit dicey for me as a final game for Viking Esports, potentially.
Well, your concerns are granted, Dagda, that they make sense to me. But I'm hoping that VK have something in the tank. I'm hoping here, with their own draft adaptation, BA has a much better performance than we saw on day 1 on this Poppy. Pain Gaming on match point. VK need to create that reverse sweep. 2 games in a row now is the demand. Otherwise, the VCS second seed is out, and people like Kati, Shogun, BA, I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, it would be an upset for the region seeing such historic players, such high-level players of the region out before even winning a game or even before winning a series, depending on how we go here.
Yeah, and especially for Kati, who has been considered for the longest time the best mid laner in the VCS. It was a bit heartbreaking to see him not really have that big performance in the last game. He got the gold. We were talking about how well he was able to collect those side lanes, but you could see the damage per minute was just not reflected there. Yes, he had a higher kill participation, but the whole point was getting this Smolder into a good spot and then being able to carry, but Dinkieto kind of put his own spin on the game.
Careful, doesn't get the Cosmic Binding against his face. Cutty gets out and a nice timed rocket jump. But PNG on the defense here, and standard lanes of what we're getting here, Dagda. PNG knew that first, but there is a ward to spot the jungle path here to see where Karaoke ends up.
Yeah, I'm fully surprised, because I think you're going to only struggle more if you end up with your Jax or your Akali further behind here, and they don't do as well as a lot of the Jax doesn't do as well as the Cassante in those swapped lanes. So I think you're fine to just let this one go through and just accept that mid is going to lose out on push. Same when you look at top, at least in the early levels. Sorry, actually, on the level 4 and 5. But for Pain Gaming, I think it's about trying to disrupt that, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot more pressure in towards the mid lane. That's why I think we had that opening on mid, hoping you could burn a summoner spell from Kati to just alleviate some of that pressure for Dinkieto.
I mean, again, it was a rocket jump start, as you all saw. Nice Cosmic Binding as we pan the camera down. Curry on this Bard also fills me with a lot of excitement. I mean, Jhin Bard as a lane, a lot of range. Dagda, level 6, can be said for that for sure. As we already talked about the setup and how Pain can use their composition. They hit level 2 first. They force Shogun and Bia off the way for a little bit and play this slow push.
Yeah, that's kind of the value that you get from this ranked sport. Always being able to get that push against those melee supports, making it easy for yourself, and that's kind of where a lot of the value you're getting from this Bard is. Again, trying to get push on bot, give yourself one winning lane, but also alleviating that pressure on mid. So I don't think we'll see it just yet, but certainly as we start to hit level 4, level 5, when Jin Quieto has level 6, that's where I think we're going to get that pressure coming through from both Curry and Carioca.
You know, there was another thing we saw last game that I want to bring to our attention as well. We've kind of gone through the lanes, the World Tour, and obviously with our World Tour on the left-hand side, Weiser had not only a good lane set up, thankfully, by Carioca with the dive attempt early, but the fact that Weiser as well in a winning matchup, you talked about it again, and when Nanoa has been talked about as this weak topside laner who often Guri doesn't give attention to, often can be exposed as well, feels like a good setup as we just get a cleanse out for the bottom side for the meantime, Shogun with a good sidestep from the Deadly Flourish, so nothing else goes on. But for top lane to be set up again here for Weiser, maybe a wise choice, Dagda.
Yeah, I said, to be fair, it was what GAM did to Vikings. They hired focused Nanoa in the early stages, got that early lead for Kiaya, and then just said, all right, let's just run the mill through topside, and now Carioca taking a page out of that book.
And doing it again. Nanoa just lost his flip, so he might have to burn a flash away. Permafrost easy with the Jackson to buffer this one. Patience is the key, and Carioca just gets some damage down. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Curry flashes away, Ignite on his head as double summoners for both these bot laners taken away. VK with a big comeback.
It's a nice job from the rookie on Viking Esports to avoid that gank on the top side.
Yep.
Lane is in a bit of a woeful spot though, as he will have to TP back in. Would have liked to crash that, so it's still a bit of an advantage for Weiser in that positioning. True. But again, Shogun and BA, we criticized BA for his positioning in team fights later on this Poppy, but this was also the pick that they got a ton of that early aggression in the early laning phase. We're able to pick up kills for themselves as well, so we're starting to see that Viking pressure with this Poppy come through once more.
It's a great point. I mean, the lane shows in the pudding is already with that push up. Titan is able to hold on and get some of the CS, but it gives a nice reset timer here for Shogun to pick up a recurve bow in this lane.
I think this would be such a unbelievable story for Pain Gaming and also the CBLOL if they're able to take down Vikings though, because so often at international events the CBLOL has struggled specifically against GAM Esports. They've been the ones to knock out Loud when you look at Worlds Past, a ton of these international events. So
hang on,
Weiser trying to put the hurt now on that way.
Strike, he's got a flash available, he doesn't burn it. Man, if I was Nanoa, I would have popped that a while ago, so well done to hold on, but he's got no teleport, Dagda, so he has to wait to heal up here thanks to his cookies and stay in this lane.
Yeah, but it might be Weiser taking the biscuit as he starts to come through here, because look where Carioca is, could immediately move up towards his top side and look for a dive. BA trying to cover for that potential, at least it looks like as he hovers mid, will now move in with Curry, but I think there's just too many members potentially here. Well, 35 seconds until those grubs. There's a lot of map movement, and I think Nanoa wants to be no part of any of it.
And not at all, as I said before, without the teleport, with a low health bar, maybe the level ups are all he can rely on for now. Chitan is going to get this wave pushed in firmly, so there can't be some kind of response of a freeze, but you already mentioned timer, Dagda, 20 seconds till the grubs. Curry's up here as well. And you can see Wise is just saying, I'm going to go bot, I'm going to match this wave himself and not miss out on too much.
Yeah, trying to come through though, and you had the Tristana leaving in mid as well for Kati, so making it a little bit dicey for them to go for the dive. Still a lot of damage. And anyway, you went forward?
He did. He tried to find the flip back with BA nearby. It caught me off guard a bit too, but Guri also getting some damage down. So the next wave pushed in, grub started as Guri gets a smite down. It is the CBLOL to get the first grub.
Carioca smited him, so it's smite for smite, and it's Carioca who just barely gets it.
Yep.
That grub going to reset, deny Guri that opportunity. Shogun trying to move up, has that Ash ult. If that hits someone, that could be it.
It's a Cosmic Binding, a Deadly Flourish, stopped by the Steadfast Presence, but a flash away from Guri is Dinquieto now with level 6, but doesn't pull the trigger. And you're right, thank you for correcting me, Dagda. I thought, I'm like, oh, the smite came down from Guri. He got the grub, right? But you're right, it was a steal. It was a good one. 2 grubs, make it 3. Dinquieto with no full advancement from BKE's side. 3 grubs for that movement here, and the price pays off.
But you even move Shogun up, like we're considering a fight, but Shogun doesn't fire off with that ultimate, and again, main engage tool is this Ash Arrow. If Shogun's not there, trying to find these fights for Vikings is so much more difficult. And that's where the main crux of the problem was. Vikings don't get the steal on a grub, they don't get the fight, but they pulled everyone topside, and now they're losing Dragon as well. Early map plays in favor of Pain Gaming once more.
It feels like we're repeating the same record, right? Again, we talked about this in the last game. It was a big fight that put VK in contention, but the map play, we were definitely really happy with what we're seeing from PNG. However, as we come back, VK have reset. They've got a full Shyvana Rage bar. And Dragon is just going to have to be held for now. Karaoke doesn't want to commit to this. He's got a level disadvantage as well.
Jinkiero just trying to see if you can fish for that. Sure, it can flip and maybe put some hurt onto Kati, but not going to be the case. If you are the ones as Pain Gaming getting both topside objectives and bot, this is massive though, because again, these are not going to be supposed to be matchups that you're hard winning, but it's smart early play from Karaoke to get Wiser the frozen wave to set up for that nice play onto Cassante. Even the smart movements from Jinkiedo as well towards early Void Grubs are helping out, so you have to find some way to break this as Vikings is with the wave pushing out. Karaoke just going to sit on bot side to ensure they get this wave push, and we'll push in mid as well. I think it's Dragon time for Pain Gaming.
Jinkiedo forced away ulti used by Kati. Now, he still has the perfect execution available. Kati's paying him a lot of respect here since he has that Hextech alteration. I mean, there's a lot of burst damage in this Akali right now, and Kati knows that he just waits for Guri to give him safe haven.
Yeah, you can see Vikings trying very hard to force Pain Gaming out of river. Guri now just showing up just to get the push. There's not very much they can do. Kati kind of needs to look for a reset, I think, before he takes this fight. But Vikings, they're going to start it up.
I mean, so important for the Shyvana here. Don't forget the Fury of the Dragonborn, 5 armor and MR, every dragon slain. So Guri definitely needs this, and VKE, they've committed to this. Slow movement here from PNG means that as the smite is a little bit mismatched, at least it goes down. Guri's going to be slowed down though, but remember he has the Dragon's Descent to use, and now to escape. There it is. There's a Flame Breath holding on as he gets frozen in place, and fire is beaten by ice. Who would knew that? First blood over to Chitan, and PNG commit down to get a trade.
That deadly flourish not hitting onto BA may have just saved his life as well. Nice pick off the back of it for Pain Gaming. That's what I was kind of talking about, was the fact that the lack of ultimate for Kati means you don't have that disengage tool, because BA hasn't hit level 6, so a lot of that reliance is there. The ult from Shogun even used here to stop the slows so Pain Gaming can engage, but Karaoke still has the ultimate, ends up clipping it on towards Guri, and that's just enough for them to get to kill. At least Vikings get the Dragon. I'm kind of surprised they didn't get that kill over towards the Akali in the mid lane, but still, it's something for Pain Gaming.
It really is. I mean, it's gold over to a core member as well in Chitan. In the last game, we said started ramping up on his Kalista. But Dragon over, starts the stacking. I'm now more curious, stacked about 30 seconds till the grubs. As you can see, Guri is up in the top side getting ready.
But it's significantly longer until those ultimates are back up for Pain Gaming. They just used them, boss. Whereas you look at Ash Arrow is back up and available. Kati now has that buster shot. So this could be a better situation for the Vikings. As long as Nanoe is able to get the reset, he's very low on mana. And you've just had the TP bot side from Wiser. So I don't know how much Pain Gaming want to put pressure into this until Nanoe TP's bot, but you are buying time for Wiser on that bot lane with each stop, and that's twice now.
Yeah.
That's been interrupted.
At least he has a teleport, but you're right, it still slows things moving into this pit as Jinkiedo versus Kati once again. Shuriken flip. No perfect execution, he won't take it, and good because VKA's jungler was nearby once again with Dragon's Descent up and available. Wiser on the bottom side is pushing in while that teleport is committed. Bot Dagda. That's a big TP to use. Riders grub spawners. Flash away as well. I think Pain just got themselves 6 grubs.
That was the thing. Pain really wanted to get that pressure from Nanoe down to the bottom side. And as soon as he does, they go aggressive. Okay. Whoa. Wiser getting very close to Kati, but still, he just moves up to concern himself with having numbers advantage on top side. They get the 6 Void Grubs. And now, think about Wiser on the side lane. Think about Jinkiedo when he gets his opportunity to hit on towers.
Right?
Yeah, this is massive for Pain Gaming.
No, Wiser, he's getting close towards his Trinity Force, and once that color's fully stacked up as well, he should have the gold to go back and pick it up. He's top leading in gold with Chitan. Once again, Wiser having another really stable game, really successful game. And this time, you got to argue, he didn't have as much jungle attention as he did. He had one gank, of course, but he's really good at running away with it and advancing that lead. And Dagda, you will say, yeah, but the matchup too. So that also comes into account.
Yeah, and I think this is the hard part for Nanoe. Like, he's a rookie for Viking Esports, only coming in this year, and he's trying his best here for the first time on the international stage. But unfortunately, the champ pool just isn't there. It's something that we kind of saw exploited a little bit in the VCS as well. And now coming in, the Jax, that's his Jax gets taken away. He thinks he can manage as the Cassante, but Wiser has been running this matchup thanks to the early gank from Karaoke, and now this is disaster. Like nearly just over 700 gold lead for the Jax. The opportunity now to start ripping through these turrets. This is terrifying positioning.
And remember, you guys might look at the overall gold and be like, why is Dagda calling it a disaster? But he told you in draft, and you obviously weren't listening. I'm just speaking to a select few, Dagda. Because of how these side lanes play out, of how snowball-y can be once they get their first items as well. Storm Surge picked up, by the way, by Jinkiero. As a route down is good and a magical journey out says no. Pain Gaming are gearing up because Dragon's up in a minute 10. Herald spawns in conjunction with it as well. And with those first items coming across the board here, we'll see who's stronger.
So I do like the adaptation from Nanoe. Basically, Vikings have identified we cannot put Weiser versus Nanoe.
Yep.
So instead, he's actually going to be setting up against Jinkiero. Even look at the items that he's building. He's going in towards that magic resist. Does help out a little bit against Jax, but this is definitely to say, hey, I need to go against the Kali. They're going to just put Catty into these side lanes, it looks like, to try and deal with Weiser and just use that range advantage in the buster shot and the leap away to stop Weiser from really being able to use this lead he's effectively gained.
I mean, for Weiser, for the time being, he's just waiting up against Shogun. You can see that Vier's moving in just in case, but I'm looking at summoners for this next potential fight. Shogun has no flash, but a barrier in tow. So while the arrow is up, and it's really a good go button for VKE, as we also talked about in draft, if Shogun gets launched on by any of these backline members, or backline easy members, I should say, like the Jax, like the Akali, there's going to be trouble here for the AD carry of Viking Esports. So let's just see the setup. They got the first one, 5 seconds till Dragon spawns. Remember again, Herald spawns in conjunction with it. So we have to see if it is just a handshake trade.
This is a decent spot for Vikings though. Catty on mid, getting mid push, the opportunity to take over river positioning, even Shogun having full push, and you're only getting these TPs now into the bottom side. They could actually look for a pick here. Karaoke might be the one.
Yeah, Karaoke instead of the Jax here, but Guri's not going to find him. Again, Dragon's Descent available, and all we'll take is a Flame Breath. Ulti burned onto Catty early. No magical journey, but it's buffered away. Is stunned in play. The Tempered Fate. VKE are stopped, halted, but Jinkiero, now that he's here, there's not much other follow-up. Chitan's going to use his ulti as well. They just want their health bars. They just want the Dragon, but a lot has been burned.
They got that engage out from Shogun, though. That ult is gone, and now they just get to poke. The only one who can respond is Guri. But that's Dragon Form gone.
It is.
So Pain Gaming, they can look for a Q flash from Karaoke to set this
flank.
up.
How's it going to be followed? They find Jinkiero in the middle of the fight. There's Akali, but Weiser jumps in and halts him in play. Guri's up next, but Jinkiero flashes and once again performs. Pain Gaming inflicting it on them as Nanoe has found something in the backline. That's great, but it's only the Bard as Chitan zones him away. This squishy Cassante, who can't change back, is going to be chased on down. PNG got another one in their sides. Nanoe, take a picture. It'll last longer. At least that's what PNG say. As Weiser picks up his third kill on the Jax. 2 on Jinkiero, a turret, a Dragon, and CBLOL must be ecstatic with how good this game looks now.
It's a solo lane buffet for Pain Gaming. As you can see here, Jinkiero goes in. Good reactions from BA, but he's already in his Shroud. And Weiser getting that stun before the Buster Shot comes in from Catty means that Jinkiero gets to finish them off with that Storm Surge, and Karaoke being able to continuously keep that CC train going. And then Chitan, they just chase down the Cassante. You can see there, SOFM and the Viking staff
not happy.
Not happy in the slightest.
I mean, again, when you have such an expert behind you as well, you have these high expectations. And we came into this Worlds and we talked to some regional experts as the MasterCard lane economy snapshot doesn't look good either. 1,500 for Weiser, who once again is popping off. Dagda, I was going to say, like, the expectations were so high, and we had these low expectations at Pain Gaming. It's completely opposite in this series.
Massively so. But it's, I think for, when you look historically, and you've seen so regularly that it's GAM who've kind of denied CBLOL moving on, have knocked them out of international competition. It's kind of hard to look at this and go, oh, well, the VCS seed that was, in theory, the stronger of the two in domestic competition should be able to compete with Pain Gaming, right? But Pain look like a different beast. They've been so good. And now, how the hell do you try and respond to this? Pain, they're just not letting up.
They're really not. Jinkiero moved out of the side lane, but he comes back yet again here as he's going to be charged on, but PNG are making a side lane play. Jinkiero in the 1v2 under the turret, doesn't find the trade. Pierre helps with the dive, and turret goes down as well, but PNG have 6 grubs, and as under turret, Nanoe gets a stun down. The arrow is cleansed. Chitan just walks it out while Shogun helps defend this tier 2.
They're just going to end up backing away. Kati might be able to put some pressure onto the bottom side, though. Not quite a 6 grub buff, but it's still a Tristana that's going to do some damage there. So answering for a lot of the play and getting a kill, at least get something back for Vikings. But you can look at the gold at the top of your screen. 3,000 now for paying.
Tristana.
Actually, okay. So she might just be able to get this if
he's hard committing.
Oh, he went for the minion autos instead.
Okay.
Oh,
Minions,
wait, I would let that fall. I would have let that tier 2 Terra fall to get rid of the local
Let's
gold.
pause though, there is a barrier available, but Chitan is caught up by BA moving towards mid. Guri's there as well, Dragon's descent up. So Chitan, good move to stop right there before he has to burn a summoner.
Sorry, as I said that, I realized he'd autoed it recently, so would have got the local gold, so it makes sense, but still, I think Kati could have just had a big influx for himself. Even that extra goal, you can look at his items, would have finished off that Flicker Blade for him as well. So he would have been in a really nice position for an upcoming fight, but ends up going for a couple of those creeps and it costs him.
Kati last game, set up for success as well, remember on the Smolder. Caught out last game in a big team fight. This game obviously is very different, but I just want to highlight the fact that Kati under immense pressure again, as the veteran, as the person we said coming in, was a huge step up here for VKE. We've talked so much about it, but again, I just think when you have players like this from the VCS that historically a lot of people looked at internationally, he's got so much extra pressure to carry in this game to keep them alive.
But where are the tools to set him up? Again, you're looking at an arrow. That's kind of it. When he wants to go in, he has to contend with the Akali. We saw what the Jax could do to set him up. Then you have, not only that, you've got a potential Bard ult, the Sejuani. There's so many tools available to catch him out, and you just don't have that same level of protection. So I think that's where really Vikings are going to struggle, and that's only when we get to team fights, let alone the pressure on the map right now.
But even when we get to team fights, your point goes further because there's a Mikhail's Bell available for Guri. So if you find Chitana or you find any of those carries, you've got to get through so many layers of cooldowns extra to just find that limited engage options. Tempered Fate, the ulti misses, and Shogun with some nice fancy footwork. He gets out alive while the Steadfast Presence, rather, Keeper's Verdict, knocks away.
But they didn't use Rift Herald. They just got mid lane turret. You still have that on Karaoke as well now. So Pain Gaming, yes, the ults go wide. Most of them should be back up before our next Dragon, but I don't even think they care about Dragons right now. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a put pressure on towards a tier 2, try and get that little bit of extra gold, try and keep Vikings back on their own side of the map.
2.8k gold lead now, by the way, between top laners. I'm just slowly tracking and watching this game play out through their eyes. Almost 20 minutes into the game. Baron's up soon, but more importantly, that Dragon, unfortunately, it's not really the best Soul. However, Soul, nonetheless, as PNG with all their control and their vision that looks like a lit up Christmas tree around bot. Dagda, I'm going to put a circle. Boom. Look at that. There's about 10 wards. Here. Down in bot alone. What have you got for me?
There you go. We got some in here, we got some over here. It's going pretty great for Pain Gaming. But here's the thing. Now we are in a position where, oh my god, actually Guri
flashes away. Just one quick pick. Karaoke doesn't have to commit the ulti.
But that's the thing. The Vikings needed to get on towards the objective first. They're going in completely blind. Pain Gaming have already reset. And there's just so much pressure from Jinkedo on the top side of the map. They don't feel proper going for it, but the arrow misses.
And now he's bought time. Into the Shroud he goes. BS stops him. He's grounded for the time being. The damage is good from Kati. He goes for another leap. The Enhanced Blast goes there. Ulti follows him though. Kati gets a pick. It's big, but how big here, depending on how the push goes with bot lane Herald.
Yeah, you don't really have people in position here though, so Wise are just going to try and force Nanoe back. Nanoe grabbing the Rift Herald as well, but yeah, this is actually big for Vikings because no push came in mid.
Can't get
no counter punch on the bottom side, and Kati's going to get top tower. So nice pick and nice play from Vikings.
The play is slowed down. There's a couple of mistakes, or rather, a couple of picks here. As we said, limited engage, things like the Poppy have to be utilized well, and at least BA this game is trying to be more proactive than what we saw on day one. And Dagda, turret goes down, as you said. 2k gold lead now from what was 4 or 5k only moments ago. Yes, the Dragon follows suit. The Viking now have a lot longer side lanes than there initially was.
Yeah, and a huge amount of that is, again, the CS values coming through for them. Like, especially when you look at the mid lane, Jinkedo has not been able to pick up an awful lot of the CS. So he's fallen fairly far behind, and plus the extra gold from all these turrets, because Katsi's been the one that's free farming, has put him into a very good spot. But you can see the win probability powered by AWS. It's been a very back and forth game. Pain still in the lead, but a significantly closer position.
So now we just have to find out how the mid-game plays out, because PNG still have control of the map and they're clearing out some of this Baron vision. Nothing left on the bottom side of the map, so transferring some to the river. And you can see, again, the river is still littered with red wards. And Dagda, we have 2-item Jax to play through sides, 2-item Akali as well. There's still a lot of positives here to speak of.
But here's the thing. So Nanoe is now in a position where he can just try and keep these waves off of towers.
Right. And
it should be relatively okay. You don't really have enough push in the mid lane because Shitan can't contest wave because of Shogun's ultimate, so you don't get push mid. Chinquiero doesn't beat Kati. Kati is so far ahead at this stage that as long as he's able to keep him at bay with the buster shot, he's fine. So they're trying to make a play on mid.
And the Tempered Fate is there. Now the Keeper's Verdict is rolling out.
He just cancels it.
Not throw, yep.
Yeah.
Tempered Fate for nothing.
And I think that's where Pain Gaming are feeling a little bit of the pressure. They don't really have control of the map state because they're just not quite in a position to be that far ahead because Kati's so big. And they need to find some sort of play some sort of pick, and that was their attempt, but it doesn't quite work out.
It's not like Dagda, you can just run and force Baron, right? I mean, look at this team with a Jhin as well. How slow is it? They're running into enemy jungle thinking they're okay. Well, Karaoke says, I'm okay, as Kuri still has the Dragon's Descent. Chitan gets out of there because the TP on top is dangerous to flash away from Kuri as well, and VKE can play this back. They've got a wall. They smack him in, and Kari is not okay as Jinkiero runs on him with the perfect execution, but no damage done. He wants out, but he will not be let to live. Shogun in the back getting hit by Chitan, who flashes too, manages to survive. Wiser wants to clean this up, put them back in a position of pressure, but PNG are running for their lives. Over the wall, maybe not the play. Nanoe gets stunned on up, curtain called down. VKE, you were winning the fight, but you overchased, you overcommitted, and now you've overblown it all.
It looked so good for Vikings. The slow, steady fight, finding these angles where PA can be useful, but the blinking health bars and the over chase and Pain Gaming take it away from them.
Being resilient is what we can say about that fight, as Chitan played with fire, but I don't see no scorch marks. Baron might be slow, but no one's up and available. And Pain, they look good versus PSG. In game one, they showed resilience there, but here against Vikings, they're taking it to a whole new level.
The only thing that's burning out is the candle that's Vikings' time left at Worlds. It feels like Pain Gaming have been so strong when it comes to these turnaround plays, and now with Baron in their back pocket, the setup for these outer turrets is next to come, and it's going to be such a big gold influx as well. Like, the Rebel Baron power play is 1400 at the moment. This could easily hit 2k as they start to put more and more pressure on. Plus, item completions for Wiser. 3 items now off the back of that. You're looking at the IE very quickly picked up for Chitan. He just pivoted into that away from the rapid fire cannon, so you're in such a great spot.
A fight of inches, 1 out, and now 4k gold lead again. The Red Bull Baron power play, it begins, an inner turret at the bot side, the focus, and a slow mid push to follow through as well. Kati's receiving that for now, but you can see top, Wise is going to be on another lane, moving to yet another inner turret that Nanoe has to cover.
Yeah, the fact you have the Frozen Heart as well means that there's just less of that damage that can come through from Shogun. From Kati, he's more versatile when it comes to these fights if he can ever get on to these carries.
True.
And at the end of the day, Nanoe isn't really going to deal much damage to him right now, especially with the Sundered Sky. He's just going to heal it all back up. So pressure again on the map. And that gold is still on Kati. He needs to be the one that steps up for Viking for the VCS region, but we'll have to see if he's going to be able to do that against Pain Gaming here.
Kuri's got the Dragon's Descent. I'm noting it because now with the Leandries, he's got a lot more damage available, but Karaoke has just been running into his face, consistently taking next to no damage. Tempered Fate now used. Shogun kites away. Turret goes invulnerable, but another Tempered Fate that Shogun has to dilly around for the time being without using his summoners is a big plus.
But again, look at this top side here. The wave's about to crash. Wiser's already put some good chunk onto that tower as well, so I think that's where the focus is going to be here for Pain Gaming, but 10 seconds until Dragon as well. I'm surprised to see Wiser backing. I thought he would just continue that pressure on towards the tier 2, but looks like they want all hands on deck for this third Dragon.
It's not a game-ending Baron. It's not even close.
No.
It's 50 seconds left of the buff. They'll get push in, as you said. They'll move the Dragon, but
I thought it would go to like a 2k gold lead, but it's only gone down. Like, Vikings have been able to collect these waves. They're totally fine, so at the end of the day, not the end of the world for Vikings. You're kind of in an okay spot.
I mean, when something like Tempered Fate misses as well, your sieging power Dagda is a very real thing to look at, especially when the comp's trying to play out a 1-3-1. Doesn't work out, they get the Dragon. Okay, Soul Point at the very least. They're denying stats from the Shyvana, but Baron's got 15 seconds. And Pain Gaming haven't been able to take out any of these inner turrets.
But again, Pain Gaming said it themselves, already Cheaton said it on their behalf. 1-3-1 is not really their strength, and we're seeing this. They just don't really look comfortable in trying to find these plays. And like even just pushing off a bot side into tunnels. But,
Flash, start, charge, arrow, into the car as he runs away. The Tempered Fate gives him space. His ulti too, but he's just trying to survive at this point. He knows he can't though. He's caught out. The Shyvana blows down. Kuri's also dead. There's nothing on the map for them to take apart from turrets, but 2 picks show that VKE aren't done yet.
And Jinkiero had just reset from topside as well, so there's no pressure on towards that low tier 2 we were talking about. Mid lane turret, gonna be the next focus. A little bit of damage on Jinkiero, but not a huge amount coming through from Guri right now.
Chetan is 3 items strong, and he knows it, even on the defense here as well. The AD carry they brought in for more experience, for a more oomph factor as well, is still very, very strong. So, what do we know about this game, Dagda? There's been some to and fro, but for Pain Gaming, I think the best part has been the fact that, I use the word resilience. I don't know if you got a better word for me, but there's been a lot of these fights where they've shown their resilience here. They still have a gold lead because of it. They still have the tools here, especially as we approach Baron in 2 minutes.
I do think it is misplaying the tools that Pain Gaming have, though.
Okay.
The ultimates from Curry have not been it. Sure, he's hit a couple, but there's been no real follow-up. When he's thrown them out, there's been no pressure to force Shogun into the ultimate either, or even real follow-up when he goes for it. So Pain Gaming haven't been setting up their tools correctly, haven't really been utilizing this 1-3-1 very well either. And when you have a Bard, you should be trying to run around using the fact that you can have tunnel to quickly move between mid to top to bot, trying to find picks, trying to find these towers to outmaneuver your opponents. But it's Pain Gaming that are late to a lot of these plays that are getting caught out by Vikings. And it's where this gold lead is now starting to drip away for Pain Gaming.
It's interesting, right? Mobility pick is the best way, I think, also to describe it, that Kuri can utilize. He's syncing up with Karaoke quite a lot, but unable to find too much as Guri just tries to get scraps from his jungle in the meantime. Mid turret, Chetan's just going to walk up, take it. So Inner finally blows down, and a minute left until this next Baron. PNG now have an inhibitor turret in sight. They've got another Inner and top. They're finally making their moves, and they see that VKE backed away. Just when we're criticizing their Baron tempo, they just find it themselves with a small window.
Yeah, and this is what they should have been doing all along. This is what I expected them to try and play for, was play off of mid push into size. But Catty trying to see if he can at least punish Weiser a little bit, because so many members of Pain Gaming are on that top side, but he will just back away, respecting it. Baron now in 35 seconds. Again, Weiser has pressure on this bottom side. You could even sync up Jinkieto to just put full pressure on towards that tier 2 on the bottom lane. Double TP over towards a potential Baron if you need to. There's a lot of plays the Pain can make, but there's also a lot of ways that they can mess up. Like the pick from Shogun with Guri, that damage is going to start to ramp up. If Cassie's in position, nearly level 18 on towards this Tristana as well. Like, you're in a great spot for Caddy if you can find that damage.
And some of those advantages that we can find, you know, it's interesting me saying this after watching day one so intently, is that BS Poppy on a lot of this engage coming in, a lot of these go buttons as well, has been such a pain with that steadfast presence. As I'm looking, what do you want to see? Tunneler, pickaxe, is he thinking about it?
I might have been able to pick up Sterax off the back of it, but Weiser just a little short there, so that would have been very nice to have a forward item right before you're about to fight up against this impending Baron, but still, 1-3-1 setup. Pain Gaming should be trying to play for a mid-wave right now after they get this vision, but a lot of members of Viking here, and waves aren't in order.
Chetan, he walks into the Poppy, into the arrow, he cleanses away, but maybe it's a bait to get BA to stay as Weiser jumps in, gets a 2-man. The teleport's coming a little bit late, but PNG aren't dying. They bring open the curtains, and it could be the curtains for the VCS second seed. An explosive electric bolt from Jinkiero as into the backline he stays. He goes golden, he buys time, and Nanoe walked up thinking he could survive, but Chetan was the change they needed. Smacks him down, takes another, and PNG have got another Baron to look at.
CBLO wants to make sure VCS no longer stand in their way at international competition. They will move over towards the Baron, the TP from Weiser to get the mid push and keep the pressure there. A soul in 25 seconds. And maybe CBLO have just found the soul that they need to push them forward into that impending matchup against OR7.
The LLA versus CBLO beckons a step closer. It becomes another Baron for Pain Gaming is sealed. And this time we have to see how many more turrets they can break down, how much they can push this advantage after this fight.
And BA goes for the engagement. Look at where Curry is. He's not ready at all. So this is just a 3v3 and everything used on towards Cheetan in the back line.
He's a
great ultimate there. Finally coming through from Curry as well to lock down Shogun. Buys time for Weiser to come in. The TP from Jinkieto onto the back line as well. And there's just nowhere really that the carries from Vikings can move to. They thought they had that moment, but there was just little follow-up for BA.
And Soul as well. As we come back to live, if you didn't think it was concrete, if you didn't think it was looking good, now with the Soul, another 2 minutes 20 of the Red Bull Baron power play. Chetan's going to walk up, minions be damned as well. He'll use the mites and get more gold over to Pain Gaming, a 7k gold lead at 32 minutes in. Now it's only the base in their way.
The potential to siege is very, very high. Curry could even ult defending members, so then they can just focus down this turret. You still have the 6 Void Grub buff, the Baron buff to boot. These towers don't stand very long against Pain Gaming. That's exactly what Weiser wants to do as he starts to escort this minion line in the mid lane as well.
3 members sit down. Baron does the work, and even against this Cassante, Chetan's damage is unbearable. He shreds through, he hits a 4th shot, and look at this Dagda, spread thin.
But that's what I was saying, like once you get an auto attack, that Void Grub buff does so much work, alongside obviously the amount of damage that Chetan has on that final shot as well. So it's been working out well for Pain Gaming thus far. Weiser now waiting for that minion line in mid as well. The wave's a little bit desynced for Pain.
Gets one, they look for the pick onto Karaoke under turret, but is it enough damage? This Sejuani just won't die. 5 members running into this pig, and it takes that long into the Tempered Fate, keeps them stunned, shocked, and in awe is a curtain call again into Nanoe. We'll do a little bit, but not enough. They've taken down the jungler, they've slowed down Baron, but Weiser was pushing mid all the time.
And the inhibitor is just gone like that.
Yeah.
Weiser, doesn't get the hop out.
He's denied, but is he going to die? That's the next question. He flashes in and takes matters into his own hand. VKE and none the wiser as the ulti's burned out because Nanoe wants to bring him on in, but he'll take another counter-strike, he'll take another buff, and Pierre will take another round to die. A double over to Weiser as the Nexus turrets are now in their sight. VKE will be knocked out of Worlds 24 without a single game win, but Pain Gaming are going to right the wrongs of their predecessors. It ain't loud, Dagda, it's pain. They inflict it, they bring it, they build it, and now against Rainbow 7, they'll try and harness it to make it into the Swiss stage.
It's for Pain, it's for Loud, it's for INTZ, it's for the CB LoL. Pushing out the VCS second seed and moving on, guaranteed that one team from South America will be moving on to the main event at Worlds 2024.
I said it during the 100 Thieves series, I'll say it again. This world is delivering. The underdogs are rising. Once upon a time, we'd think, nah, there's no way minor regions are better than the VCS, right? That can take games off the PCS, of PSG talent. Pain have come up and they've impressed the hell out of me in this world so far.
It's been a lot of work, a lot of growth, and a lot of effort from everyone in the CB LoL, but you're starting to see it on the main stage, looking so good against PSG talent. Now finding convincing wins, a 2-0 over Vikings. Incredible stuff.
It really is. Hearts go out to VKE, of course, to the VCS fans. We had a lot of hype about this roster, and for good reason. When you watch their regular season, when you see some of their highs, you see these players perform out of their mind. I know that's a very general statement, but VKE really did have 3 of the best players of the VCS on their roster, speaking historically, speaking from some of their high highs this year. But, of course, it's always GAM time. It's never VKE time. And unfortunate to say, our first team eliminated from Worlds is Vikings Esports. SOFM's team is out. We'll have to see how they bring it back next year as they round out into the APAC League.
Yeah, and it is a little bit heartbreaking. There was so much adoration for this team domestically, expecting them to really rise up and be the team that confronted GAM, put a new person on that throne, but unfortunately they were not able to do so in the VCS, and now dropping to Pain Gaming as well. But it does mean for Pain Gaming, they will move on to face Aura7 tomorrow, and the potential look at a main stage event for this region as well.
I mean, again, it's huge. You know, we talked about it a lot. We talked about, you know, the VCS record, talking about GAM and Loud and, you know, most of that as well. But GAM looks so clean through the stage. CBLOL, I think Pain have looked relatively clean outside of the other games we saw against PSG. It's interesting. I don't know about Rainbow Seven and Pain Gaming. I honestly don't know who wins that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen incredible stuff from OR7 as well, like the Nocturne, the Orianna stood out to me a huge amount. So you know that OR7 are going to try and take this fight to Pain Gaming. But what we've seen today is that Pain Gaming are more than welcome.
They can adapt
those fights, yeah.
They can adapt drafts as well.
And this is a team that has stepped up, right? We talked about how they've added in Chitan, like Jinkieto finally managed to overcome Tinones and kind of that legacy that was still there for this roster. But it looks absolutely incredible, and I'm excited now to see, can Pain get through to the main stage event, or will it be R7 that have this massive upset for LLA where no one rated them coming in and suddenly they could be moving on to that main event?
Again, we don't know. Either R7 or Pain are going to main stage. It's crazy. I think we're making history here, and again, like, that's why this Worlds, I was saying the other day, it feels like it's only been 3 days of Worlds, but it has been that good. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hand things over to G-Sun and Jinkieto for the Verizon post-game interview after that absolute banger.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jinkieto one more time. Congratulations on the 2-0 and also on your explosive performance.
Parabéns nessa partida explosiva que você teve aqui nessa vitória.
Thank you very much.
It wasn't elimination day for you guys. It was literally a win or go home situation. What was on your mind on your way to the venue today?
Como sabemos, foi uma situação de ou mata ou continua no campeonato, né? Então, o que estava na sua cabeça no caminho para cá?
To be honest, we were very focused and we know if we play our game, we would win today, and we know we can do that tomorrow also. So we were really confident. We were just trying to get some like relaxed moment, and that's it.
Amazing. Now, you guys are just one win away from making history for CBLOL. Just one win away from making it out of the plane and punching your ticket to the Swiss stage. So, what more can we expect from Pain in the upcoming match?
Agora, na situação que vocês estão a uma vitória de sair desse para o próximo nível do Swiss, o que dá para esperar de vocês no próximo com a R7?
It's gonna be first time Brazil can make it, so we are really. We think it's the moment, you know. It's our moment to shine. It's our moment to like give this to our Brazilian fans. So. We for sure are gonna try our best, and we think it's the best opportunity we have, so we are not gonna let it pass like that.
And indeed, it is your time now. So we had so many Brazilian fans out here, so many CBLOL believers out here believing that you guys can make it out. So anything you want to say to all the crowds and all the fans out there watching it live, supporting you, their hearts out?
E agora, para finalizar, uma mensagem para os fãs que estão dando todo o suporte para vocês aqui.
So since most of our fans is Brazilian, I'm gonna say in Portuguese, sorry to everyone here. Família, estamos aqui, estamos muito confiantes, vamos para cima. Acho que a gente está apresentando um jogo bom, a gente está muito confiante, vamos ganhar essa porra, é nóis.
So family, here we are confident, we are showing like the most we can like game-wise, so let's go forward.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jinkieto. I wish you the best of luck. And also thank you, Arthur, for the translation. One more time. Go Pain, everyone. It was Jinkieto.
Hello, I'm Supa. I'm Alvaro. And we qualified for the Swiss stage, so I'm so happy we will play into the best team in the world.
And we're going to represent Europe and Spain at its best, so I just hope that you keep watching us. Thanks for all the support, it means a lot, and yeah, thanks for everything. We will keep training and trying to do our best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good. Yeah. I've been on a mission, I've been tunnel vision. You can't stop the vision that I'm on. Been in competition with my opposition for the top position on the rung. I just got ignition, now the clock is ticking, and I got it ringing the alarm. I'm in top condition, in the top division. This is dominance, pressure is on. If I'm ever second, it's second to none. I'll never quit while there's breath in my lungs. I am relentless, I'll rest when I'm done. Hunger inside of me, I'm on the hunt. I'm on that boss level energy. I'm in my villain mode, eyes on my enemy. Handle my weaponry, I put in work like there's 10 of me. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I'm ready to go. One in the chamber. I'm in the zone. Focus like laser. I want the throne. It's in my nature. I roll alone. I like the danger. I go renegade. I won't ever break. I don't play around. I don't hesitate. I just level up. I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it. So I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rivals. This ain't a war wage for survival. Homie, I came here for the title. I can feel it in my veins. Raw power unchained. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine for the taking. I can feel it in my veins. Yeah, I came here to reign. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers unlimited. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Heavy is the crowd.
And welcome back, everybody, as we see the goodbye here of Viking. The road stops here for them, but it continues for Pain Gaming, who we will see tomorrow fighting for that aspect.
VCS is going to be fine. They already got their team through yesterday.
Yeah, I think
Sets
this
up an
is fair.
amazing story tomorrow. I feel bad for those 5 players, but for the rest of the tournament, I feel good.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see Pain Gaming as well being able to get into a spot where, you know, they haven't been at an international for so long, and the fact that it's already going so well for them, even in their first loss, it makes you have high spirits for them and hopes going forward in the tournament.
And hope is what we want, especially for the remainder of the day here. If you're a Western fan and an LCS fan, of course, so let's hear from Sniper about his Worlds debut.
Hi, my name is Sniper. I'm the top laner for 100 Thieves, and this is my first time playing in Worlds. I'm just super grateful to be here. Everyone around me has been amazing, and scrimming against the best players in the world has also been a privilege. I definitely feel like I'm improving, and there's only going to be ups from here. My favorite Worlds moment definitely has to be when T1 won the Worlds in 2023. I feel like I was just in my room, just watching their games. Like, I was manifesting going to Worlds, and now that I'm here, it's just been, like, absolutely amazing. What do I want to say to the fans? Hey, what's up, guys? It's Sniper. It's unfortunate we lost our first match against R7, but hopefully you guys can keep supporting us. We made it to Worlds for a reason. We're a good team, so, yeah, keep supporting us.
Lovely hearing more from Sniper, of course, who was putting a lot of pressure on himself, actually. We read an interview this morning from Cheap Esport with Armand. He was explaining how bad he felt, actually. A lot of strong words to describe his performance and, yeah, what is coming next. A lot of pressure on their side, it feels.
He always lives in the moment. That's one thing that I love about Sniper.
Yeah.
But sometimes that can come back to bite him a bit if he says a little bit too much.
Let's see what the fans think, actually, here in our MasterCard fan prediction. Are they scared? Do they have pressure, actually, thinking about 100 Thieves here? 51.4% of the fans think that 100 Thieves can take it. That's
close.
Okay. Closer than I thought.
That's a lot closer than I thought.
Only 51%. Okay, I need to be careful with my words, knowing that it's not even 7 a.m. in the US yet, so I know most of the viewers are European. But, okay.
What do we think about today, Jets? What is the
I have an analogy. Have you heard of Daniel Kahneman?
Well,
absolutely not.
Wasn't he that Nobel Prize winning psychologist, Jet?
Wait, what?
Yes.
God,
Thank you.
We're so smart.
Thank you, Goldberg.
Yes.
He absolutely was.
Absolutely.
So, he talks about Daniel Kahneman, the Nobel Prize winning psychologist, talks about the experience self and the remembering self. So the experiencing self lives in the moment and behaviorally responds to life as it comes. The remembering self, it's the part of us that looks back and reflects on what we've experienced. So, years NA has lost a game or more to minor regions. It actually happens every year. So experientially, it has happened every single year, but it feels really scary right now. But I will say, the years that NA's play-in team has failed to advance to the next stage has actually been 0. So everyone's making a big deal of this thing that happens literally every year. Well, now it will be a big deal if they lose again. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I am saying that 100 Thieves need to have that confidence that every team before them has made it through, not the fear that they'd be the first to lose.
I like it. I'm just going to leave it here. Thank you so much, Jad. Over to you, casters.
First time for everything.
Right? No.
They did fail to make it out of MSI this year from playing.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, you know, it is at Worlds, but I'm just saying, you know, but now I do hope 100 Thieves have a good bounce back, because I think there was a lot of hate unjustly thrown towards a lot of the members. Like, I think Sniper had a fantastic game on the Cassante. River was a beast. I think there is still a lot of solid takeaways from that series. And coming up against Hawks Gaming as well, like, this is a team that didn't have the best of performances either. So if there is any game for 100 Thieves to bounce back, this is it. But I do, on the opposite side, think the Hawks need to find their footing. This was a team that played well around team fights, had great flanks, played well around macro. We got to see 0 of that in their last series. It didn't look like they showed up at all. So I want to get what made this team such a powerhouse in the LJL and the second seed for the PCS, like, see what that brought to the table.
I definitely don't want, you know, what we kind of considered of VKE before, right? VKE having, I guess, a poor showing. And it was sad because we saw the high highs of this team. We can say the same about SHG. For 100 Thieves, a lot of bouncing back required in that last series versus Rainbow Seven. That was an adventure, that series. It was crazy, and I'm wondering how this will go as we go on to pick ban. SHG are on the blue side here, and the Ziggs ban, the Cassante ban. I respect the Cassante ban, considering we're just talking about Sniper and how much they prioritize this pick in early rotations too for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it just means Renekton potentially first pick here coming through for Sniper. And it does open up then Ebby to go towards something like the Gnar, because he ended up going back towards the Rumble pretty consistently, which I really haven't been convinced by Rumble and Plains thus far. It doesn't feel like the same kind of powerhouse that you would have seen in the past. So I think a potential even for the counter for Ebby could work pretty well. And Ashe could also be the first answer here for Marble if that's the direction you want to go.
Let's see, it was the first pick before. And it makes perfect sense, right?
Syndra open as well, though.
Syndra's also open. Really good point, actually. Ori's also open from last game. Aurora. We got a lot because there's been target bans here, like Sniper's Jax, that have filled the space instead. Aurora is a first pick. Big thumbs up. Okay. That could be going top. We saw Kia on it only the other day. It can also go mid. So this is a flex right now.
I feel like it's more of a mid champion though. Like, yes, I know Ebby has some crazy picks in his back pocket, like the Tryndamere and stuff, but I don't feel like it's a Ebby champion. I feel like it's more probably going towards Dasher, but Sniper covering his...
He hovers it every game. I don't know how serious he's about it.
Well, he does play it, and it's also a shout out to his brother, who's a big Riven player as well. So, but gonna go towards the Yone, get quite a decent matchup in the mid lane. But how do you try and round this out now with some sort of AP?
Yeah, AP, and also maybe jungle support here. Sejuani, something we've seen paired with this quite a lot. Sets up nicely. Riv has been great on the Jarvan too. You mentioned the Renekton before. Yeah, I really do hope we get to see his Riven in the tournament. Like, that's something I've been looking forward to. I know he hovers it every time, though, and I'm like, I know you play this. This is what makes it worse. But I'm just looking forward to the day, or maybe the game, that we get to see it out. Let's find out.
I mean, we still have some Riven players coming from the LPL as well.
True.
We get something, you know?
It's funny, because, you know, Frank Esports, who almost made it to Worlds, instead of SHG, you know, the top laner was also a Riven mate. Ijung was a Riven OTP, so... The shame, but regardless, at least we get to see some fun drafts from SHG. Now, in the meantime, we get the Poppy locked in, most likely support. We have, I'm pretty sure, only seen it support so far at Worlds. We haven't seen it towards top, towards jungle. But that's always a possibility to keep in the back of your mind.
Yeah, and I think it does work because Aurora essentially has this engage tool operating for you, so it does help things out quite substantially. And when it's just going to be Poppy and Ezreal, just try and play for those sides and make it... try and play for a bit of a more passive bot lane and just take it easy on yourself. Domo going to go back towards the Kai'Sa, which has kind of been the old school counter that we saw creep up when Ezreal came in. Just the ability to chase him down with you have that level 6 and finish him off and assassinate was great. But I haven't seen a huge amount of that because so often we see these AD carries rotating into the mid lane. That shorter lane just makes it so much more difficult to try and chase down the Ezreal to finish off that kill.
I just love the amount of dive comps we're getting today. Like, again, full on from 100 Thieves. You know where they're going to commit. Seeing Marble after he got 2v2 solo kills in the last series in lane. Also exciting seeing on something like Ezreal with the playmaking available.
So 100 Thieves not convinced that this Aurora is going into the mid lane with the LeBlanc ban. Trying to set up at least an easier time for Quinn in that mid lane. I'm curious if we end up with something like a Lilia ban here coming through for by Hawks for 100 Thieves, because it's still something that can do well in the jungle. But also, you kind of need a little bit more of that AP damage. Yes, Tomo can go towards it. Like, you get the Krakens, the Guinsoo's, and then you can go in towards your AP build. But it's so late down the line. I don't think it's able to facilitate a huge amount of what you need. So you need something. And especially with Jax ban, a lot of these hybrids gone in the top side, I think you're less likely to have that. Oh, sorry, and the Renekton picked up as well. You're just not really having the option to facilitate that elsewhere in your draft.
So questions like Brand, questions like the Zarya we talked about before, if they see it as relevant. Some of those AP junglers, the Sejuani already gone in case there is a pairing through mid jungle, as mentioned before. Especially, I mean, with Renekton Yone, Sejuani felt like a must-go, as there are still AP jungle options available, Dagda, as per your point, but Engage tool's taken off the board, with the Nautilus also away from Ayla.
Actually, Maokai could work out really well. Gives you the option to try and play for that Engage tool, but also just the ability to lock down a lot of these carries without needing to rely on a dash.
True.
Because if you're going Leona, well, actually Leona would be a great pick, honestly, for 100 Thieves, but, you know, just something that can lock down without committal dashing is going to be perfect. So it is going to be the Leona.
Let me just look. No script on his hand.
But yeah, I think you've got options here as 100 Thieves. And for Hawks, do you try and take away the Maokai, preempting this? Forest playing Maokai would just be very fitting from a namesake, but we'll have to see.
You're not hiding a script, are you?
No.
Okay, just check. I just had to check just then. I was a bit worried. We'll see. Again, you raise that Maokai. It's very fitting, but again, not going to see it just yet. At the very least, a Kali locked in for Dasher. Right? Ebby, in the past, has played a Kali top, right? So I'm just throwing that out there. I'm just throwing it out there as a question.
As far as I know, doesn't do great into Renekton. Now, I'm not going to pretend I'm a savant in the Kali Renekton matchup, but I imagine it is just going mid. But my thought would be you can still like hit with Q3, with your general Qs from Yone and the ultimate as well. So maybe it's not the best matchup, but something that Dasher feels very comfortable into. Now the question is, what does River want to take on the opposite side?
Set up. Jarvan's available. But I know you want AP. I know you were saying like Maokai's there, right?
Yeah, it's not massively necessary now that you don't have a mega tank on Hawk's side, but I think it would be nice to have something like the Maokai. But yeah, okay, they're just going to go for the damage.
You were hiding the script. I knew it. I mean, AP jungler. There you go. You called it a couple of picks ago. So I mean, we do get the fill in, right, with the Kai'Sa as well. So there is sufficient damage. There's setup. There's go buttons for 100 Thieves. There's a lot of priority on these lanes. I think you'll agree, Dagda, where we kind of want to see them get off to a bit of a flying start, not let this Akali, this Aurora take over the face.
It does feel like the people are counting their paces to turn around in the duel. Like whoever pulls the trigger first is probably going to win out in these, because if your Kali, your Wukong, and your Aurora all go in at the same time, they will blow up a Brand, a Kai'Sa. They don't really have an opportunity to try and escape because of that short range. Whereas on the opposite side, if it's 100 Thieves who get off to these early leads and they're the one engaging, again, it's just like pure shotgun. It's spray, hit everyone, and just decimate them. So I think this is very much going to come down to who can control the early game, who can control those early lanes. And I think that's why for a lot of this is the fact that you see, push coming through on the top side. I imagine Yone will be able to get control over this mid lane against the Kali, at least post level 3. That's where I think you'll be able to find some successes for 100 Thieves.
You'd have to hope that 100 Thieves can pull it together. For the NA fans out there who were obviously upset at the Rainbow 7 loss, it's crazy to think that one best of 3 determines history here. North America's 3rd seed has never, ever been knocked out in the play-in stage. And remember, they always had a 3rd seed that actually ended up doing quite well. Cloud9 historically was a favored 3rd seed. People were like, man, this team is so good at breaking expectations. 100 Thieves took out Cloud9, ran in their place, and now they've got to show that they are much better than the SoftBank Hawks. Otherwise, this would be another major upset. I feel like we've already had minor upsets, right? Only last series, CBLOL beating the 2nd BCS seed is big. Rainbow 7, of course, beating 100 Thieves, massive. But can the SoftBank Hawks do something for the PCS region here when they too beat Frank Esports, another favorite, another firm favorite here? A lot of people thought they were going to be the representatives. But for the LJL, this is also big for the individual region. As Dasher electrocuted in the lane, Dagda, we've got Grasp here for the Yone, considering that we are kind of medium range.
But it is funny how history kind of tends to repeat itself in League of Legends, right? You have River, who started off playing in Challengers in Korea against Dasher. Like they were on 1-1 T1, 1-1 Gen.G, and now you start to see River then move on to the PCS, and now going up against the PCS 2nd seed with the opportunity to potentially knock them out. So often we see multiple of these players go up against each other, but now it's a case of how well can you feel them out in these early stages, because again, the threat in these fights cannot be overstated. If you get an early lead, it just feels so easy to run that through.
As you said, whoever pulls the trigger first. I love the little history again. T1 Gen.G challenges, like, very, very big organizations now that also even in their challenger teams go on to do great things. A lot of Poby fans I know out there that'll agree and say the same thing, but for Dasher as well, a lot to be done. Now for SHG, we look at their bot side as Vista forces out Tomo, but as Zenith Blade connects and second skin works, so Tomo just gets a nice little trade in the end, but it is the Hawks in this bot side, in this 2v2, that will have level 2 first.
Yeah, just the push still as Marble was more focused on the lane, but still a nice trade onto Vista, forced to burn an early pot. Does give you an opportunity to try and play a little bit more aggressive, especially when it comes to bush control in this matchup. Ooh. If you are able to play for the Q hit as Ayla, it makes things a little bit easier if Vist is low health, but pop burnt means that it's just going to be a bit of a wait until they can really start to fight head-to-head again.
Now Quid again just going to get some trade. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, by the way, you can log into your Riot Games account on LoLesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. Just a quick tidbit before we go into this next series and full pace, as we're expecting a lot of action, especially at the level 6 point. So go get your free business before we reach 5-6 minutes in the game.
I did just get a ping.
Yes.
Say that I actually messed up the history. It's Quaid and Forest who played in Challengers.
Oh.
Korea. Yeah, I'm just a big...
That's okay. Dagged it. Look, I remember you telling me before, and I was like, you know what? I have the memory of a goldfish, so I could never help you anyway. That's okay. So, Quid, Forest, previously LCK Challengers. And yeah, the matchup, it's great to see again on much bigger stage, much bigger stakes as well, as the push is in here for Marble and Vista, but they saw the scrying orb. Marble's going to get away. Second skin about to proc here, thanks to Tomo getting that killer instinct, or rather, excuse me, Void Seeker landing. So SHG just back away, knowing jungle is bot.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be too much in the way of pressure coming through from Hawks Gaming in these early stages. Like Dasher just kind of wants time to hit that level 6 before he really becomes a major threat. Same when you look at Forest. So I think it will be more the second rotation of Void Grubs where we really see Hawks trying to contest for things. But the criticism I've had of Hawks is that lack of decisiveness, where they kind of second guess themselves before they really want to go for an engage, unless they are ahead and they have like a good TP ward. So I think when you're coming into this, that could be the struggle for Hawks, because again, I think the fights are really going to be where this is decided. The team fights are really going to be where this is decided.
Because again, we know a lot of the engage tools, a lot of the go button tools, whether they're flanks or whether they're set up, a lot of it is either snap engage or reliable engage, right? And you know, Poppy, it's not what you call reliable engage. You need a wall. That's always annoying. You need something in the way so that Poppy can, or a flash available as well. You got to commit a lot.
But I think that's why Aurora has started to creep up in the meta so heavily, right? That ult is such a strong engage tool, even though you think it's like, oh, well, it doesn't really lock you down, but holding you to an area, really does, especially when you're a short-range AD carry, something like Isa, is terrifying. And that's why River may be putting some pressure on towards the top lane toward Ebby, but I think with the couple of hits Sniper has taken there, we're looking just for the reset for the Croc on the top side.
Because only Blinks can get out of it. Things like Ezreal could get out of it, but that's on your team.
Or a flash, and that's not something you really want to burn.
That's right, it's a big commitment. That's why the Aurora ulti, I mean, we've said zone control. We've talked about it a lot here at World so far. Also does good damage. It also creates mobility and escape tool as well for the Aurora outside of a W, outside of the bunny hop. So we're getting close to that level 6. Now, Dagger, we already talked about it. Level 6, a lot of go buttons, skirmishes, what we're looking at, who goes first. Vista's now moving towards mid, and Grubs are also spawning in 35 seconds. It does feel like for the Hawks, they're thinking about an angle about how they can start and approach this one nice and early.
Yeah, I don't think we're actually going to get much in the way of rotations for things here.
Okay.
Yes, Ayla is covering mid with Quid, but look at on the map, Sniper has already gone back towards top side. You're also looking at Tomo moving back down to the bottom side. So 100 Thieves at the moment want to try and keep things nice and simple. Potential for Hawks to try and move around, but I don't think the AD carries will be getting involved in this one too early.
No, they're sticking, they're committing, they're going towards bot side. Ayla's again still hovering over mid. Dash has just hit level 6, then played Connect. Shuriken Flip is there. Quid does find a knock up, but not full commitment yet. Now Forest, he's walked up. He's going to start the Grubs on spawn here, while Dasher takes a half HP trade, and even though he doesn't have his TP, he's got Lettuce in the river. He'll pick that up and be completely fine.
Bit of miscommunication looked like there. Ayla investing the Ignite, Quid not willing to follow up with the ultimate to try and kill Dasher, but still, just going to be dragging for Void Grub trade. And I think this is fine as 100 Thieves. Like, you can also just play for big fights later on when you're when you have control, but the Dragons, again, kind of help you in solidifying those team fights later. As Sniper, going to spot a Debbie, but yeah, just taking this nice and simple, not trying to run away with the game early or cause any issues.
Because we know, again, it'll ramp up. That's the thing about these comps. You look at it and you're like, this game will ramp up at some point. So we chill now while it's available. We watch the trade, we wait for the next one. It's funny, again, that we bring up the global power rankings powered by AWS. 100 Thieves at number 35 now. I'm sure after the Rainbow 7 series, that definitely changed a bit. I don't know where it was before, but I know it definitely changed quite a bit. And it's cool, these objective power rankings are quite interesting to me because, you know, it just takes all the stats in. It's like a massive stats leaderboard that just goes, objectively, here's where they sit with all their qualifications throughout the year.
Yeah, still a lot of context needs to be given to them.
Yeah.
But I still think it is very cool to just try and match these up in an MMR system. But, I don't think, the thing is, like, it's so dependent on how the different regions interact. There's so much data that has to go into it. It's kind of tough, but I think it is still very nice to have.
It's the little things in life, isn't it? You know, they just add little bits. As this early game's slow, and after coming from the last game as well, and there's just been so much energy from not only CB LoL fans, but you know, from Pain Gaming through the games that they were playing and how well they were playing the early games. It's a very different pace, and that's the other thing about play-ins as well. We've had very different dynamics in our play-ins this year, I think more so than normal. Very different style of teams where people are still trying to work out the meta. You and I were talking about this. The meta's still being defined, and play-ins is always very different to the main stage at Worlds, where other teams will come in and be like, oh my god, wait, why is Renekton perma banned now?
Yeah, well, I think it's also a case of how much you can operate on these small differences, right?
Yep.
Like, you start to see Brand come back in, and teams are like, no, Brand is fine, but when you are facing against a lot of the teams at the main event, it's how they can find that window that is 3 seconds to punish you on a top wave, right?
True.
And it's those little things start to mean more and more. Whereas for these teams, it's much about, I think, trying to find his comfort for yourself as well.
True.
And making sure you're okay. And I think for Sniper as well, he's kind of talked about how he wanted to go back towards his Renekton in the interview that Laura referenced earlier on from Sept Esports, that he wanted something that was just his style, so he could feel more comfortable. Quid had a fantastic performance on the One.
Good denial. Solar Flare, flash away. Sorry to interrupt, Dagda. We get a stun down, and Vista knows he just has to go in. But at first blood over to Tomo. It's a good punish and good setup in the end from Ayla.
Nicely done, having River coming down to set that one up. River has to be careful, though, as there is a Wukong in River. Should be able to spot him out.
In River.
Lucky for him.
Okay, well, is he going to be caught out? No, Forest actually takes it, gets Cyclone from that as well. He's a level up now as well, and the damage onto River is going to follow through. As soon as the Cyclone just ticks away, a solo kill between junglers. Forest is better than River.
No ults for River means that you just have no follow-up there, and it's a complete decimation from Forest. Nicely done, and traditionally you'd be like, oh well, Wukong gets the armor from the passive, so River should win, but just didn't have the cooldowns he needed.
Now, Dagdo, as we go through this series, we have a rare opportunity with River versus Forest. We have never had landscapes battle each other on a world stage before, as far as I'm concerned.
Or a TikTok quiz to tell you what your favorite color is or something, or
That's
how
right.
peaceful you are,
So I'll be keeping track for now. Forest is better than River, but as soon as River gets a kill back, then River will be better than Forest.
Yeah, they just need like the moon to be in the right position to get a tide that comes in their favor, and then you know.
So it's about that, because River's based on the moon tide, but what about the Forest? Does it grow with moon?
That's done.
So where's the sun? We obviously need more powers in play between the junglers, but you know, a kill for kill in the end. The Wukong gets some blood. He also gets to get Sundered Sky as one of the first items in the game, but likewise Tomo gets the Mosquito start here with the Static Shiv, as they move on up here. Grubs are spawning yet again. The Hawks got the first 3, but with Brand, it feels like this might just be a handshake deal.
Yeah, and this is kind of where I was saying that I think the trade for 100 Thieves is actually worthwhile. There's no need to try and hard contest with the first ones, just go for the second. They have good control. They've moved around the map well already, using that push from the Static Shiv on bot and making things just a little bit simpler for themselves. And now, should have Tomo able to move into this top side, pick up the wave, and continue to put that pressure down. The Hawks have opened up with Ezreal in the mid lane, which I think is okay for the moment. But the reset on Vista has me a little bit concerned, because until Vista gets to that top side, you can't really contest the wave, and this might give another place over to the Kai'Sa, whereas I don't really see Dasher being able to threaten the place take on the bottom side.
You just saw that before. Highlights coming through of River, because naturally, it does feel like River again is the way this team works. I mean, it's just a fact, really, at this point. Even in the series we talked about a little bit earlier, where we have some downtime, Dagda. That series of Rainbow 7, it felt like River was trying to do everything to set up 100 Thieves for success alongside Sniper. But unfortunately couldn't do too much. Sniper looks for the all-in. Forest is coming down. But the Renekton has Dominus and Flash available. It feels pretty impossible right now without Akali having a first item to take this 1v1 or 1v2. Dragon spawned. Forest yoinks it. And River just walks away for the time being. Now SHG, they've got their the AD carry mid, But you see Quid is top here with TP.
Aurora starting to move down though, and the TP coming through from Dasher. Storm Surge just completed for him. Such a big pickup before this fight, so Hawks definitely want to try and contest this, and 100 Thieves aren't in position. Yeah, I like the pings. You can see immediately from Quid, he's like, I want nothing to do with this, lads. I just want this tower. Like, we can just wait for gold. That's all we want.
You got 3 grubs of your own. You take this turret down, and Yone's second attack has magic damage in it as well, so does really good work on turrets with a bit of buff from the 3 grubs. 2 plates in the end, I believe, taken away. They get Dragon, and remember 100 Thieves got the first one here, so it only delays the soul a little bit while more gold goes into Quid in the side lane.
Yeah, but the gold was starting, as we started off the game, in favor of Hawks. They had a CS lead mid, CS lead top, but now you've got Tomo, who was able to pick up the kill, and some nice map movement has given him the CS lead, and now Quid also starting to get that control thanks to the plates as well. So 100 Thieves, again, just kind of playing out the map better. And I think that's where we saw Hawks really starting to struggle in their game as well. It just felt like they weren't really able to keep pace in their last series, and it cost them when it came to getting towards those fights, finding the opportunities to play through. In game one, their wombo combo, but also again, we're kind of coming back to these moments where Hawks are trying to operate in a different style to what we saw domestically. Like this is, sure you've got some, I'll say, combos for your team fight, but it's not like a hit the OR button all together and we win type of style.
Yeah, it's different, isn't it? We knew that coming into this tournament, we knew that Worlds was going to be about them. These magic team fights, these great moments where Evie can step up, and whether it's things like the cannon, even the Aurora here, right? We see moments of brilliance from him in the past. Now it can be up, it can be down, but Evie's about to show us what it looks like as 3 members of 100 Thieves stop here. The Fate Sealed, the Solar Flare. He can't move. Stuck in place. River takes the kill as Dash is trying to move up and help him out, but now he's TP'd on 2. He has to Shuriken flip out of there, and yes, he buys space, but 100 Thieves are looking for more. As Zenith played onto Forest, he walked into trouble. He gets blazed up with a pyroclasm that burns him down for days as he flashes away. Forest now can't re-engage 100 Thieves. They're taking everything in this top side while Herald is looking at them in the eye.
Yeah, still, you got nothing to try and contest as Hawks. Dasher tried to go underneath the tower with that ultimate, but just couldn't quite find the kill. You got River and Quid who were able to flash on out of there, but a huge amount invested. I think they're just going to wait for the TP from Quid to come back in here before 100 Thieves try and contest. They need to get on towards mid-wave as well. So Hawks trying to just gate them off of entering into mid lane.
They're not going to start it at the very least. Now, Forest still has his ulti available, but no flash. Dasher used his in the previous fight, and we've still got the steadfast presence, rather, Keeper's Verdict, as the Mastercard laning economy snapshot shows us the strength of Quid and Tomo here in this early game. As they clear it out, Herald's still just standing there, while Forest, he's on a ward in the back, but they know he started the objective off.
Yeah, again, though, look at the map. Sniper on towards the objective, or the top lane first, so yes, you will get this Rift Herald, but a tower for Sniper. You can also cross map here, which I'd love to see Ayla moving down towards that top or bottom side. Looks like he's just kind of competing on his own here. 100 Thieves maybe with the late contest, knowing that Forest can't really take this quickly.
Ayla's Solar Flare being back up gives him a bit of confidence. Sniper Dominus almost there as well, and he held onto his flash, so teleports in, and 100 Thieves go for round number 2. Teleport's committed on the other side as well. Dasher runs on in. Ayla has to flash away, but Sniper still without his ulti. He has to run on out as Evie zone controls into death, and with Forest taking the kill with Dasher running in as well, it's not looking good. In the end, Quid can't clean that up, and River got caught against the wall. 100 Thieves didn't have the cooldown, but they still tried to force it.
100 Thieves didn't have the summoner spells they needed to play that aggressively into the position of Rift Herald, and now Tomo on his own. 4 members. I don't think they have the CC to try and lock him up at the moment. Just going to try and poke him down.
Ulti, he runs in, almost tight for his troubles. Vista happy to absorb with Aftershock available. But the Hawks just picked up, or at least picked up a few kills, added some gold back in their pockets, and now Forest in a very good position, also with Marble 2. Dagda, show me this replay and tell me what I should absorb.
But they could have gone for a play on bot side, but instead they tried to hard force into a position where Sniper isn't really contesting onto big threats. Vista able to keep him grounded as well thanks to the steadfast presence, and they're already on the run. Like, it's too late by the time Quid comes in here. The pyroclasm isn't there, the damage isn't there, and it's just so messy on how they try and enter into this. I honestly thought they would just shove mid, rotate bot, and look for a dive onto Aurora again. We just saw how vulnerable Ebby is in his side lane, but they don't go for the play, and it cost them.
Now, to correct myself a little bit, I did say it was a 2-0, but of course 100 Thieves did pick up a kill on the side thanks to Quid's setup, and Tomo was the one to get it. So you can see the teamfight damage in that last play. In teamfight damage overall, Tomo's doing a lot here with almost 2 items up.
Yeah, the Rift Herald never got taken though, so he still could be down for another tussle as Ayla tries to move in. He was not spotted, so actually nice little bit of movement here by Ayla. If he can get in behind, trying to avoid being spotted by Vista here. Hex
Flash almost available too. The great thing about Leona with Hex Flash is getting over some of those walls and the gap close you have. Dagda, I think it was you who's telling me in LEC splits this year, like the great thing about Leona is the long range engage that she offers to comps as well. That's the one thing that is ease of execution. Leona can be anywhere. And her gap close is nuts. Her Solar Flare range is nuts.
Yeah, it's the non-committal factor that really makes it shine for me, because it's the fact that Poppy can't really stop it. If you ult with Leona and it hits, you still get that CC and everyone else can just move on in, just walk on in to follow up on it. So it makes it very difficult for Hawks to try and play around it. Now, I still think with the amount of CC you have from Forest and also then from Vista on the follow-up, it can be a little tough, but it's still just nice to be able to fish for some of these picks without having to overcommit into the play.
Tomo, as he pushes out this wave, get ready for the next dragon. It's just spawned, and you can see that 100 Thieves are looking for a pick that leads them into either side of the objective. We talk about non-committal engage. Hexflash also helps out. Vista tried to get a wall shove, but he finds nothing. Ayla now in the middle. He solar flares. He Zenith blades. Tomo realigns his angle, but Evie controls the zone. Ayla went in a bit too early, but it doesn't cost him because Sniper came to party. In the middle goes Quid. He doesn't lock down anyone with that ulti, and Sniper takes some tags on the way out. But now, Jungler's down, Forest is dead, and 100 Thieves can go around to that dragon and take it.
The real winner of all these fights is Ripchild getting to keep its life. Yeah. Quaid started it, doesn't get to finish it. Dragon might not be so lucky though, because you've got nothing left for 100 Thieves. Low mana on Tomo as well. Tomo on the wrong side of the fight. This is a 3v4.
Yeah. Are they going to do this again, Dagda? We saw it mid when they don't have the cooldowns. 100 Thieves still willing to fight, but SHG, it was only the Aurora, only the Cyclone in the end. Poppy Ult also down, the perfect execution. Thank you very much, Dagda. You've shown me that Dasher still has the all-in. But the Hawks don't want to commit. They leave Dragon, goes over to 100 Thieves.
They're, again, like not really wanting to take the fight. Can work out for Hawks here. The fact that they're able to get mid-tower now.
Oh, he dropped on the back. River's alone, but he's got Quid now joining him in. But Dasher is hit pretty much everything, forces the flash until Quid's there to save the day, and he jumps on him. River gets out with his flash. It was a ruse in the end, and thank God for Quid, otherwise that brand was in trouble.
But still, flash gone. And the fact that you don't end up getting that quick reset to try and move back out into the map is going to hurt them. Ebby, though, spotted by Ayla, but I don't think he's going to go down on anything. But this is the point. The little mistakes from 100 Thieves getting punished here.
You know, Ayla's here. Evie has to be careful as Quid just backs away. A full minion wave to go, but wave clear is part of Aurora's kit as Ayla steps up to this. Forest is in here. Cyclone is back up and available in 5 seconds. Sniper comes out of the bush and Evie just buys some space, but he gets stunned up. Renekton's power shown in proof as Cyclone now back up. Ayla about to burn down. Cyclone's enough to get the kill. Dasher teleports in, and the action's only just started. A Shuriken flip connecting, and a steadfast presence shown that Vista can hold them off. TP in the back as well, and we fight again. It's getting messier and messier, and I love it as Vista finds one on Sniper, and Tomo and Quid have to run. SHG have the numbers. They've got the True Shot Barrage. Quid wants to go in, but he has to quickly back on out. That's a pick, that's a win, and Dagda, we're starting to scrap a bit more.
100 Thieves are trying to force way too heavily on this bottom side. Well, he'll be able to get out, but Quid may not.
Quid being cheeky with it yet again, but Forest doesn't have that Cyclone. We just saw it used. So he looks to defend bot instead, but with 3 grubs, they also have enough power to open up this side lane.
So Quid just trying to clear out whatever camps are on this bottom side, because when you look top, River is clearing out the other side. But when you look at straight goals, this is a massive win for Hawks, the over push on bottom side. When River had moved to the top side of the map, Ezreal, Marble had push in mid lane. They were able to collapse so easily. But 100 Thieves, they keep trying to hard force plays when they just don't need to.
You see the win probability, it's up and down a little bit again. Now in the early game, it's natural. But we're 21 minutes in, and while Quid's gonna get this turret here, gold is fluctuating a little bit. The only thing 100 Thieves right now have firmly in their control is the dragon stacking, which in 2 minutes 30, we get a greater answer as to if that continues.
I think the saving grace for 100 Thieves is that their side lanes are winning.
Yep.
Sniper having this sorry, not the Sterix Grade, the Stride Breaker makes it a little bit easier for him to try and chase down some of these members. Quid also very far ahead, 1.2k gold lead over Dasher. But when you add in a Wukong, makes it a little bit more difficult to try and control these. So for 100 Thieves, they need to try and win out in the macro game, but that was kind of their big weakness in the LCS, was that they just wouldn't be as clean, say, as Cloud9, the team that they beat to get here. So for Hawks, if they can try and play into that weakness, they can certainly try to bring this game back from the brink.
I mean, Dasher, again, not in the worst position. You talk about side lanes winning, and yes, he's 800 gold down, but there's Akali heading towards 2 items, and we know there's a good scaling element there. We know Akali's damage becomes unbearable, and you even said it in the draft. I know there's not super tanky elements on the side of SHG. I know for 100 Thieves they got the Leona, but the Yone, the Kai'Sa, even the Brand Jungle, the ability to be popped in this game is something I'm excited to watch to see if Dasher can pull off, considering that he's the highlight here of this roster. despite the name value of Ebby. We look at Dasher mid and we're like, bro, it took him 7 years to get to this spot, but he is a carry that can control the game and absolutely pop off for this team.
You can see though Ebby's trying to support the play on the mid lane. Good wards from 100 Thieves to spot out essentially what is the overload on mid coming through from Hawks, but gives time now for 100 Thieves to try and fight back. Everyone, apart from Dasher, has moved up towards this top half of the map, but he's aware. He's not giving enough space for 100 Thieves to try and find the pick.
Plus that control ward there as well. He does push out. If 100 Thieves start moving in, he's going to get information real quick. Quid moves away after pushing the wave and maybe looks for an angle on mid, but they're being mega patient here while waves are just being handled and Forest is just clearing the top side.
Dragon in 50 seconds, so Hawks kind of aware that they don't need to approach into this. They can just play off of wave states instead. So they start to group up on mid, give Marble the pressure that he needs. They spot out 100 Thieves now, but Aurora's starting to move down. Nebby wants to become a part of this.
Forrest will have another smite shortly, so he had 2 charged in his back pocket, which enables him for either the potential Baron sneak or the Dragon that we're alluding to before. 100 Thieves in the river first, and Quid is just moving through enemy jungle. He's still MIA.
Yeah, still, look at the items across the board though as we get here. 2 items pretty much everywhere apart from on Ebby. Does have that Seeker's arm guard, but that could be clutch for him to get into position to set up with the ultimate, but he's going to be lacking quite a bit of damage just because he doesn't have the needlessly large Raj component. So it looks like he's going to try and sneak into position. You can see him just at the top of your screen trying to get onto this Kai'Sa.
Forrest got damaged a little bit there as well. I think it was brand damage from River that caught him and catches him again. Forrest health bar. Wait, that's very impactful for the Dragon. I think 100 Thieves may have slowly just secured this.
And also the push on bot side for Quid. He was able to teeter in towards this jungle area as well. So 100 Thieves, slow and steady. They bring it back. Nicely done by the NA representative.
They're on Soul Point. Mountain Soul just like that, which when you're running a Kali is going to give you so much more leeway as well, Dagda. Yeah, as you said, slow and steady. It's a nice touch because for 100 Thieves, they're not over-forcing, they're not over-committing. They're slowly playing this out with the side lanes that you said are still running the Rift.
And I think it's a big step back from what we saw earlier, in this game where they were trying to hard force, hard commit. It's lads, we can play this, we can win this, just take it at our own pace, and they're doing exactly that. And Hawks kind of need to now be that bit more decisive to try and take down 100 Thieves here. I want to see Forrest linking up with Dasher to see if he can get a play on towards the side lane, because otherwise Quid just gets to do that.
Yeah, Quid's at 2 items strong, as you mentioned before, and Stride Breaker 2 on top of this Akali. Hard to get out without committing something like the Shuriken flip. But again, this Yone, I mean, Quid is having a great performance so far. 4 out of 5 kill participation and well on his way to his 3rd item as he makes his next back as well. And he keeps stealing bottom side jungle. He's just taking the red buff by himself willy-nilly. And people are scared to walk in. I mean, how do you deal with him? A lot of people, I guess.
It's always the answer, just more people.
More people.
You know?
Send more down. 100 Thieves just dabbing on the ward that they probably know is there. Control wards are zoning off, and SHG clear that away while they try and cheek around Baron. But again, 100 Thieves aren't falling for the bait.
No, they're just going to take it easy, and I think it is the right call. The level 16 about to be hit for Quid. That's their level advantage that he's pretty consistently kept over Dasher for the main part of this mid game. And Sniper is doing fine as well. So I think you just try and play out for push on mid into... And sorry, even for like the Kai'Sa, if you get a potential to run down Marble, you can do so with the items that you have right now. And Marble may learn all about it in a second as Quid is just waiting over the wall. Ayla doesn't go for the solar flare just yet though.
Trying to get something else out on a ward, of course, is going to be too premeditated as Vista just sees them rotate to left side jungle. Underneath turret, Quid gets some damage down. Forrest gets chunked, and that's a 3-item Kai'Sa too. And now that the W's connect, 3-second reset. 3-second reset. Tomo gets to start poking out, and maybe it's enough to start Baron.
Yeah, because look at Dasher on the bottom side. He'll have to commit his TP, so I think 100 Thieves, once they see that committed, should back away from this. This is still a fairly risky one, even if
Forrest backed, and again, the jungler getting poked out by 100 Thieves is rough for them, as 100 Thieves look for the pick on. They've already gotten the Baron. They look for Evie after the thought. They just need to get out now as True Shot Barrage is there, but Evie's ulti locks him in play. Running in, Sniper re-engages and takes Evie out. The top laner dead from the Hawks as the Cyclone re-engages, but Forrest is getting chunked down, poked to hell. Japanese representatives have been clawed in. Dasher tries to get a pick. Ayla still stands for the time being. Tomo finds another one. And even though Dasher tries to outplay, River flashes again and looks him dead in the eye.
Hawks thought they might have been able to buy the time that they needed. I was watching Ebby for that big Aurora ult that would hold everyone in place, buy time for Forest to get there, especially with the poke that can come through from Marble and also then from Ebby. But the way 100 Thieves played that fight was excellent. Sniper entering into the pit, buying space for people, then resets coming through from Quid with the TP back in. The ebb and flow in that fight was great from 100 Thieves, and you get to see it. Like, Ebby could have thrown down this ult, committed to Quid and Ayla, but he doesn't end up going for it. They're going golden here, and this is where I thought we get the re-engage, but watch how much space Sniper buys. This is disaster for 100 Thieves, but Sniper going in, putting his body in the line, draws all that attention from Hawks. He barely escapes in the back line, and then Quid gone for the reset into a TP onto the top side, means that he gets the reset into the fight. Ayla doesn't even fall off the back of this, and then Dasher tries desperately to get on River, but the flash away keeps him alive. And somehow 100 Thieves all stay standing.
Man, the punishment of this Hawks jungler has been real this game, Dagda. Like, health bars matter so much, and you can see 100 Thieves really good at punishing it. They started with Dragon, they do it over Baron, they even turn the fight. As you said, Sniper buying space once again, having a very decent performance as I see a flank, and I see the Hawks wanting to get something back. It's onto Quid, but he fate sealed out of there. Instead, he walks back into Evie, and Quid's now locked in play, but he's got the damage. Evie almost dies, but he has to run out as far as Cyclone's in a choke. It's a shutdown, but Dasher's burning himself, and Dasher doesn't want to go back in. He needs to run too. Tomo almost snipes him down as Forest is on the wrong space, and I think Sniper's just like, all right, I'll run Baron down mid.
Sniper is happy out. He's like, I'll continue with this push. They get the 1-for-1 trade on the play thanks to that Seeker's arm guard for Tomo. I don't think they spotted it on Hawks before they came out of the base, and now Sniper running for the hills because he's buying time for the soul.
It's just been 100 Thieves slow and steady winning the race. Like the Red Bull Baron power play, it's 7,000 gold. What?
That's a game-ending number that they have just picked up off of that buff. Like, that is insane.
I only just noticed it because, honestly, the Hawks, like, we've seen some attempt to try and punish 100 Thieves. At least there's been proactivity in this game, but it's been real rough to watch in the past 10 minutes as we look again at the replay. Them trying to get the miracle flank.
Yeah, I mean, good call from Quid to get over the wall here. Then turns immediately on towards Ebby, hoping they can kill him to unlock themselves from this hellscape.
Bubble's not there.
Tomo goes golden. He gets away. You don't really have to follow up. Dasher can't threaten on towards the back line. Tomo playing very safe until he sees that gone. Tries for the snipe, but I think that minion actually got away with the Void Missile. But nicely done by 100 Thieves on the chase down after. And Sniper on that mid wave the whole time. So it just opens up pressure again on the map. And this time around, you're starting to get those TPs coming through for 100 Thieves. A little bit far away, but once that's available, Sniper becomes way more of a threat to join the team at any point in time.
I mean, against Rainbow 7, there were certain leads from 100 Thieves, but they weren't as egregious as this, right? This is almost a 9k gold lead at 30 minutes.
And the thing is as well, when you have this push on top, there's always the opportunity for the Yone to seek in behind here and threaten on the dive as well. So Hawks go for it.
He's out with the Between Worlds again, but he's just destroyed. Tomo just stands and delivers. Dasher tries to get backline, but Tomo does it again. A good performance on this Kaiser is understated as Quid runs in. He just need to hit all the old. He's still diving. He's taking turret shots now. Transition to Sniper. But 100 Thieves, this game to them looked patient, calm, and well orchestrated.
This is the game we expected from 100 Thieves coming into Worlds. Slow, steady, confident, and you can see the smiles on their faces. The win they needed to get this ball rolling at Worlds 2024.
One more to try and lock in a date with Destiny. Now on match point. In this best of 3, I mean, 100 Thieves, I was even questioning, well, what are they going to look like on the day? But that is a much better result than what we saw against R7.
Significantly better result, and well earned, because this is not an easy side of the bracket anymore. No. Hawks into PSG Talon, it is going to be a rough one, but we'll have to see if they can bring it back for game number 2 as we toss it over to a quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Flu season. I'm sick, got you sneezing. To keep on rhyming, I find new reasons. Yeah, don't diss me, that's treason. Me and my Eve just trying to find Eden. Till then, we keep rolling up trees. Young Dante keep slaying these demons. Mad love for all of my heathens. Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, merry go. Fire in my heart, with the fan, very cold. You it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn, on a rock, I'm a toad. Tune into a prince when I croak. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. I have arrived. I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is nice, come alive. Tonight is nice, come alive. Come alive. A new season. I'm through pleasing, yeah. Can't see I transformed and try to hit me with that Louis Stevens. I'm about to get mean and new meaning. Mouth shut, he freezing, he Mr. Bean. And then for that screen I've been scheming. Needed in all black when you see him, this is that. Wake up and get to that bag today. Y'all better not play with my cash today. I pop up like dynamite. I won't apologize. If you ain't got my check, well then run to say. You don't wanna see me wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. Alive. I have arrived. Hey, yeah, I feel alive. I feel alive. Hey, I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Hey, can you come alive? Can you do it right? Yeah, I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. I feel alive. Wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive.
Wait, if I blow my nose, how loud will it be? I'm gonna test.
Bro, just take your.
Let's see.
Do it, no shame.
It's fine. It's nice.
Fine. Yeah, it's comforting.
Kind of like ASMR, you know?
With denial. Soul Flare, flash away, sorry to interrupt active. We get a stun down, and Vista knows he just has to go in. But at first blood over to Tomo.
I saw a pretty good flank here. We can still look.
Kiting.
I'm looking Aurora. Can we kill Aurora? Kill Aurora, guys. Take time now, take time.
Take time.
Just good fight, good fight. Come on, insult. Just good fight, guys. I'm okay, I'm okay. Kill Wukong. Good fight.
Yep, really good.
Hey, I'm here with Golden Glue head coach 100 Thieves. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
It's a stressful situation. It's during game one that we're doing this, so I'm going to let you get back to the game quickly. But a lot of people were surprised about the day one performance from 100 Thieves. What were your takeaways from that?
I was also surprised. I think game one we showed up and we played how I thought we would play, and then game two and game three we were making a lot of unforced errors and a lot of mistakes. And I'm really hoping everything happens for a reason, and we were going to learn from those mistakes and show off in this SHG game.
Yeah, I did mention to the cast before this game that actually since 2018, every NA team in play-ins has actually lost at least one game to minor regions. What's the confidence level like now going in, knowing you need 4 wins to make it all the way to Swiss stage?
Yeah, actually, I think last night when you messaged me, I told the whole team. I told the whole team about that, and I've been reminiscing because I was part of that Cloud9 run where we barely made it out of play-ins and we made semifinals at Worlds. So just kind of letting them know that it's par for the course apparently for NA teams to lose to other minor regions, and now we get more matches on stage and kind of get over those World nerves. Yeah.
Is there one thing that you want or need to be better to make it to Swiss stage?
Yeah, I think the one thing that has been really consistent is like after we get Barons, a lot of times we're just getting like destroyed. So I think just being consistent with our Barons, not letting them TP flank behind us, and like just close out cleanly if we get a Baron.
Thanks so much. I'll let you get back to the game. Good luck in the rest of play-ins, man.
Thank you.
And welcome back here to the couch area with a lot of cool plushies. Reassuring face here on the side of 100 Thieves. I do want to know what happened in those DMs though.
Good start. Okay, I got a little carried away.
What's the drama?
I got a little carried away, and all I did, and just tripped down memory lane, especially for Sniper, who probably didn't even watch a lot of these games because he was like 13. When Golden Glue was a sub on that 2018 Cloud9 team, they actually lost 2 games in the qualification best of 5 against Gambit. And that team went all the way to semifinals, even though they had this elimination game 5. Next year, Clutch lost to UOL from Russia and Mammoth from OS, but then they 3-0'd their way to group stage. 2020 Team Liquid lost to INTZ. Big draft difference, big mistake. But then took games off G2 and Suning, who both ended up making semis that year. 2021, C9 lost to DFM twice and made quarterfinals, not just groups. And then in 2022, EG lost a game to DFM before they 3-0'd, this is what people do remember, Mad Lions, to make it to the group stage. So that was just the overall point of, in the last 5 play-ins, NA has had an embarrassing loss to a minor region moment literally every time, and the majority of people completely forgot. So I was hoping that that can just move the team into more of a freeing attitude in playing the next games, knowing that it wasn't a disaster that they lost to Rainbow 7 and they can make it up.
I think that's such a nice reminder because, I mean, it's not only just for players, but so often it's so easy to get in your own head over all the small issues, right? So I think the fact that you have that reminder and knowing that it's okay stumbling on the road, at least on your path to success, I think that's really beautiful. Another thing I really liked in Golden Glue's interview here was actually more gameplay related. The fact that he was talking about those Barons, because I actually genuinely thought we saw that immediately in game 1. That Baron power play was 7k gold. Like, he wanted to have more clean Barons to move on to Swiss main stage. That's what he got right here. They completely took over the map. Not so much fighting around it, just pure pressure. Great macro gameplay from 100 Thieves that we didn't see too much in the end of series with R7.
They looked more calm and collected, and you know how some players thrive more under pressure, I feel. I'm just wondering who reacted like this today, but I'm happy for Quid mostly, and the way he bounced back, because not a lot of people know him, not a lot of viewers know him, but after the first series he played, that was kind of shaky. He looked so much more confident today.
Absolutely, and this guy won MVP in LCS Spring of this year, so he is capable of some very high highs. To me, his day 1 performance looked like he had been playing almost too much solo queue. He'd been used to being 2,000 gold ahead and kept flying in regardless. This game, he was much more measured in how he got his advantage, so that once he had it, he could turn it on.
Yeah, honestly, I agree, and I think it's not just the fact that he had hands, it was the fact that his pressure in mid lane was so good at just making sure the Akali never had pressure. We saw what Mabel could do with the Akali into Yone matchup. That's not what we saw here at all. And I also think his utilization of the side lane pressure was so good, because he was so good at feigning into fog. They had to respect that he might be in mid lane. He was taking away jungle camp, so he made a mid lane difference, a jungle difference, and they just gave so much pressure. But honestly, everyone really stepped up here on 100 Thieves. Tomo as well on the Kaiser, fantastic work.
Micro aspect, macro aspect, team play as well. Everything was super clean. I mean, 100 Thieves really showed us the split-second decision making, especially in one specific moment that we're going to review here in our HyperX Reflex replay. But overall, everything was super clean from them.
I mean, GB, you pointed it out that they saw the Wukong recall and immediately started the Baron. That was the reflex replay that we are really highlighting here. And then they finish it and are still willing to turn the fight. So we heard the comms when we came into this segment as well. They're saying it's a good fight, it's a good fight. They let the Yone teleport back to base. They let him return to the fight. And they were just calm, collected. is going to be close. These are world-class teams they're playing against, but they need to execute in these moments.
No, yeah, and you even heard their comms in our intro rollout just now. They were just saying, all right, I'm looking at Aurora, all right, flashing on Aurora. Is it a good fight? Wait, Wukong to ult. And you know, they're just kind of so calm with it in a fight that can look so chaotic. So it's great decision making. It kind of shows that the nerfs have washed a bit away. And this is exactly what you want a major region versus minor region to look like, depending on a goal graph.
Now, based on the stats, 77% of their games against minor regions in North America. So they're right on track-ish if they win a few more.
Before tossing to the casters, quickly, are you confident for game 2, though? Because we saw what happened game 1 for them last time they played, and we saw what happened.
I mean, I'm as confident as I'm going to be. Like, I think part of this point of they've never made it out of play-in is also to show that it's been close a lot of times. So they absolutely could make history if they lose too many games, but I am actually confident they win this game.
Yeah, but if we want to bring in another Jad stat, it's the fact that right now they have 50% win rate, so next game is just a coin flip.
I like these odds. Can go either way. Casters, tell us what you think about what's coming in game 2. Over to you guys.
Yeah, it's a coin flip. Okay, great. Okay, I love that we're like, oh yeah, no, actual stats, and then GB's stats are 50-50. Perfect.
Yeah, I think it doesn't do justice to how clean of a game that was from 100 Thieves. Like, if you just play out the exact same thing, you'd get to take this one home. But you're not going to get to play the exact same thing, because as we get into our champ select, you can immediately see Yone off the board. Aurora taking his way as well.
Yeah.
So, not going to have any of that same opportunity.
Yeah, that Aurora ban about as good as a slice of pizza right now, I think, as we get that taken away with the Yone 2. Also, Quid performed on that. The Skarner gone. Sejuani B1 is a new direction.
Yeah. I thought we'd just go back towards the Renekton to kind of get, or like a takeaway from Sniper, because I feel like you just go Renekton now.
Yep.
And then does River want to go back towards something like a Jarvan or something along these lines? But you can even get AD carry priority with the Ashe still open as well. So you've got a ton of options here.
Let's just wait and see. Okay, he's going through his champ pool. I'm waiting. You're not going to blind anything but the Renekton. Let's be completely real.
Renekton Ashe is not a terrible idea.
You know what I've noticed, actually? I mean, we've had Syndra open for a few games as well. Some teams are bypassing it. Things like the Orianna, things are being bypassed as well. I wonder with these comp setups, if we start getting more of those mid lane mages here, it just depends how confident they are picking it up blind.
Yeah, I feel like when you have the Sejuani, a lot of teams will opt in back to the Akali and these kind of things where you want to get the double melee to be able to proc her stuff. But and also just because I think Ashe is so incredibly strong, we're going to see that taken. But Renekton doesn't really like Syndra because she ends up being such a pain in the ass for him. So I'm wondering if you actually get the shift over into take the Syndra and then go for like a Gnar or something in the top lane for heavy. But it does also still mean you're not getting that melee anywhere then. In
True. It's a mega Nath. Yeah, I know what you mean. Nah for Evie. By the way, side note, this pick band music slaps. This is like the best pick band music I've ever seen as we get the Jhin Syndra. So we do get range. Glad I asked the question at the very least. I didn't expect the direction to come through, but they're going to try and put Dasher on something that maybe syncs up with jungle a little bit, or maybe add a little bit of range and pick potential here to the Hawks draft.
Yeah, so I'm assuming you're going to round this out then with a mid lane. Is this so? I don't really know what you want to try and go for, because LeBlanc doesn't do too well into the Syndra either, so it is just going to be the Orianna. So nothing too crazy. Okay. So now I feel like when you're Hawks, you have to try and ban away the Nocturne, because you don't want to do the Nocturne Orianna combo. Just very, very potent. Well, you still have many options as a setup tool here for Rivers, like even with the Jarvan as well. Aelid can still go to that. So I think it's a Nocturne Jarvan ban coming through on towards the Hawks gaming side. And then you can try and round out this composition with the Viego for River if you really want to. Try and just play for that protection with the Viego, and then get your Rel or Leona then for Ayla on the opposite side.
Snowball Skirmish doesn't really take over. I like the idea of the Viego as an afterthought here for River, as you said. Jarvan's going to go first. Great on that, at least in some of the highlight moments of 100 Thieves Rainbow 7. Now, you already mentioned, you already came through and mentioned some of the other setup junglers here as well, as we start banning away top laners, including the Jax against Sniper.
Yeah, so like if you want to go full, you know, what's a co-stream, you can go like, it should be the Nocturne here, you get the Camille ban coming through on here. You then end up taking the, you can go for like the Viego into this position. Actually, the Urgot, I'm kind of surprised at. And then you can round out with whatever support counter matchup you want on the bottom side. But then the curiosity is, what do you want to try and go for? Because I think Gnar could be really good in the top lane if that G wants to try and work out for Ebby. But I don't think you want to go for that because you don't have the melee pick, right? So I think you have to go towards something like a Cassante. And then you end up in a fine spot anyway as Ebby. But yeah, they don't actually ban the Nocturne. So there's a Nocturne.
It's just there, slammed in.
I'm surprised they didn't end up banning the Nocturne. I really thought that would be the play, but you just great target selection now. Like Syndra, very vulnerable to this. Jhin, vulnerable to this. At least Syndra can build a stopwatch. Well, not stopwatch anymore, but Seeker's arm cards.
Yeah.
The rest of your comp kind of struggles with this.
And you just slap and engage support, which there are plenty available. And you have the roundabout. Now, Dag, I loved your drawing. I don't think we saw it on broadcast, but I really liked it. Yo, if this is the last game for SHG, they're going out with a bang. Rek'Sai locked in. Sejuani's already there. Now, this could be like the Broken Blade angle where Ebby takes a top, or we get a Sejuani top. Both have happened in recent history of this year.
I think it'll be the Rek'Sai top, because I'm pretty sure even when I look back at I'm going to double check here, but Evie did play it in that top lane, even though it was quote-unquote like nerfed. I think he still ended up playing it. Yeah, he had like 6 games of it in the PCS and LJL respectively, but I think that's where it is, going to move into the top side. You get the Alistar, so you still got that engage, the follow-up coming through from the Rek'Sai. It's not as strong as it used to be because that nerf was to the healing, so you don't get as much control. So it's still, I think, Renekton somewhat favored, but yeah, I really like what 100 Thieves have brought to the table here. You've got ease of engage with the Shockwave and the Nocturne combo. You got great follow-up and with the pick potential from an Ashe. Easy setup then for the Renekton to get in, and the Braum even to try and stop a lot of that follow-up that can come through on the initial engage coming through from Vista or Forest on the opposite side. Again, so for me, this seems like an easy game for 100 Thieves. I think it's more on Hawks to try and disrupt things. And you do have push, you do have opportunities to find that. But we haven't really seen Hawks, throw a wrench into the work or try and do something extreme, which I feel like they need to do with a composition like this.
Well, I think if you've got a comp like this, that's the start of the wrench, but at least we want to see that, if 100 Thieves get it thrown at them, can they dodge it?
Yeah.
Okay? And now I'm just going in dodgeball references.
Yeah, you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge it.
Yeah. I think right now they're in dire straits, and I like the draft adaptation. I like the fact that they're throwing something in there. But is it going to be enough here? 100 Thieves came to play today. They fixed a lot of their issues we saw against Rainbow 7. 1 game away from 100 Thieves meeting with PSG. Nice rat. PSG waiting and thinking, well, we beat PNG. We almost beat MDK. 100 Thieves, if they can win this, they've got a hard matchup ahead of them, but at least we know 100 Thieves have used some of the feedback, used some of the development over the past couple of days, the time of development, I should say, and worked at their game. But I want to see Hawks bring this into action. I want to see Hawks give us something as well. Lost 2-0 to GAM. Will this be their final road?
Oh, River already going to find Forest.
Peekaboo.
Get some damage down. It won't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but
I forgot last game River was better than Forest.
True.
I forgot, And,
which is as Pokemon expects us to be.
Yes, exactly right.
No, it's not.
No, it's not, actually. No, wait. Why did I agree with that? As you're getting a quick look at international history, it is the first debut of SHG at an international. On the other side, 100 Thieves, remember, been here before. The 100 Thieves roster, back in 2018. Bro, that was some time ago. That was like 6 years ago.
But for Hawks, it's, that LJL was dominated by Detonation Focus Me for innumerable times throughout the years and the splits, but they kind of got their opportunity to beat them out, then move into the PCS and come in as the second seed, so definitely their opportunity to shine. Whereas for 100 Thieves, never expected to be here. A lot of people were like, oh, well, this is a team that has a terrible win rate. They really stepped up when Tomo came in, giving that control on bot side, but even going up against Cloud9, a lot of people were like, no, this just isn't their time.
99%, analyst pick rate. I remember, watching LCS, looking at fan picks as well. No one really predicted, and for 100 Thieves, they went against the doubters. They won. Big risk to bring in a new 80 carry as well that late into the year. But again, it worked out well as I thought we were going to see a bit of an invade, but it's normal standard lanes, and Tomo and Ayla just going to get the push here, as you'd expect in Jhin versus Alistar, as Alistar level 1 does absolutely nothing. So he just stands back and Vista takes half his HP.
Yeah, but he looks really cool.
He looks cool.
Best,
That is true. He does look very cool. As this top lane matchup is interesting. I mean, Renekton, as you expect, is going to do fine at the level 1, but I think level 3 is going to be trying to see what the Rek'Sai can get us all in. And Rek'Sai has a lot of sustain as well. So both top laners are probably just going to heal up a lot.
Yeah, and that's kind of it. It is a little bit of a explosive matchup with who can get control early, tends to take over, but I'm pretty sure the reason we saw Rek'Sai fall out of favor was because she couldn't match up into a lot of these matchups anymore because of how much her sustain got hit in that top lane. So that's why we're seeing Sniper at least having a good time at the moment. River also using this as a potential chance to invade.
It'll be an award though, so they see that River's here and Forest calling for a bit of assistance, but you can see Dasher won't be able to do anything. You're right, from who indeed. Quid so close to solo killing. Dasher flashes away because Quid was about to kick his butt. Smite goes down. Dagger, I'm not sure about River. He gets the flea at the very least, but Forest is tanky enough. Sniper moves down as well, and 100 Thieves. Big win through mid and jungle.
Yeah, nice start for them. The fact you get that steal, they did back off because they weren't certain on where Dasher was going to try and TP to try and make some sort of play, but we'll end up just backing out. And nice early lead for the LCS boys.
It's a good trade from here and Evie in the top side, especially with the early game. You want to see that Evie actually gets something back here, but with the steal of the blue buff moving to his own jungle here, look at how much River has left to clear as well. And Dasher now no summoners. I'm wondering how they expose this lane.
But I think like Eddie coming back onto this roster was such a big talking point because it was him leaving Detonation Focus Me, leaving Arya and trying to take over for this squad in the LJL and coming into the PCS. But unfortunately, when it gets to the world stage, he hasn't had that same impact that I won't say we've come to expect from him, because look, we had a bit of a rough time in the LEC, but he was always someone that you had to keep your eyes on when it came to international competition, but just hasn't been able to get as much control over Sniper. And yes, he's got a small CS lead at the moment, but that's because the wave is about to crash, and River's behind Dasher.
Yeah, and again, with no summon, as I mentioned before, River flashes in, looks for the fear, and he'll find it. Good scat of the week. It actually saved from the fear, so Dasher gets out of harm's way.
But look at where the wave is. Quid just gets to hold on to this now, and Dasher's a long walk back.
Flash, I mean, another flash from Tomo as well, and Sept packing his Ayla right into jungle hands. He flashes out, but he won't be getting out. Permafrost, first blood to Marble. Great timing from Forest.
Nicely done, and Vista as well. Very happy to take Ayla in that one. The flash away, kind of a bit, I think, overextension, because you don't want to burn the heal either, which at least Ayla held on to, but... something back for Hawks on the bottom side.
I mean, double summoners, that's a lot here. Flash from Ashe, flash from Brom. It's a big win, especially with how mid and jungle was going after we just experienced that invade. So a nice little start here for Marble on this Jhin. And as I was saying before, Dagda, you know, in that last series, it really felt like against Gam, even though things were going wrong elsewhere, the 2v2 was getting solo kills, they were getting kills in lane, they were impactful. Yeah, you're just going to see more explosive trading like this, but healing up at the same time. So at least getting something for Marble here feels like a reliable member to look forward to if SHG can do this into a lead.
Yeah, and we have Hawks trying to use that fact that they just got the kills on bot side to rotate Marble now up to the top end and fight for Void Grubs. They should get us. Like, you can already, again, this was kind of what we saw from 100 Thieves in the last one. Give first rotation, take second rotation of Grubs, and you're still in a perfectly fine spot. The only thing I think you'll need to do is, where we're already watching Ayla in mid, is rotate Ayla up here just to make sure there's no funny business going on with like a potential dive onto Sniper, or at least being in a position to cover, because River just wants to farm out his camps as quickly as possible to hit 6. So Forest already in position, so may have just got an opportunity to keep 100 Thieves out of here. But yeah, once they know that Ayla is still in mid lane, I don't think they can really overforce this play.
Yeah. The one thing I'll say, Dagda, is I've just seen Sniper hit level 6. I've also seen mid hit level 6. Ashe is moving up. Tomo not with his arrow, but 100 Thieves will feel confident here because they've got the levels first, and they're in position first as well. Marble and Vista get the push up top side, but Tomo, as he moves into position, 100 Thieves will take 2 of the grubs here away from SHG.
Yeah, and it will just be the push on bottom side. So Tomo and Ayla are going to move to match the top lane push of the double AD, or the duo lane from Hawks, and you'll have the TP from Sniper into that bot lane, I imagine, to try and keep turret plates. But quicker reset now coming in from Marble and Vista. They immediately want to move down into this bottom lane, so I don't think it'll be a turret place take for Evie, just more of a opening up the map to make sure that Marble can get down there.
This Quid movement is really clean this game on Orianna. As long as you can dodge away from orbs and scatter the weak, it's small movement. I remember Rookie talking about it many, many years ago, Dagda, and he talks about like those mouse clicks have to be on point. They have to be really close to each other so you can adjust.
Which is a lot of words to just say dodge the balls.
I mean, it was a translated interview, so yeah, I guess he could have saved it by saying just dodge, you know? Just forehead, just dodge.
In true LPL and LCK fashion, just be better.
I mean, Quid is having a good time in lane, and it can be quite annoying bursting up as Evie goes a little bit too early. Yes, 3 turret shots, okay. He will be able to jump up and heal that, but Look, at the very least, as he runs out, he picks up the turret plate. Gold does go over to this top lane Rek'Sai, now 300 into the lead.
Still, Dragon up and available if teams want to try and put focus on that. You can kind of look at where Hawks are positioned on the map. They'd like to make that opportunity happen, but 6 just picked over for River. Quid has to opt in towards the early Merc threads, which makes him a little bit less of a threat. And this is kind of something we talked about on the desk yesterday, is that Orianna, while very strong in the opportunity to take over a lane, she does need time to scale, and especially with the Merc thread stopped off, which is necessary in this matchup. It means that you're delaying a lot of those damage items or even like lost chapters and stuff like this. So I think 100 Thieves kind of aware of that, avoiding these moments to fight because they're just not quite strong enough, and would look to play the map instead. And if you look at where Nocturne is at the moment, I think you can just play for this invade, try and keep pressure on towards the top side, and also maybe even look for a dive against Rek'Sai.
Well, Dragon also pops up so they know Evie. Also, the good thing is Tremorsense sees everyone here. He's going to have to get out over the wall. He's saving that tunnel system just for another day. Oh, the music is great. Dun, 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 dun. River's going to turn it around, though. Wait, the arrow might be in detriment. Evie jumped into this, and the paranoia means they have no clue. He runs out, but flashed on again. Evie went in to die. Rough to see as SHG now committed into this jungle, but one by one, they go marching into death.
That Rek'Sai was way less threatening than Jaws.
Yeah,
that was not it. Tries to go in, 100 Thieves happily catch and make sure that they're in a fine spot. Now there's no one to defend this top lane turret either, so it'll be turret plates on top of this for Tomo. Nice job by 100 Thieves, cross-mapping well, playing on the macro game. It's how they beat Hawks in game number 1, and it looks like they want to try and play for that again in game number 2 here.
I mean, again, it's just all these plays that keep throwing. They keep throwing things at the wall to see if it sticks, Dagda. And like game 1 so far, for 100 Thieves, they stand sturdy, they hold strong, and they go, no, that's not going to work. And so now you see that we've got a kill on River. His first paranoia was at melee range, but we call that a success considering how it cut off SHG from knowing what's coming next.
Yeah, the resets are now coming through for the second Void Grubs. Already, Tomo and Ayla moving up towards this top side, want to try and contest in the wave state. River moving to this bottom side so then he can clear up into this top half. I think I'd like to see 100 Thieves try and hard commit off of mid push, which I think is why we're seeing Ayla move over here so they can have shove, get vision control in River, and look for a pick before the fight starts. Because again, Quid, not very strong when it comes to damage, but River is.
Okay, might get ganked here though, flashes away. Evie with a good unburrow in the making. However, doesn't pull the trigger. Dasher. He now has a flashless Orianna in his face, while Sniper just hits side lane. Demolish plus Grubs is an easy 2-plate take.
That's an easy, nearly 30 CS lead as well. This is absolutely insane coming through. The fact that, you just haven't been... They keep trying to cheat Ebby into positions where maybe they can throw this early game a bit awry, but they're just not finding that success. And now that Ebby has moved his way back to bot side and has no TP, Sniper finishes Black Cleaver, he can maybe move up towards this mid lane, but 100 Thieves again, just taking it slow, not wanting to overcommit.
Arctic Assault was used on River, that'll have a short cooldown, but Marble now defending top side as Grubs are back up and available, but 100 Thieves are starting this off, and 5 seconds till River has that ulti.
And that's what they're playing for here. The vision is there to try and make a pick happen. Ayla playing for this choke point where you can get a good ultimate off.
Marble setting up in the back line with his ultimate available as well, and there's some poke coming through with some prey seekers here and there, but Sniper has now shown up. Paranoia in, and the submarine again works to success. Unleashed Power did nothing, by the way, from Dasher, and even though he gets a good scout of the week, Forest is left alone. Sniper flashes in, he's feeling it, but now he's under turret. Is it too far from man? Has he gone beyond his limit? Sniper, yes, is the answer as Evie gets the knock up round about 100 Thieves. Maybe a bit too deep as a double kill goes over to Dasher. But 100 Thieves in the end will still find themselves 5 Grubs, despite Sniper wanting more blood.
Definitely didn't need to give over the last few kills, but still, they're happy out. They got what they came for, those Grubs, and I was a little nervous when I saw them 100 Thieves giving that much space to Hawks, because realistically I thought that they would have tried to take the fight in this sort of area, but they end up pushing backwards. But then the follow-up is just so nice with the Orianna ult. As Hawks fall back into the choke once more, that's then where they take the fight. Ayla ends up getting the knock-up to create that slowing zone as well, which means that you're not really able to escape. But Sniper, this was risky, the angle of attack that he tries to come in with here, because Ebby zoned him out one way. He dashes to try and get onto Dasher, but I think at this stage, you're happy, call it quits. But it does mean that then Ayla, who comes around to try and protect him as well, ends up just falling with him too. Couldn't get that shield up. Like, there's still a smile for Golden Glue.
No.
You can tell it's a positive play, but it could have gone a little better.
Even Spooks on the side is like, I don't know about that one, Chief. Man, I tell you what, seeing their faces is gold. It was in the R7 series, it is once again, but still overall a 2K gold lead, 5 grubs in their back pocket, a 2K gold lead that again is mainly on the jungle, by the way. River has got Stride Breaker, and versus first item from Forest here, the gold difference. Obviously it's a much cheaper item, so I mean, I'm saying this is a win so far for the Nocturne, who once again almost has ulti back up in 10 seconds time.
Black Cleaver now completed for Sniper means he can actually get through Heavy fairly quickly as well. Like Conqueror, the Black Cleaver's procs, and the slim level advantage as well working in their favor. 100 Thieves now going on towards bot side. You have River who can always join into this. And this is what makes this Nocturne so frustrating to play against, because Forest has to be in the lane to actually deal with any sort of play, whereas River can farm his blue buff and still always be threatening both mid and bot at any period in time. So 100 Thieves just playing off that fact, making it very easy to go aggressive on towards any sort of lane.
It's death's door for SHG. Game's not over, but against match point here as Quinn doesn't cancel the back. He came close, but second Dragon's going to go over to 100 Thieves in the end anyway. So a lot of pressure coming through from that mid lane again. Quid has improved a lot. I think we need to quickly just take some highlight and talk about Quid's last end of series, the 0 and 8 Vex. That didn't work out, that got bullied, that got caught out. Quid received a lot of backlash online, and I think from community as a whole, NA fans especially. But this series has been his road to redemption. Versus Yone, a clean game. This Orianna has been really clean with individual movement and how he's played these setup for fights. And it is nice to see how he's kind of come back and really bounced back on his feet for such an impactful series.
I 100% agree. I think the opportunity for 100 Thieves as a whole to kind of show what they're capable of could actually work out very well here. Just rewriting some of the narratives that have been spun around them could work out, but you still have to try and finish this one through. And at the moment, 100 Thieves not overextending, not giving that moment. But this could be it for Riftchild has started.
It's all red. Ayla's going to get locked down. There's a deadly flourish popped out of the way of the curtain call, though, but Ayla's absorbing the pressure. Zin again, River goes over the wall. In fact, he found a little pick on the back end. Quid contributes, finds a kill as Evie has to get out of there. They're trying to reposition, but Forest again in the front line. He can't run. 100 Thieves are picking them apart, and SHG's comp just ain't working together.
Now they needed something that could disrupt this, and maybe it's Tomo.
Is he caught out?
No flash.
He's got no flash available. He barriers, he needs his team, but he's just going to die in the end. At least a re-engages there as Vista disengages himself, but Heavy through the tunnel system buys some more time. Quid brings in the ball, no shield, flash auto, gets the kill, and redemption indeed he finds.
Quid taking a couple of pounds off of this Rek'Sai as he walks away, but still, honestly, worse for 100 Thieves. They don't get Rift Herald, which they really would have liked to try and crack open these turrets. So even though Hawks lose a couple of members, Tomo's mispositioning there actually really coming out in a deficit. Like, the engage on Ayla is never going to work out. This guy, he's got the shield, he's incredibly tanky, and it just buys time then for 100 Thieves to engage. The arrow zoning the Jhin away. The follow-up from Sniper is incredibly strong. Quid just been able to play into this choke once more. This has been such a downpour onto Hawks every time they try and step into this position. But Tomo not respecting the engage from Heavy. No flash available, doesn't retreat towards the tower, and it's just a bounce house. But lack of Herald, pretty important. Now, I imagine you can just go back to it as 100 Thieves, but still would have liked to pick that one up immediately just to keep this game rolling in their favor.
It's not looking good. The LJL first seed for the PCS second seed. And their last hurrah as a region. Their last stand. Again, they're getting jumped on left, right, and center. This Nocturne just cleaving apart. Forest is always here to try and help it as he flashes away. He's matched by Sniper. Forest better than River, I said game one, and I take that back in centerfold. River clears as Tomo finds another one. And let me just tell you, there's puddles everywhere while the forests are getting cut down.
Oh, Shockwave has to be flashed away from Marbles before he just lost his. River has been the standout player for 100 Thieves all of Worlds so far. The Viego was sick. He tried to hold on in their first series, but now as the team rallies into this second series at the play-in stage, 100 Thieves are looking absolutely fantastic.
And how much better they look when Quid's also functioning with the roster as well. I know I've already talked about him, but when the solo laners are able to step up for 100 Thieves, it looks like a completely different ball game. Having that reliability there, River can play his game, and 2-0 and 8, almost 100% kill participation. The Thieves are getting away with it, but they didn't have to steal anything from this game. They just took it nice and slowly. They bought the products. They walked in Dagda, and now you can see that their shopping basket's got about a 5-6K gold lead at 17, 18 minutes into the game.
And with Dragon in 50 seconds, the Riftchild in tow, like, they're bringing personal assistance alongside them. They can start to put pressure on towards tier 2s, which is not great yet. They need they needed just an SUV. They need a big old car to take everything home with them.
And who's going to carry out the grocery bags in the end?
That is true.
We got so many questions we need to ask, bro. They got too much money. Oh, I'm hungry.
What?
I think about supermarkets, I get hungry. Bro, watching 100 Thieves like this, you do get hungry. Sniper might be caught out, so it's not all good and bad here, but blocked. Ayla blocks it. Dorian and Shockwave maybe a little bit early, but the damage is still done because River flies. Vista now left alone again. And this is just the story of this game. The utter domination of 100 Thieves here in this series. They pick apart the pieces, they catch SHG off guard, and Sniper brings up the emote. And it is well worth it here in this game. That feels completely unlosable for 100 Thieves at this point.
The River might be turning off the lights on Hawks at Worlds 2024, but he is certainly guiding 100 Thieves into the light. Hey. This performance with the Nocturne has been absolutely incredible.
Ayla.
The pick on Marble. He's gonna fall, cannot get away from the slows.
Clean.
Ayla tanking the turret. Everything is going the way of 100 Thieves.
Every single thing. A 10K gold lead now before Baron even spawns. This is 100 Thieves we came to see. There is a teleport trying to catch them out as Quid has no mana available. Vista's going to bop River back on in, but there's a lot of damage to be done. Ayla's helping out and no health as well. Evie gets a good knock-up. There is a shutdown. Ayla blocks the rest of the damage, jumps in to try and recuperate, but Evie comes out with the Void Rush in the end. Flashes over the wall. As Forrest's angle is great to keep him in play, and Sniper, he doesn't have his ulti up yet. 2 picks so far at the trade of 2. Marble's already dead as he turns around, a paranoia inside, and just when you think SHG have some breathing room, it's taken away again. Sniper chasing down, and 100 Thieves, it doesn't matter what SHG find at this point. There's just a wallet diff.
Yeah, but Sniper still needs to be careful. Wants to look for the slice and dice over the wall. Will be able to do so. Slows coming through River. The shield falls, and he'll be picked.
Okay. We pause, we wait.
We don't pause, no pause. Go, go.
Quick back. Dragon's up, and even though a jungler's dead, I mean, Evie's not alive for 5 seconds, Dagda, and they're still so strong to take it by themselves, or just get push and wait for jungle themselves.
Yeah, I think you just look for the push, don't give the opportunity for a steal, but is a steal even a real difference maker in this game? I don't really think so. Mid tower gonna fall as Quid will have the health bar to do so. And now it's a case of starting to walk it on through. I just don't know how Hawks are supposed to come back into it. You can see they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink, but look at the items. Oh, nice flash burnt there, but look at the items. You have no IE in sight for Marble. Ebby is picking his whatever the hell he can to try and survive in these fights. And the only one who's even a threat is Dasher, but he can maybe shut down someone if he can get past Ayla. But getting past Ayla is so difficult when he's on the Braum.
They're trying so hard to bring it back, and Dagda's trying to draw at straws here. I mean, it's rough, isn't it? In our first ever Rek'Sai top at Worlds, it looks like it's going to end in a loss. Yes, the game's not over, but watch this in play. I'm about to go underwater 50 feet deep. And in that submarine, there is Havoc. River helps Vista find the Nexus, or at least the Fountain. 2 kills, and Baron is an easy take.
The Hawks are having their wings clipped. 100 Thieves moving over towards the Baron. There is little that they can do. Ebby trying desperately here.
But as he walks in, a Braum shield in the way, Ebby crawls out. A Sniper threatens on the edge as well. Baron still being done, a curtain call as well. There's good damage, but Sniper runs into the whole team, but he ain't dead. He's a Renekton. The 17-year-old prodigy is feeling it, and he deserves it after the way he's played this series. Dasher TP's in just to watch the world burn.
Sniper gets stunned, but I think he's just locked up. Hawks in place, Baron taken, Nocturne reset. You just move back onto the map. Sure, you can take Dragon, but I think 100 Thieves know the writing's on the wall. Dragon's not for them. It's the base in sights.
Another Red Bull Baron power play that I think is going to fly off the charts. Dagda, what do you say about this series? What do you say about this game?
100 Thieves are back.
100 Thieves are back.
Yeah.
Like, it's no doubt. And when it was chaotic between them and Rainbow Seven, this feels like a completely different team. It's incredible.
But this is the performance they needed to put up if they want to try and take down PSG Talon. The coordination on these engages has been perfect. One went a bit astray, but apart from that, they've consistently found the key targets that they need to. We literally said Syndra's the only one that's 2 items and could be a threat. They take her down immediately. And then even here, Sniper, knowing that he's got Ayla in his back pocket, you can get these stuns off so quickly in these fights. The second Ayla lands anything. And here even, the blast cone, flash over, CC train, setting up them for Quid. He gets the move speed thanks to the command dissonance, and they're just able to chase them down so easily.
Sniper just playing with his food right now, 4-1 and 8-2. You can say anything about anyone on this team in this series. Someone stepped up at one point or another. Even Alu's had a bit of criticism. The guy used to cast in the Oceanic Challenger series, bro is popping off too. But Evie, you watching him mid against Sniper, dominant shoes, Evie running for the hills. And with Baron, mid is also going to crush. Bot is not inside, excuse me, top lane is coming into.
Yeah, it's Rek'Sai and Ara for Hawks, it seems.
Sorry, that was Dash's reaction live on cam. I mean, it's heartbreak, isn't it? The Japanese representatives, it felt like they could find something in this world, but with a double down, with Evie soon to follow, with 100 Thieves walking into the base freely. It is a last defense after last defense after last defense. A curtain call that does no damage. A TP to end it all.
Hawks need something. They go in, they want it, but is it enough?
And there's a knock-up. There's many of knock-ups, but Vista gets soon taken care of. 100 Thieves are back. And our second eliminated team at Worlds is the LJL first seed, the PCS second seed. Expectations be damned. You had questions about 100 Thieves coming into this one. They return to form as they walk away for the time being. At least SHG might be able to defend a little bit more onto River. Evie jumps, but River's now out of sight. Ulti burned, River hitting the back. It's a slow burn, Dagda, and I think they're just grasping at straws again.
Still with Quick coming in, this should be it. The Shockwave should help out. That's a Storm Surge, but they are starting to slowly get picked off. Marble should be the next to fall. And then it's Vista who's only left.
It's a scrap in the end, isn't it? But Quid's here with the full mana bar. The minions are going to do the work. That's an LCS throwback if I've seen one. And 100 Thieves 2-0. SHG will leave their mark on Worlds finally and move to a date with PSG for the last spot at Swiss.
These are the most loose-lipped Thieves that I've ever seen.
Yep.
An incredible statement coming through from the saying they are not pushed out. They are here to play still at the world stage, and they are looking at PSG Talon as the next step in the mark to get to the main stage.
It was well deserved. Everyone pulling their weight, it feels like. A completely different series, and yeah, I'm not sure SHG realized what just happened. Outclassing in every role, and you know, they put on a valiant effort. I think there were times in the GAM series where we saw the highlights, the star power, but not enough when 100 Thieves are switched on a day. It kind of shows you why they are the third seed, why they can beat Cloud9, why they are here. Games like that represent the region well.
And you can see from the smiles on their faces how much that one meant to them. That was a performance and a half. And now they have a chance tomorrow to go up against PSG Talon and right some wrongs that were written about them at this world stage. But I'm scared now if I am PSG Talon. This was slow, this was steady, but it's the Hawks unfortunately had to feel the wrath of 100 Thieves as they take their last bow here. It was an honorable performance, but unfortunately just couldn't quite find what they needed against the LCS.
The Hawks will join VKE, our 2 eliminated teams for today. And as I said, last spot at Swiss, or rather one of the 2 last spots at Swiss, to correct myself. Will 100 Thieves be able to get over the line? I think that's a new question. Will they be able to replicate this performance tomorrow, the day after? No, tomorrow, excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry, my internal clock is completely off.
Yeah.
A jet lag from 30 minutes away.
Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, I think that's the big question, right? I think 100 Thieves, this was, for me, what I needed to see from them. Like, everyone stepped up, everyone had a
100%.
fantastic performance, and I think the fact that you're able to play around River so consistently is going to be a major factor, because I think that shift is going to come through to the Viegos, the Nocturnes, this Orianna pick working well with this. That's where you start to see the success. And then Sniper, another great performance. This Renekton worked out beautifully for him.
That was a great sniper moment. I think even the other day against R7, we saw some great sniper performances. The biggest thing I'll touch on is that River as well, as you said, if the lanes are performing, River can function outside the realms of supportive or facilitator. You know, the Nocturne today was great, but like, what else will River pull up when he's performing like that, when his team is performing like that, and he's got more of a foundation?
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's where we're only going to see 100 Thieves grow from. And I think that is the beauty of Worlds, right? You get to see these teams who can come through with a plethora of different styles and make it work. But we're going to toss it over to Ji-Sun, who's standing by with the man himself, Sniper, in a Verizon post-game interview.
I have Sniper on standby. Congratulations on 2-0.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
I think it was a perfect bounce back on such an important day. So first off, how was that match? What's going through your mind right now?
To be honest, like, I would say it was going to be another match, but we did lose yesterday, or like 2 days ago, so this is like a good comeback match for sure.
Congratulations on that one more time. And you are the youngest player here at Worlds, and being the major region team on an elimination match in the play-ins could have had a little more pressure to your shoulders, so how was it?
I didn't really feel too much pressure. I feel like us as a team, like 100 Thieves, we just play like very loose, and we either int, like we did 2 days ago, or we either like pop off like we did today. So this is, yeah, we're just a loose team, you know, no pressure.
Glad to hear that you are feeling no pressure at all. But in general, how are you enjoying Worlds so far?
It's been amazing, to be honest. Like, everyone around me has just been like super grateful. Like, all the fans watching right now too. You guys have been amazing as well. Yeah, shout out to you guys. Yeah. And yeah, just like playing against the best players as well is a very good opportunity. It's been amazing.
Indeed. I mean, tomorrow it's another big day for you. It's going to be you versus PSG Talent. So tell me, are you confident and ready for the next one?
Hey, I mean, Aussie, bro, I'm coming for you, all right? You're going to be on my watch, okay? Yeah. It's going to be a good match.
Watch out, Aji. Okay.
Yeah, watch out.
Then before we go, so MDK already made it out of play-ins, and there is no way you guys are failing to make it out of play-ins as well. So anything you want to say to all the NA believers out there?
I mean, just keep the NA hopium in us. I think we'll make it far for sure if we win tomorrow, or once we win tomorrow, I mean. And yeah, just keep supporting us, you know? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sniper, and I wish you the best of luck tomorrow as well. Thank you. It was Sniper one more time, everyone.
Oh, let's go. Whoa, yeah.
Love it. Thank you so much, Ji-Sun. Honestly, infectious in energy coming from Sniper here. I love it. GB, what did you think of the series? Jad, what did you think of the series? We have a new guest that we're going to introduce
we got
after the highlights.
It's on our screen.
You will see
He's
him
not there
soon.
right now. He'll be there soon.
He patted the backs of the players, and then he ran over here.
Yeah, you have to wait for all the good things.
Coach's duty.
I appreciate him being here. I thought this was a really one-sided series. Grayson, I want to know, it got a little loose at the end, but just like compare, not even just in-game, was there a mental difference between day one against R7 and today?
Oh, totally. I feel like we've had a couple guys like feeling a little bit under the weather. I think from all the traveling, and I think today everyone's energy was really high, and you could kind of tell Sniper's like infectious, like happiness energy. So we're back. We're back. Essentially, and today, you know, was a fun game.
And I think in regarding to that, right, when you had to kind of get all the boys together again and you had to start doing prep again, what was most important for you, getting the in-game aspect back on your team, or actually just making sure you're comfortable and could get rid of the nerfs that might have been on day one?
That's a solid question. Honestly, it's like a bit of both because our gameplay was pretty atrocious. So
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, but also it's connected to our energy levels and how we're feeling. And it's kind of funny, that interview that you were telling me. I was like, I really don't want to to get TP behind when we 2-lane with Baron, and then instantly we get TP behind to the Baron. But I still think they played a lot more confident today, and it was good to see.
Anything else that you felt through comms, maybe, watching them from backstage, hearing them, about the fact that they were more calm than last time?
They were definitely having more fun.
Okay,
so
good.
One of the times when Sniper like flashed on Jin, he's like, I'm a Giga Chad! And just like flash in and like kill the enemy backline. So I think one of the big things about our team is we always, and it's kind of basic, but we always play better when we're having fun, and they definitely were enjoying it a lot more today.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things that a lot of people will forget because all of this is so glorified as well. But at the end of the game, at the end of the day, it's a video game, and your guys are probably not the only one who are feeling this. Coming from EU as well, we got Caps. Caps plays the best when he's having fun.
Good MDK.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think we see it, like, good vibes win games. Like, it comes down, like, you can have on paper some of the best super teams, but at the end of the day, if you have the good vibes, if everyone knows how to work together in a system as a player and respect each other, I think that can really take you far, and I think lovely to see that for 100 Thieves as well.
Our teams are having fun.
Winning is fun.
Yeah, winning is fun, that's true.
Winning is fun. You know what's fun? Also, coming back after not having the greatest performance on your first World showing. And our Oppo player of the series today is Quid. In that sense, what do you think about his performance overall this series? Again, his level of comfort and how he managed to bounce back after a difficult first series.
Golden Glue, what do you think?
Yeah, okay, well, so I saw online, I didn't look too much after we lost, but I saw a lot of people...
Sounds healthy.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people, you know, flaming like the Vex pick. I think Quid just had like an off game that game, and I think, you know, we really wanted him to hover Vex today when we were playing. But Quid was definitely locked in, and I think we picked the Orianna today. I think it was just a lot more easy of a team comp to operate, and you obviously saw the Nocturne Orianna was like pretty deadly. I was also really surprised they gave us Yone. Usually teams just ban Yone versus us, so like thanks for that.
I was surprised they even gave you Nocturne on that second rotation. Like Wukong came in, I get Jarvan against River, but you already have the Ashe, you already get the Orianna coming through with this one-ball combo. Like it's impossible to play against. So yeah, really like what you guys did there. It just seems so easy to play, and I can understand why your players would have fun, because at some point in that game it just turns into who are we hitting, who are we hitting, who are we going on, right? And then you just send it.
I thought Quid played really well today. Obviously better than his series before, but like especially the Yone game, he was measured in the way he got advantages, whereas in the first day, and I kind of want to run this by you, it felt to me like he was just in a solo queue game, 3,000 gold ahead, like in his brain with the plays he was making in team fights, but he was actually 0-5, and just like he was just like skipping so many steps. It almost felt to me, because there's been these Reddit threads about how good he's been in solo queue, like he's just spamming the low elo solo queue to climb up to challenger. But do you think that had anything to do with like the adjustment from winning so much so easily in solo queue and maybe some of the scrim opponents versus like the high pressure stage games?
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that, because we've definitely talked about like the solo queue impact on how we play as a team. Funnily enough, I actually think Quid in scrims is one of the best at like switching mindsets from solo queue to competitive. So I can see why people would think that, but I think Quid is usually pretty good. I think it was just like an off game or two, and even like the game one on Hui, I think he played like pretty phenomenal.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people forget about that game in the series. It was just, you know, happens.
Happens. Yeah.
Just like people will forget about the loss to R7 if you beat PSG tomorrow.
What loss?
There you go. That's the spirit. That's what we want to see. But also, you're not going to have a lot of time to prep, I guess, against PSG. Anything you guys want to be careful about when it comes to this team? What is the understanding of PSG right now?
I mean, I think their mid-jungle is pretty good. I mean, I already was like kind of thinking about how we would draft against PSG, considering if we went today, because we didn't have much time, obviously, to prep. I'm going to have to do more research when we get back to the hotel after, but you know, I think they're a pretty strong team. I kind of wanted to play against Mad Lions. I wanted to be in a
Same.
Yeah, we kind of wanted them maybe to drop for content and then have that going there, but I mean, maybe we can get it later if you guys continue to win.
We also want to have both of you in Swiss, so yeah, let's postpone this one for later and take a look at the brackets that we have here. As you said, Golden Glue, not a lot of time to prep. You were mentioning PSG's mid-jungle. We were saying that we thought PSG has been disappointing so far compared to the expectations we had with this team. Would you agree?
I actually would kind of agree. I thought they looked a little bit weaker than I thought they would be. I was expecting them to be like maybe top 2, top 3 teams in all plans, and I feel like you know, like them versus Mad Lions, like I'm pretty glad we're playing against them. After seeing just the game purely based off gameplay, I think PSG seems a bit more beatable.
And what about you guys, focusing on your game, yourself? Anything? You come to your players after this segment. What is going to be the feedback about today and improvements?
Guys, let's just pick Nocturne Orianna. No.
Take notes.
We lost to it now, but I think the main feedback is going to be let's just carry the momentum from today. Let's have fun like we did today, and we'll obviously figure out like what we think the best draft is going to be going forward. But just have fun. Just
relax.
Just relax, yeah.
I thought we were about to have another top 8 situation there, but we're good.
No
leagues coming through.
Okay. This guy's a pro. He's not telling us what he's drafting. Who has the edge in River versus Maple mental warfare as former teammates?
Oh, man. I don't know Maple that well, but I feel like River is pretty hard to get to. And like, I don't know if you guys have seen any of the CQ games, but I think River is going around like terrorizing people with Shaco and stuff. Like he's good at getting inside other people's heads.
I was kind of hoping you guys locked that in with the hover earlier today. I was like, they have a Poppy, Shaco Q. I mean, it won't affect him. Like, it's fine, surely.
They played it in the spring.
Shaco Orianna?
Yeah.
You don't even see that.
Oh my god.
She beware.
Shaco band's coming out tomorrow.
Well, Golden Glue, good luck for tomorrow. Best of luck. Hopefully we see you guys in Swiss, and hopefully you guys bring the same energy we had from you at the studio tomorrow.
Thank you, and thanks for having me.
Congrats again on winning today. Jad, GB, it's been a pleasure, as
always.
always.
Fun.
And yeah, it's a pleasure for you guys at home as well. Same time, same place tomorrow for the last day of play-in. You don't want to miss it. 2 teams are going home, 2 are advancing in Swiss. See you then.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Back away, we look at top again, onto the Udi. Will he be able to run for his life? No ghost of L, but it impaled. This time says you're going nowhere. The next wave, Curry's trying to fake it out. Do they know it's him? No, Pop Blossom in, it's good enough, and he gets drawn back. Beautiful engage, and an impale to follow through. But they need the damage PK. A buying time in the bullet time will stop them off the inner. He has slowed down. We get a picture of because Cunty and Jinky had to fight it out. He goes in instead into the slaughter. He wants to take the fight. He can't get it out. He gets destroyed, and he hooks over again. And now he's bought time into the shroud. He goes BH, stops him. He's grounded for the time being. The damage is good from Cunty. He goes for another lead. The hand blast goes there. Opti follows him though. Cunty gets a pick.
I'm going G, I'm going front. You can't go there. Enemy lower die. No flash, this guy. Back a bit, go in, back a bit. Nice, guys.
Wait, if I blow my nose, how loud will it be? I'm gonna test. Let's see.
It's fine.
That's nice.
It's fine. Yeah, it's
kind of like ASMR, you know?
Good denial. Soul Flare, flash away. Sorry to interrupt, Dak. We get a stun down, and Vista knows he just has to go in. But at first, blood over to Tomo.
I saw a pretty good flank here. We can still look.
Cutting.
I'm looking Aurora. Can we kill Aurora? Kill Aurora. Take time. It's good fight. Kong is on. It's good fight, guys. I'm okay. Kill Wukong. It's good fight.
Yeah, really good.
And here even, the blast cone, flash over, CC train, setting up there for Quinn. He gets the move speed thanks to the command dissonance.
Giga-Chad! I'm ready. We're ready.
I'm going. Okay.
I'm coming too. You guys can go. I'm here. Kill Sitch.
That's so OP.
Okay, Jin. Come.
Yo, what is this combo?
This is what you want.